David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth on commentary for you all season here for the first of 8 rounds, of which 6 will count towards the championship points at the end of the season. We are back now for what must be our 5th year. Tom, is it here at Teesside Autodrome? I think could be 5th. I think we started in 2019 for this ever-growing championship. Those on the screen, that's our lovely faces. Myself, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth. We've got Micromaxers out at the moment for their 3-lap practice. Will be followed by Senior Pro Kart, which Tom has had some big changes for 2023. Not only that we've got a number of new faces, but also they will be moving to a rolling start format as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. I think that's going to be a big change for 2020 season. And as you said, David, a lot of new faces here, not just in Senior Pro Kart, but in a lot of classes as well. We've got new drivers that we've never seen before here this weekend. Really looking forward to seeing what they are made of, who's taken their brave pills with them this morning, and he's going to be sticking it up the inside of various new and more experienced drivers. So yes, welcome to 2023. Looking like a really good season that we've got ahead. Should we have a little bit of a preview while the final practice session is just taking place?
We shall. Well, we've had a lovely winter series, Tom, as well. We've been to... we had Teesside here for round number 1, and then we had other rounds. We went to Three Sisters, and then we went to Warden Law. So the first race of the day will be Coma C50 Bambino, but that's going to be in around about 10 minutes' time when the practice is done. So Tom and I will continue to just have a little chat through the preview, and then just before Coma due to go out with just after Pro Kart, we'll run you through the Coma grid yesterday. They had qualifying yesterday, as did a few of our other classes in Honda Cadet, Micro Max and Mini Max as well. The other classes, they will be having a random grid format. So Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart. That's going to be a mixed up grid. Everybody's going to get a front and middle and a back start in that to collect points for the final. Now, Coma C50 Bambino, Tom, the introductory class, the drivers in the 5 to 8 year old range, that's the youngest of our runners. They'll have a standing start. And number of new faces in that one, some returnees as well. Sebastian McCarthy's had a very strong winter series. He'll be looking to go for the championship this year in Coma C50 Bambino.
Yeah, was always, there or thereabouts towards the end of last year, and really started to march forward as well from where we began the 2023 season in terms of relative pace to the very front runners. So yeah, very keen to see Sebastian McCarthy's progress.
Then obviously we've moved into our Honda Cadet class now, because the Junior Pro Kart, they're going to go with the seniors as well. Over the winter series, we've seen a number of people dip in and out of the series, using the winter series as an opportunity for some winter series track time. The big returnee, of course, Thomas Potter, the 2022 champion, 2021 runner-up. He will start the season as the pre-season favourite, of course. Strong development, so towards the back end of last season, we saw the emergence of Will Howard and Joshua Sullivan as well. They're going to be looking to try and put in a championship challenge to rival our clear favourite going into the start of 23.
Yeah, I think all eyes are going to be on Potter once again as to what he can do here this year. As you said, David, he was 2021 runner-up, 2022 champion, but was, for the first half of the season last year, was untouchable, wasn't he? And then all of a sudden, we had some other drivers really starting to make their way through and challenge him. Amy Peacock was in that battle as well, and as you said, Josh as well. So yes, really good look at cadets. Then we move on to Micromax. Now Micromax, we had was it 2 rounds we had of Micromax last year? 3 rounds of Micromax towards the end of last season. So relatively new series here at Teesside. We've had them running with cadets before in the past, where Seb smashing corking, and his runs through from right at the very back to take the lead without making a tiny little bit of contact was fascinating to see. What are we looking at in Micromax? I can see some names in there that we've had move up from Bambinos, the likes of Buddy Hugo, Austin O'Man, Riley Murrow, Grayson Crawford, Edward Rye, people like that who we're used to seeing in Bambinos and have now made the step to Micromax rather than going cadet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a class where we see people dip in and out throughout the year. There's quite a lot on offer in terms of Micromax racing now within the UK, particularly in the early phase of the year. Obviously, we've had Rotax British O-Plate last weekend. We've got other championships that are coming into the fore as well. So I think, we're going to see drivers dipping in and out of that class throughout the year. Caden Simpson, though, Tom, a regular here at Teesside, has had a very, very strong winter. Today, though, the one for me to watch is Max Gilman, who we've seen here a number of times through Bambino, Honda Cadet and into Micromax. They're coming for a bit of valuable track time. They were at PF yesterday. They're here today at Teesside. So they've done a full trek around the country just in order to get some track time. They wanted a little bit of competitive action today, so they've popped up today for this one. So Micromax is going to be a good one to watch. Into Minimax, which is going to see a mix of kart styles once again for this year. We're going to have some of the 22 spec machinery, and we're going to see the new Inter Mini, which is a 950 chassis, which is for the new Inter Minimax. So we're going to see two runners in that today, in Mason Webster and Riley Sims-Ezard, both of whom moved up from Honda Cadet last season. In with the 22 spec minis, we've got Amy Peacock. We had Alfie McBain put it on pole position yesterday, who was in Honda Cadet last year as well. Ben Robinson also makes a step up. He was a winner yet last year at round 6, I believe, in the final in the Honda Cadet class as well. So we're going to see a number of drivers dipping in and out of that one. Junior Rotax, Tom, we've got quite an interesting story going on that. We've got Jared Fox-Whiteley coming into this season, having won Honda Cadet in 2021, Minimax in 2022, and he goes for 3 championships in 3 years in 3 different classes as he tries to take the Junior Rotax crown here at Teesside in 2023.
Yeah, and as usual, we'll see the perennial runners alongside Jared that we've seen come through the classes over the years. So names like Lewis Goff, we've got Melissa Adrian in there as well, Addison Smith. We've got Bella Franklin as well is mentioned in that one, as well as obviously Lizzie Mentier as well. And yeah, really looking forward to this class. Looks like it could be wide open as we step into 2023.
Yeah, into the seniors, of course. We've got a number of new names in that one. We've got Alexander Walton, Andy Hull drivers that we've not seen here before. Returning, though, Tom, the big one for me, Kieran Savage, who had the incident in, I believe, round 6, the final round of the double-header weekend, where he had that incident down at Hairpin 4 where the kart got flipped over. He returns back for his first competitive race meeting. Great to see Kieran back in the seat again. He had practice here yesterday. Obviously, his dad, Ashley, he'll be racing as well. Paul Swan is another one that we see regularly here. Into the big class, though, the Pro Kart, Tom. Once again, another bumper grid here at Teesside. A lot of new faces, which is great to see coming into this Pro Kart class. We've been treated at the moment to them all going to be streaming off as the checkered flag. We're going to run through some of them runners later on because they'll come to the fore throughout the day on that random grid format. As they make their way off, though, Tom, it's almost time for our first race of the 2023 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside Autodrome. It's time for Coma C50 Bambino.
So while the senior pro karters make their final tour on their way back into the pits, we will bring you our first class of the day. The first race of the 2023 season is about to go, and it is the C50 Bambinos for heat number 1.
Yeah, we had qualifying yesterday afternoon, Tom. We did have a fair few did not start, so there's your grid on the screen. The early season favourite for me, Sebastian McCarthy in P1. Joshua Adote alongside on the front row with Noah Wicklow and Verity Crawford on row 2. Freddie Blackshaw and Oliver Bullock on row number 3. Then we've got a number of drivers who didn't set times yesterday, Sebastian Crawford and Abel Hutton, Pearson and Harris Barber. Now, Barber was definitely here because he's an Army Bambino, so he was going round yesterday. We know they're roughly around about 3 or 4 seconds quicker than the Comers anyway. So thank you for everybody that is watching at home as the season gets underway here at Teesside. Great to have Michael Burke back with us, Tom, watching over from trailer. 7:05 over there.
PM.
PM, not in the mornings.
And that's 7:05 on Sunday evening, isn't it? Yeah. We had our clock change here overnight as well, which was lovely for me this morning.
Well, you could tell walking around the paddock that everybody had an hour less.
Yes, you definitely can.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, there's a bit of Walking Dead going on around here this morning. But yeah, lots and lots of fun as always here at Teesside. Lots of banter amongst the participants as well, but also hugely supporting as always. So we're just waiting on your Bambinos coming out, which lets us dip once again into the comment section on YouTube. Please keep them coming in. All you got to do, click on the comments, type something in, and we will see it here in the commentary box. Please make it nice, of course. Supportive. Positive.
Oh,
we like a positive atmosphere in here.
We love a compliment. Bambinos, they look.
I didn't mention compliments, but yeah.
The Bambinos are out. They look like ants as they were coming out there in a straight line out of the dummy grid holding area, which you can see at the back of your screen, the gap in the paddock wall. What you will also notice out there on track is that it is still a little bit damp. We had some rain late last night, a little bit of a shower this morning, not enough to create many puddles, although there is one just sitting on the offline as they come through the wiggles, the chicane before hairpin 1. But in general, the track is starting to dry. There's not much sunshine yet, though, Tom. We are starting earlier than what we did last year. It is, last year we were roughly about a 10 o'clock start. This year they're making us wake up early as we go at a fraction past 9 o'clock. Field making their way round, though. We've had Lewis Rogers saying good luck to Abel in the number 10, so he should be out with us as the Bambinos are just being held and sent forward in what we like to call Noah's Ark style.
Yes, 2x2 formation down onto the grid, and what you will see if you are new to watching Bambino karting, if you've never seen it before, this will be the only class that you will see who is actually allowed helpers on the grid. They're there because these drivers are extremely young. Let's not beat about the bush with it. They are extremely young. For some of them, this will be their first race of the year. They're possibly their first ever race. So they are allowed a little bit of help on the grid, some support, a bit of comforting, have mum, dad, carer, parent, whatever it may be, granddad, grandma sometimes down there on the grid. And they will just help them out, put the little hearts a little bit more ease, stop it racing quite so much, and get them ready for heading round for 8 laps of heat number 1.
Final few runners being rolled into position here then, Tom. Haven't actually managed to see Harris Barber yet in the army. Oh, there he is. He's just putting his arms in the air. He's going to have a grumble board on the front of his kart where most of the others have got a different colour. It'll either be black with a white number or it will be orange with a black number. So Barber will roll round. He'll be the final runner, having not set a time yesterday, but will be in a kart that is roughly 4 seconds a lap quicker. So he should be able to come through the field here, Tom, in this one. But it's all about, for him, is just getting through it nice and cleanly. Of course, just having one final look at the live chat comments before we go racing.
Yeah,
in
we've
this
got
one.
support coming in for Joshua Dote, as well as Red Lind and Riley Blakemore, who are making their Teesside debuts today.
Regulars at Hooton Park, both Red Lind and Riley Blakemore. Look, really quick, both of them yesterday in the dry. Redlin didn't quite get the rub of the green in qualifying, though, so he's qualified 18th in the wet, but as the track dries up, Tom, he's certainly one to watch coming through the field. We are just having a bit of a rearrangement here to put Harris Barber at the front.
But not quite all the way at the front.
No. It's strange looking at the timing we had yesterday, but because he is the quickest but didn't set a time yesterday, but we've got Sebastian McCarthy. That's everybody now making their way off and through the barrier here at the right hand side here at Teesside. There's a gap for everybody to make their way through.
There is. And we're away. We are away for heat number 1 here in 2023. And it is Harris Barber who has disappeared at the front of the grid already.
Yeah, well, that is to be expected, of course. I think he's looking here to just get a few clean laps in before he then starts making his way through the traffic. What that'll also mean now, Tom, is that when he does catch up with the traffic, there should be a bit of a field spread for him to then start making his way through that
one
traffic.
Round already. Is that Sebastian Crawford?
Yes, it is in the 6th. He's had an adventure at hairpin 1. Now, these Coma C50 Bambinos, they run on the LeConte all-weather tyre, so it's a treaded tyre, Tom, as you know, and with that they'll run in the wet or the dry, whereas out at the front, Harris Barber, in his kart, he has got some slick tyres on when it's dry and wet when it's wet, because that's what they're allowed to use in the iArmy Bambino class. I'm going to have a quick look out of the window. I think he's gone with a wet option this early in the morning. I think that'll just be in order to ensure that they get some temperature into those tyres and quickly. That's what we've seen throughout the winter series is by lap 3, the wet tyre and the slick tyre are fairly comparable in time. On the first 2 laps, in order to ensure that there's heat in the tyres, all the wet runners have managed to pull somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 seconds on all of the slick runners, and then it's impossible for the slick runners at this time of year, with the track conditions being so cold, for them to be able to close that 4-second gap up as they go down the back straight. That looks like it's Freddie Blackshaw on the inside in the 28, with Joshua Adote in the 11, having to relent into that corner as they go round the outside. Not got the timing up in the left corner, and just as I say that, it appears almost on cue, with Harris Barber, of course, setting the fastest lap. At the front, though, Sebastian McCarthy in Coma C50 Bambino, leading from Noah Wicklow, and now Freddie Blackshaw completing the top 3 after he got past Joshua Adote on the run down to South Bank on the previous lap.
Yes, indeed. So, we've got, did I spy somebody off? No, it's, I think it's Oliver Bullock.
Yeah, you know, your game of I Spy was short-lived.
Yes, it was, yeah. Oliver Bullock in the 18, just making his way through and being lapped by, I think that was Harris Barber who was coming through, but now a fair few others have now made their way through on Oliver Bullock as well, who's doing a good job keeping off line for the faster drivers coming through. So as you said, it is Harris Barber. There he is around the outside of, I think that was Verity Crawford on the national loop. That is your leader and only iArmy Bambino runner, Harris Barber. Then it is Sebastian McCarthy who's leading the C50, which makes up the rest of the grid. Then we've got Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw, Joshua Adote, Sebastian Crawford, then it's Pearson McCarthy. Very Crawford. Instead, I was just having a look at the weather inbound. What are we saying?
I'm saying, well, it originally said that we weren't due any rain at all here
today.
That's
what I saw today.
But it looks like there's been a potential change around about the 10:30. We could be looking at having a little bit of a shower.
Okay.
To just before 11 o'clock. That'll spice things up, because looking at around about the 11 o'clock mark, we're looking then towards the back of the tail end of maybe a pro kart now, with these running a little bit behind schedule. and then we're going to go into Bambino and Cadets. So we may well see a little bit of a shower later on. Freddie Blackmore close up on the back of Noah Wicklow as they make their way through some of the lap traffic. Gap between the two of them on the previous lap was 0.2 of a second.
Still nice to tail these two. There goes Oliver Bullock once again, doing a fine job of navigating his way around this circuit.
Down the back straight they go, and Blackshaw is closing in here, Tom, but we often see the Bambinos, the Comas at least, migrating to that inside early because they don't scrub off anywhere near as much speed as they go round this South Bank corner. Blackshaw takes the wide line initially and looked like he was going to head down the inside, could potentially be looking for a move into hairpin 4, not quite close enough to put the move in, but then Noah Wicklow makes a mistake, goes very, very wide out onto the rumble strips, and Freddie Blackshaw doesn't even have to work for that one. A mistake by Wicklow, and Blackshaw is through and into second place.
Oh, there'll be starting close there from Blackshaw. Unfortunately, Wicklow, not quite sure what happened either. It didn't look like he got sideways and had to catch it or anything like that. It looked like Clear ran straight out of room, essentially, just drove himself straight off the track.
Yeah, he's going to come under pressure soon as well, I think, by Joshua Adote, because they're just making their way through some traffic, and Wicklow didn't quite get the same rub of the green that Blackshaw did, and that's given Blackshaw around about a 2-second gap as we see your overall race leader and the IAMI runner of Harris Barber. This camera shot now, Tom, is a new one for this year as Barber gets a little bit of snap oversteer at hairpin 1. It's a new camera position. It's roughly where we were before, but it's a little bit further back and higher up as well, but really gives us a nice visual through them chicanes, which from other camera positions doesn't look like they do too much in terms of movement.
Yes.
But they are really working the wheel through there because they've just got to try and line it up. You're never really straight, even though it looks like you are. You're flicking it through and trying to get effectively the correct clipping point to get the final left right so that you are in the correct position for hairpin 1.
Correct, and the biggest race that is the 24 hour, which I'm surprised we've managed to make it to about halfway through, half an hour into the stream, and we haven't mentioned it yet. But yeah, when you're coming down off the international circuit, down in the hill at full tilt, that is certainly not a straight line through there, and you kind of scrub speed off all the way through those wiggles, and then you full throttle again before.
It's one of them is that
hairpin 1.
Here in this configuration round the national loop, because you've scrubbed it off round national, you don't carry anywhere near as much speed through there. On the British, when you're coming down from effectively the mountain section, you're on full throttle for the best part of 15 seconds. You're entering them wiggles at 70 miles an hour.
Yes.
in a pro kart.
Yes.
Which when there's a chance of meeting a higher kart in the middle of, or you're side by side with another pro car, and it's single file through there.
And it is single file through there, as we've seen many an occasion where somebody will get launched over the curbs. I say get launched; it's kind of launch yourself, really, because
that's it.
You have to back out.
You end up doing what will forever now be known as an Algieri.
Yes. Well, one of the first proponents of that was, of course, our good friend Ian Williams as well, who in one of the back in the day EKL, the Elite Karting League promo videos, went flying over that and got airborne. So yeah, that was it's been that situation for a long time now. Single file.
You have to take a measured approach through there, don't you?
Yes.
Harris Barber then going around hairpin 4 with some traffic in front. We'll see the last lap board as he comes through this time, I believe. Timing seems to have elapsed down to 0 on the timing. Though we have got a slightly different configuration in front of us out of the commentary box. The digital board right at the top, which normally has the countdown clock on it, is not on this morning, which means we're having to work off the live timing, but we are down to 0, and Harris Barber making his way round. Now coming through this traffic of what will be Adote in 5th place overall, 4th in class. Down the back straight they go. So he's going to go round the outside of Adote. May do the same to Wicklow as well by the time he gets down. And class that the Iamis, Tom, they're 6 to 8 year olds rather than 5 to 8 year olds for the comas. So, and what we often see is that people bypass the Iami class completely, go straight from coma into micromax, as did Buddy Hugo last year, for example. Out of the final corner, though, becomes Harris Barber to take victory in our Bambino class overall. Freddie Blackshaw will come through classified in second place, the next checkered flag behind Harris Barber, with Noah Wicklow and Joshua Adote completing top 4 in that class. Sebastian Crawford will be 5th, 6th overall, but 5th in class. Then we're going to await Verity Crawford will come through and be classified in P9. What this does do now, Tom, is it gives Sebastian McCarthy at the front effectively a victory lap with everybody, and then it will actually show, I think, almost that he's won by an overall lap, but he wasn't that far in front of Freddie Blackshaw when the flag came out. It was only 8 seconds, but because Blackshaw was behind Barber now, Sebastian McCarthy will still be making his way through the rest of the field, so he's still got to come over the line to take the checkered flag. We're also going to see Ethan Pearson coming through. He's got his arm up in the air. I think that could bring his first race here at Teesside to a close. He seems happy with that. He comes through, and Sebastian McCarthy takes the checkered flag to take victory in Coma C50 Bambino.
Yeah, it was around about 8.5 seconds in the end that McCarthy was around about a lap difference. Then we had a gap. So Wicklow had managed to recatch Blackshaw again and was only just over a second behind. And then we had Adote right behind Wicklow as well. So that's shaping up to be a good battle throughout the day between Blackshaw, Wicklow, and Adote. And we will move on very, very swiftly, as that is our... we're just waiting for one more Bambino to clear the track, but we will move on to our first race of the day for Honda Cadets.
Honda Cadet grid will be up on the screen in a moment. They're on a standing start as well, so that our second standing start class, then it's into full rolling. So we should be able to get the grid up on the screen. It was a great qualifying session yesterday. It had rained just prior, so everybody went out on the wet tyres. Tom's just going to have a quick look at the live chat while we await the grid up on the screen.
We've got Dennis has said supporting all the kids, but sending a special support for Josh Adote, who's just raced, that we saw in Bambinos, from Florida. So we've got Australia and Florida now, a truly international audience. Isn't the internet a wonderful thing? What a time to be alive, David.
Oh, we're an international company, Tom. Well, what we're going to have to do at the moment, Tom, just to make sure we've not got the grids up on the screen, but yesterday it was a maiden pole position for Mason Dinsdale. A great qualifying session yesterday saw him snatch his first pole position in this now amalgamated cadet class. Alongside him on the front row, the 13 of Joshua Sullivan, William Howard and Thomas Potter on row 2. Luka Batiev, another new name, he qualified in P5 with Jacob Cartledge in P number 6. Then it was Thomas Harper and Samuel Yeadon, last year's cadet club champion, in 8th place. Ollie Carter and Joey Swan rounding out the top 10. Morgan Cooney starts 11th. He's got Ashton Carmichael for company on row number 6. Then it's Jake Walker and Matty Prinku right with Riley Blakemore and Toby Turner on row 8. Red Lynn starts 17th. Another new name, William Collinson, son of Andy Collinson, the senior Rotax racer. He starts in P18, his first race weekend, with Harry Scrafton and Layla Berryman, who didn't set a time yesterday. She rolled to a halt. Then we've got Reese Cranston and Edward Wright showing in 21st and 22nd. So we're going to wait for them to come round. I don't think they are, actually. They were there in the grid yesterday, but they are in a position where they're running on a slightly different chassis originally, because we split the 900s and the 950s throughout the winter. They've been amalgamated back together, so their grid conditions will be where they're expecting. They're just sorting them into position now. Cranston, though, yesterday, Tom, he had a bit of an incident in qualifying, so missed the final 5 minutes, so could have gone quicker towards the end, but he had an incident at hairpin 1 where where he went round the outside of some traffic and it was wetter out there. He's understeered off into the tyres. So he was treated to some Calpol last night, Tom, and he's back nice and fresh for Sunday race day.
Beautiful. It's the cure-all, isn't it? That and Sudocrem. Calpol and Sudocrem. Can't go wrong. Anyway, what I was going to say is Mason Dinsdale on pole position, taking that maiden pole position, as you said.
Treated to a fresh livery as well.
And I was just going to say, it's clearly working out because that new livery is worth about 2/10. We'll see if our camera can zoom in on that briefly and get you a shot of that lovely, gorgeous livery. I'm not sure how well it's coming across on the screen, but it's very, how can we put this, sky blue and orange, reminiscent of a certain oil brand kind of colouring, but not directly.
No, it looks a lot like the McLaren that was also based on that.
Yes, it's a loose kind of
on that oil branding that will.
Yes. It's a loose, loose connection.
We're not the BBC, are we?
But in fairness, they're my favourite colours anyway. You put that blue with that orange, oh, gorgeous. So yeah, lovely looking kart for Mason Dinsdale, and clearly it's fast as well.
In my head,
you know what they say? If it looks fast, it usually is.
That's why we're both slow.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't look fast anymore. If I ever did. We've got support coming in on the live chat as well. We've got Come On Freddie, Good Luck Riley, and Red from Anna Blakemore. Is that James Fabricius?
It is James Fabricius.
Saying good luck, Joshua Sullivan. We've got some more support for Joshua Dote coming in from Canada as well. So Joshua Adote is getting proper international support.
Much love.
Much love. He just needs to get some sponsors now, and he's away.
I'm just waiting for
checks in the mail.
I'm just waiting for some.
I'll take my agent's fee, 10%.
We need somebody. We need somebody in from his Ghanaian homeland. His dad was born over here, but he was telling me last night that they were that he's got a Ghanaian background. Joshua himself, they grew up in Dubai. He said, we don't have wet tyres over there because if it rains, they just cancel the meeting. Okay. Which sounds very NASCAR-y.
It does sound very NASCAR-y, doesn't it? Although, they're at Circuit of the Americas this weekend for NASCAR, and they will run wet tyres and windscreen wipers.
Windscreen wipers?
Yes. They will. When they run the circuit races, they, I think they became a bit of a laughing stock. I mean, I can kind of understand it on the ovals where they're doing, 200 odd mile an hour and they're about two millimeters away from each other.
Because nothing excites you more than aquaplaning towards a concrete wall.
Absolutely, exactly. So they don't run wets on the ovals, but they do on the circuits because, as I said, they became a bit of a laughing stock for stopping raining on the circuits.
What about the Charlotte Roval?
Yeah, they do on the Roval as well. Yeah. Which I mean, speaking of laughing stocks. It's a roval. No, it's just a circuit with a
chicane in it.
With a banked corner. That's all it is. Anyways, we're about to get going for heat number 1 of cadets. You've missed us, haven't you?
I've missed you, Tom. You've missed me. The viewers, I'm sure they've missed us as well. Green flag in hand then for the start line, Marshall. It's down, we're away and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row by Sullivan, but he's going to have to duck straight in behind Mason Dinsdale as the field streams towards the national loop for the first time. Thomas Harper's made a great start from 7th up into P5. Sullivan and Dinsdale side by side through the chicane. Sullivan squeezes through as Dinsdale slides wide at hairpin 1. William Howard's down the inside as well. Thomas Potter then tries to squeeze Dinsdale to the inside. Cutback's coming here, Tom, side by side. They go for P3, down the back straight. Yeah, a bit like Dinsdale had got super cold tyres compared to everybody else, and Sullivan made the most of it round the outside of the round the exit of the national loop, through the wiggles, and now Potter having a look at the inside. Dinsdale's held on though, Tom, for 3rd.
He has. Tyres are starting to warm up a little bit, it seems, as he started to claw back as well. To the back of William Howard. That gap was increasing down the back straight and has already closed right back up again. Over the line they come then for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. Sullivan leads from Howard with Dinsdale in 3rd, Potter, Cartledge, Harper, then it's Yeadon, Cranston, Swan and Rye, your top 10. And just as I said, the tyres were coming in. Dinsdale wide again in the national loop, and Potter's gone through and wide again through hairpin 1.
Squirmy through there, isn't he? He's got
really
Jacob
struggling.
Cartledge, Tom, who is another one we would like to refer to as a wet weather specialist. Certainly on these track conditions where it's cold, is going well. Potter, though, down the inside of William Howard. Howard sliding wide round the South Bank corner, unable to get that kart pitched in. And he is, Potter is through up into second place.
Did I just see some spray coming up around the South Bank corner?
I think so. I think
might be a little bit wet
around
that part of the track.
Yeah, it always tends to be quite wet. Howard, though, all the way around the outside there. I think offline, Tom, I think there's a lot of moisture out there still, and which is a bit strange because with it being banked normally, you'd expect the water to run to the inside, but it does tend to hold it within the tarmac on the outside. Yellow flag out, Tom, at hairpin 1 because we've got Ollie Carter's kart very, very stationary on exit, so that's going to remove overtaking opportunities for anybody on that corner until they get that kart clear. Ollie Carter then will retire from the first race of the season. Fastest lap on the previous one, though, was Thomas Potter, 3/10 quicker than our race leader and closing in at the front as the Cartledge goes down the inside of Dinsdale into hairpin 3. Dinsdale tries to send one back down the inside into 4, though. Cartledge closing the door as the race leaders, Tom, starting to come up towards some lap traffic here as they go towards the national loop, sweeping all the way round the outside of the 62, I think, of Harry Scrafton. And then they're going to have William Collinson to come up to as well in a few moments' time at hairpin number 1.
Yeah, I've just been having a look at Dinsdale, and it's almost like he's just got constant oversteer, just got no grip whatsoever. What you would describe, David, as a pig on roller skates.
Yep, down the back straight, though. Sullivan's had the outside of the lap traffic. Potter managed to get to the inside, and now he's closed right up on our race leader, and then is going to look to put a move down the inside, I think, in for 3. The door closed, though, by Sullivan in the 13. Potter's going to look for the switch back, I think, as they head out of hairpin 4. But now, as they negotiate that lap traffic, the two leaders have come together nicely, nose to tail over the line as they begin lap number 5.
So your top 10, as we look at it, is Sullivan, Potter, Cartledge, William Howard, then Dinsdale, Yeadon, Rye, Harper, Cranston, and Riley Blakemore. Just 6 seconds separating the top 10. Sullivan leads through hairpin 1 and 2. Had a quick look behind just to see who was behind him, and it is Potter. Is he going to work with Sullivan? It looks like it for the moment. I think he could have ducked to the inside there, but opted against it. Big slide as well from Potter. Around about half the length of South Bank, he was chasing the tail on that one, so really hanging it out. Gives Sullivan a little push out of hairpin 4 as well. Have we got another yellow flag?
Oh, we've got Thomas Harper and what looks like Riley Blakemore, both off at South Bank, Tom. Right up on the bank as well. Blakemore's on the grass. Harper's, it looks like he's stuck with one rear wheel in the gravel as well. So yellow flags are going to be out just after hairpin 2 here by the look of it, which will negate any overtaking opportunity down towards that South Bank corner. Waved yellows, so there's going to be no overtaking down there. They're still going to be able to push away. Edward Rye, Tom, sets the fastest lap up into P6.
0.3 of a second faster than anybody else on circuit. Edward Rye absolutely flying on that lap. 6th place, he's 1.3 seconds behind Dinsdale, so we'll see whether that gap closes. Here goes Potter and Sullivan side by side out of hairpin 4, but Sullivan will have the inside line through the dogleg and the kink and hold the line through the D chicane and into the national loop.
More lap traffic coming up, Tom, for them both. They've managed to negotiate that cleanly. Through the chicanes they go. Hairpin 1. Sullivan looks to have enough of a gap behind them, though. Jacob Cartledge up into 3rd as the rest of the traffic now sweeping through. Dinsdale down the inside of Howard there in the background, and he's going to be through back up into 4th place. Great move from Dinsdale, opportunistic, and Edward Rye's going to come through as well by the look of it in the background. He's going to be up to 5th, Tom, I think, by the end of this lap.
Edward Rye was 1.2 seconds quicker than Mason Dinsdale on that lap round, and he was about half a second quicker than anybody else on the track. Edward Rye is flying. Still
got waved yellows, Tom, down on the South Bank corner because we thought we'd got Riley Blakemore moving, but he hasn't. So that kart's still stationary on the outside now of 3. Sullivan's gone wide round the national loop. Potter gets the nose down the inside and then has to back out. Didn't quite have the grip down the inside of there. Now Sullivan's starting to look a little bit squirmy, Tom, here in terms of the of tyres as they go down the back straight now. Potter once again pushing Sullivan. Sullivan with a look to the right once again, looking very nervous, and now Potter's got the nose down the inside. Sullivan closing the door on our 2022 champion as they head down there. I think the yellow flags are in, so all overtaking opportunities back on the table, Tom.
I've been keeping an eye out the commentary box window while you have been commentating on the front two on the Dinsdale and Rye battle, and Edward Rye has just taken 4th place as they came through hairpin 4. So that's Edward Rye now in clear air once again and past Mason Dinsdale up to 4th place.
1 minute remaining, Tom, plus 1 lap in this Honda Cadet opening heat of 2023. Looks for me in this one, Tom, by all intents, that Potter's potentially playing the long game here, because it looks like he's had the pace for most of this race, but just hasn't really looked to put the move in. Now he's down the inside once again. Sullivan closing the door. I think Potter might be a little bit more robust next time round, Tom, as this timer starts heading down towards the end of this lap. They're going to be before this one, and then after that, I think it'll be the last lap board. 2 remaining in Honda Cadet as they come over the line. Another fastest lap. I thought it was another fastest lap. It wasn't. It was earlier on. Edward Rye, though, Tom, the only runner that's dipped this one into the 49s.
He's done a 49.7 now, so he's going even quicker. Now he's got that clear air again. He's hunting down Jacob Cartledge for the final spot on the podium. Cartledge at a 50.5, Rye a 49.7. The gap currently 1.6 seconds.
Potter into the slipstream, comes out earlier this time, Tom, as they head down towards South Bank. I think he might have this one, and he does have track position. Tried it twice, gets it down the inside. Are we going to get an immediate receipt? We're not. Sullivan has to relent as they head towards hairpin 3. They will see the last lap board this time, though, round. As Sullivan is wide and onto the curb. That's going to open up a gap of around about 2.5 tenths. Last lap board for Potter. Sullivan, Cartledge in 3rd. This will be his best ever finish here at Teesside. Rye on the charge up into 4th place, although 2 tenths down on Cartledge on the previous lap.
Yeah, scruffy lap that from Rye by comparison. Even though he was in clear air, he was a second slower than he'd been on the previous lap. So a little bit inconsistent there from Rye, but huge amounts of pace so far, and we'll see what they can do in heat number 2. So it is Potter. Sullivan still hounding him all the way, but not close enough to make a move just yet. Are we going to see anything into hairpin 4? Is he going to be close enough? Or is it done and dusted, and that's it for Potter already, heat number 1?
Game over here, Tom, I think, and Thomas Potter will start the season with a victory here in heat number 1. It's Potter from Sullivan. Cartledge celebrating already with a superb 3rd place. Edward Rye in 4th. Dinsdale holds off Reese Cranston 5th and 6th. William Howard in P7 in front of Samuel Yeadon. Then we await Luka Batiev with his first outing at Teesside. He finishes inside the top 10 in P9. Toby Turner, Red Lind comes through from 17th into P11 in front of Matty Prinku Wright.
Yeah, so Potter picking up where he started off last season as well. First heat, first win of the season. Congratulations to Thomas Potter.
Well, he won the first 16 last year, didn't he? Cleared the first half of the season.
What I'm saying is, he started off at that rate as well. So we'll see what he can do for the rest of the day. Big shout as well to Luka Batiev. First ever race here, as far as I know. Anyway, first ever race here. And yeah, already well inside the top 10. So brilliant showing from Luka Batiev. Toby Turner as well. Red Lind coming through, as you said, David, from 17th on the grid to P11. Great showing.
Yeah, he's really one to watch later, Tom, if it dries up. There was a couple of practice sessions yesterday. Say he'd never been to this track before, where he was quickest out there on the slick tyre. So he's going to be really one to watch.
Who's this, sorry?
Red Lind. Oh, really impressive yesterday. In the practice session, most drivers, they had the timers on early throughout the day, and there were sessions yesterday in the dry where he was the quickest runner out there. Have you been paying money to Sam Baker?
Yes, Sam Baker trying to curry some favour. I think he's after a trip to Le Mans. Anyway, we'll come on to that a bit later on, I think. So we've got good luck to Danny Bean coming in. We've got Riley and look for Riley and Red. We've got Catherine Potter's been on saying good luck Teapot. Well, that worked out quite well because Thomas, of course, won the Honda Cadet race just now. We've got Jules Nichols saying good luck Riley and Red. Good luck Luca from Elena Batuev as well. So lots and lots of support coming in as always. Keep it coming in and we will try and read out your comments as quickly as we can. So there is going to be recovery, as David just points out on the screen, for the kart that broke down through Hairpin 4. So while we await that, we will try and bring you a little bit of a preview for our next heat, which will be heat number 1 for Micromax. Okay, so we've had a bit of an issue here. So my running order that I was looking at, which wasn't the correct one, said Micromax. David's official running order says Minimax.
It says Senior Rotax.
Oh, it says Senior Rotax. It does say Senior Rotax.
Minimax
right.
is next after Senior Rotax.
Okay.
I know it's Senior Rotax because they've just left the dummy grid.
Right, good. It's just been a bit of a change in the order this year. It's caught me out. So we will skip our page on to Senior Rotax. There we go. Now we know. Now we know we're in the right order. I mean, it would help if I actually looked properly at the live timing screen, but you know, why break the habit of a lifetime?
It keeps things entertaining, Tom. Keeps us all on our toes because you'll be like, oh, the next one up is this class. And I'm like, I really don't know. We've not got the grid up on the screen, Tom, which we normally have straight after the Sting, but they're rolling round for a rolling start, and I think we're going to get going before.
Are we only doing one roll-up lap then?
Yeah, back on Mojos, Tom.
Oh, okay.
Back
so
on
one
Mojos.
roll-up lap and we're away then, are we? Okay.
So through we come then for the first time. Looks like we've got Shane Collinson on the outside, and it could be Martin Fisher on pole position. And we are away and racing. Fisher then leading at the moment. Collinson's going to try and sweep round the outside into the first corner. Gets the kart pitched in and gets some bite with Ashley Savage alongside what appears to be Alfie Warbank. It is into down the inside. Warbank's back down the inside of Savage. That's going to put him on the outside, but prime for the cut back down the back straight if he can get the power down. Don't think he's going to have quite enough down that back straight. And has to slot back in, although we've got looked like we had somebody going slow around the outside. They've managed to pick power back up, so they'll come over the line then for the first time, and it will be the 74 of Andy Collinson leading the way from Martin Fisher, Ashley Savage and Alfie Warbank. Then it's Nathan Jensen who made the move up from juniors at the end of last season up into P5. Paul Swan, Kieran Savage, Shane Collinson, Andy Hull, Arthur Louthian and Alexander Walton, your 11 runners in the senior Rotax class.
Is Nathan Jensen our driver from Dover?
No, that is Finley Watson.
Finley Watson.
Finley
yes,
Watson, who
sorry.
made the trip up from Dover for every round last year to win the junior championship.
Apologies. So yeah, Andy Collinson already with a 1.2 second gap at the front of the field, pushing hard early doors to get some heat into the tyres, and it seems to be working well for him as he is now away, fastest lap of the race as you would expect, and now clear at the front from Martin Fisher by 2.3 seconds.
Well, the reason Watson was coming up here last year is because he's related to Andy and Shane Collinson, so he was in that sort of camp last year, and they only realised that he was from Dover down to do a meeting at Lyd last year, and I was like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, we live 10 minutes down the road. So it turns out they'd been making a 7-hour drive up. Nathan Jensen getting to the inside here of Ashley Savage around the on the south bank, and manages to get it pitched in and stopped as well, and goes slightly wide into 3. Could that allow Savage back down the inside? Wallbank carries enough, and then Shane Collinson's going to be side by side as they head down over start finish to commence lap number 4. Fastest lap of the race as well, Tom, for Shane Collinson. He dips into the 42s. Those in front of him in the low 44s, so he's certainly got the pace, but just will now have to find a way through before, because if not, he's going to come under attack then, I think, from Paul Swan behind. So he's going to need a good run down this back straight towards South Bank, or his pace is going to be slowed by those in front. It's very easy to close up, not quite as easy to overtake.
Yes, absolutely, and this is our fastest class here that you will see today. The senior road tax classes will be the fastest karts around this Teesside track today, and you can really see them floating around on the tyres as well. What I mean by that is the kart not just doesn't have lateral sliding motion, but the tyres are gripping, and as it's gripping, it's oscillating left and right while it's sliding. So it's very interesting to see that this year, back on the Mojo tyres again, so they're instantly gripping. You can see the difference already. We've got Arthur Lowthian with the fastest lap of the race with a 42.8, which is quick.
It is in P9 at the moment, but looking to close up. He's got a bit of a gap as well. He's got free air, Tom. That's really what's helping as well. I mean, while slipstream is important, as now Nathan Jensen sets the fastest lap.
I know it sounds obvious that I said it's quick. He set the fastest lap of the race. I mean, it's quick for this early, with the outside temperature being what it is. It's very, very cold here at Teesside today. So already these, it might be the tyres have got decent grip, but the engines are singing as well because they're getting that cold air in through the radiator.
I think that's why I think we had our first round last year was in April, and all of the lap records were pretty much smashed because it was just that perfect time of year. It was a nice warm sea, but there was still plenty of breeze, so the engines were screaming, the tyres were nice and sticky, they were getting all the grip, and the lap records were tumbling last year. We had
I've got a feeling as well we'd had a few probably about a week or so dry running as well, hadn't we? We had no rain for about a week as well.
The track was very well rubbered in. I think we had Dan Kell set the lap record in senior road tax as Alfie Warbank goes down the inside of Martin Fisher for P2, and he wasn't even running new tyres. He was running old tyres, but because the track was so rubbered, they were just pretty much like new. They were so sticky that it allowed Dan Kell to set a time sub 41 as well, 40.907 the lap record round here for senior road tax.
So about a second and a half off that at the moment,
and that will be solely down to grip.
Yes, but we are like I say, early doors, and it is very chilly out there at the moment. So perhaps later in the day, maybe heat 2 or heat 3, we might start to see some lap times in the 41s, and potentially even quicker than that. We shall see as we go on, but I was keeping an eye on Ashley Savage last lap, who lost a couple of places to Kieran and Paul. That's Kieran Savage and Paul Swan. So Ashley Savage now down into 8th place. Shane Collinson now with the fastest lap of the race of a 42.494, but it is still Andy Collinson leading at the front.
That was Shane Collinson putting a robust move on Nathan Jensen. No contact, but by robust, I mean got down the inside and then immediately slammed the door to make sure the cut back into hairpin 4 wasn't an option, knowing that then it's pretty much single file over start finish towards the D chicane.
Yeah, it's so Shane Collinson continues a march to the front. Alfie Warbank now 3 seconds behind. He was actually starting to close up a little bit on Andy Collinson, but Collinson is just putting a 42.7. A couple of tenths quicker than Alfie Warbank, so that gap's starting to go back out again. I think it's just a case of Andy Collinson just managing it now and looking after his tyres and getting towards the end.
Shane Collinson trying to squeeze it down the inside of Martin Fisher, getting squeezed and bounced down the curb, and then will hand the place that he won back at that corner on the last lap back to Nathan Jensen as they come over start finish. Collinson still with that fastest lap, although was over a second off that on the last lap as he bounced that kart over the curb. And as we've seen a number of times in road tax, Tom, because they run the chain very, very loose, bouncing them over the curb sometimes can cause that chain to pop off. The clutch at the front is really quite small. you know, they're running 11, 12 teeth at the front end, depending on the gear ratio that they're running, is that it doesn't take much for it to jump off. Andy Hull, out of 11th place, rolls into the pit lane, and it's an early end to heat number 1 for Hull. Will still pick up heat points, though, from 11th place, having completed more than half race distance.
Yeah, we're already, we've only got just over 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. We've got a contact warning going out for Shane Collinson. That must have been for the hairpin 3 incident.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was contact with the curb or with the kart, but I think he did both.
But still got it all to do with regards to Nathan Jensen and Martin Fisher. Jensen now looking pretty racy on the back of Martin Fisher and potentially making a move here into hairpin 4. Decides against it and tucks back in. Shane Collinson had dropped off the back a little bit that previous lap, but seems to be moving forward again now. So there's Collinson from Warbank, Fisher, Jensen, Shane Collinson, then it's Kieran Savage, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Arthur Lowthian. We've had a retirement. Andy Hull has retired from the race. Not sure why. Didn't see them come into the pits.
Yeah, he rolled in, so at least he's not out there on track. No yellow flags. Jensen now up into 3rd place, having found a way past Martin Fisher. Been really impressed with Nathan Jensen, Tom, over the winter series. It seems really strange that, obviously, in terms of stepping up from junior to senior, it's just a case of popping a restrictor out, but seems to be much more comfortable in the senior than what he was in the junior. Now competing right towards the front here at Teesside in the senior. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, but he was more of a midfield runner in the junior ranked, but straight towards the front in senior. It seems to be much more to his liking, having a little bit more power under him.
Well, he's taken that restrictor out and now he's been unleashed, hasn't he? He's all the power and the fury that he's had behind the wheel and not being able to go as quick as he can.
I knew something was coming like that because you were angling to try and get in to find a punchline.
Ah, yeah. Anyway,
he's back, ladies and gents.
He's been unleashed as Nathan Jensen and is on for a first podium here in the senior class. Alfie Warbank has closed that gap up again to Andy Collinson now. It's back under 3 seconds. It's down to 2.4. But as I said, I think Collinson is now just looking after his tyres now for the rest of the day.
Yeah, race management preservation for Collinson out at the front. Gap's 2.4. So
got the deal done in the first 2 laps, didn't he, really? And has just been managing that gap ever since.
Warbank took a 1/4 of a second out of him in the previous lap. 11 seconds remaining in this race. So Collinson will probably be met by the last lap board. He will, because he's down to 4, 3, 2, 1, and last lap board will be out as Andy Collinson comes over the start-finish line this time to complete lap number 14. 15 will be his last as he makes his way over start-finish. The gap went down by another 1/4 of a second or so from Warbank to 2.1. Certainly not going to be close enough. The top 4, 5, 6 even now with Kieran Savage closing in upon Shane Collinson in front, but all fairly evenly spread. Then you've got Ashley Savage with Paul Swan and Arthur Lowthian nose to tail going down that back straight. Your race leader though on screen, Andy Collinson, with a comfortable gap heading towards the checkered flag and victory in heat number 1 for senior Rotax for Andy Collinson from Alfie Warbank and Nathan Jensen, your top 3 in front of Martin Fisher, Shane Collinson, Kieran Savage. Then it's going to be Ashley Savage, Arthur Lowthian and Paul Swan. Lowthian getting through on the final lap. They come through far more spread out than what they were prior to as they went onto the back straight. So they've had a bit more field spread in that one as Lowthian finds a way past Paul Swan on the final lap.
So that brings us to an end of senior Rotax heat number 1. Congratulations to Andy Collinson. Alfie Warbank and then, of course, Nathan Jensen taking his first pole position. Fastest lap went to Shane Collinson with that 42.494 on lap 7. There were 15 laps in total completed, so around about half race distance when those tyres really started to kick in. And they were pushing very, very hard at that point. So that brings us on to our first heat of the Mini Max and Inter Max class, which we will move on to quickly so that we can walk you through what exactly that means. So coming up, heat number 1, Intermax and Minimax. Yep, so coming up is that heat number 1 of Mini and Intermax. Here we go with the grid for your Minimax and Intermax heat number 1. It is going to be Alfie McBain taking pole position with Alex Lynn in P2, then Amy Peacock in 3rd, Ben Robinson in 4th, and 5th place goes to Sebastian Benson. Then it's Charlie Eyeball in 6th, Ben Adrian in 7th, Riley Sims Ezard in 8th, and Mason Webster in 9th. And over the line, green flag is up, down, and we are already away and racing here very quick to get this grid underway. And we've already got somebody off around the national loop. David, I'm missing who that number is.
Can't see anybody, Tom. Looks like everybody's
7, I think.
Oh, it's Alfie McBain.
Alfie McBain, yeah, sorry.
Sitter, down towards the tail end of the field now. Amy Peacock's come through for the lead with Alex Lynn and Ben Adrian now up into 3rd place already. Adrian didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday. The kart wouldn't start in the dummy grid. Yeah, just looking at a quick, Alfie McBain just couldn't get the kart turned in. Just having a quick look on the internal replay that we've got here. Adrian up into 2nd place now, sweeping through past Alex Lynn. Amy Peacock, though, leading the way from Ben Adrian, then Alex Lynn. Then it's Ben Robinson in front of Sebastian Benson. Riley Sims Ezard in the Mini 950, just in front of Charlie Eyeball, Alfie McBain and Mason Webster.
Yeah, it was Alfie McBain's new Tony Kart livery that was throwing me off, because that's not his usual livery scheme that I'm certainly used to anyway. But very loosey-goosey for Alfie McBain at the moment. The car all over the place as he's coming through the national loop and hairpin 1 and 2, really fighting the kart all the way around, and has gone from pole position down to 5.2 seconds off the lead in a lap and a half.
Yeah, qualified yesterday, Tom, very well on the wet tyres. Looks like he's got fairly new slicks on there at the moment. Seems to be struggling to get that kart pitched in. Peacock opens up a gap of 2.5 tenths of a second on the previous lap. It's out to 1.1 now from Ben Adrian. Then it's Alex Lynn. Lynn's going to come under pressure in a few moments' time, though, for 3rd place from Ben Robinson, who seems to be closing in the number 97 in the 1 of 2 Lando Norris coloured karts. He's down the inside now of Alex Lynn, down that back straight. Lynn's not going to have the opportunity here to turn in. He's going to have to hold it round the outside. We know it's a little bit slippier out there, as you can see, with him having to fight that one with a little bit of oversteer around that corner. Ben Robinson now is through and up into 3rd place.
Peacock going through now, but it is Adrian setting the fastest lap of the race so far, a 45.132. We've got 2 different classes here as well, David. We didn't quite get a chance to run through them at the start of this due to a couple of technical issues that we were having here at the track, but we've got these 2 different classes now. While the race has started to settle down a little bit, do you want to kind of run us through them?
Yeah, well, you could see it there on screen just between as Riley Sims Ezard's 45 and Charlie Eyeball's number 10 kart come through. They are noticeably different in size, so the engine is there or thereabouts the same. There is a slight variance between the 2 of them depending on what chassis you run. So effectively, what is now being called 22 spec Mini is what we'd expect to see. Ben Adrian takes 6 tenths of a second, Tom, out of Amy Peacock. We're going to come back to that because at the lead at the front, we've got Ben Adrian now right on the back of Amy Peacock. The top 2 going onto the back straight now, almost nose to tail. Adrian taking a chunk of time, 8 to almost 7 tenths of a second out of Peacock. and Ben Adrian, who didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday, showing a case really of what could have been. He's down the inside into hairpin 3, and we've got a change for the lead. Adrian in front of Peacock now at the front of Mini. So these two karts on the screen, Tom, are what we're going to be calling 22 spec Mini. So it's the 2022 size chassis with the Minimax engine on it. What is now going to be known as Mini 950, or going forward at national level will be Inter Mini, which is intermediate Mini, is the smaller chassis, because what we were finding is that everyone was jumping out of a really small Honda Cadet into a really a very powerful Minimax on a full-size chassis, and it was taking a bit of a transition to get there. So people now are going onto that 950 chassis, so that's going to be the class range going forward from pretty much next year on. This year is very much a transition year for Minimax, hence why we've got two different types of chassis and different classes throughout the country as well in Mini.
So to simplify it for a man like myself, who is a man of simple means,
agreed,
and very little brain,
also agreed.
So basically, it's a Minimax engine on a Cadet chassis.
Yes, yeah, but it's
and then you've got another class out there now, which is what the 2022 spec chassis, which is a much larger, almost full-size chassis with the same Minimax engine on it, with a couple of little tweaks in it.
A couple of little tweaks, different weight limit as well, of course, the chassis being a lot bigger. So the weight limit higher for the 22 spec. Ben Adrian's got a gap now of 1.9 seconds, as Ben Robinson has also reeled in the early pace setter, Amy Peacock, Tom. These two, no strangers to each other, having raced at the front of Honda Cadet last year, and we now see Ben Robinson right on the back of Amy Peacock for second place.
What I would say as well is, just while we're monitoring this, is that they've clearly done quite a bit of research with the in terms of the power and the weight of these smaller chassis compared to the larger ones, because Riley Sims-Ezard is running very, very similar pace and very, very similar times to the people around him who are on these bigger chassis.
Yeah, Alfie McBain's just put a move down the inside of Sebastian Benson. That's going to move him up into 5th place.
And
as you say,
Ben Robinson's just taken 2nd place away from Amy Peacock.
Great move from Robinson. Yeah, as you were saying though, with Sims-Ezard right in the mix there with Lynn, Benson, McBain, Eibel on the back of him as well.
It's like a balance of performance almost, isn't it? It's,
there's five.
It's been done very well.
There's five of them running nose to tail.
Yes.
From 4th place, which was Alex Lynn, but now is the Alfie McBain, Tom, who seems like it was they got the tyre pressures wrong on lap 1 or 2, but seemed to be coming very nicely to him for the rest of the race.
Yeah, 46.4, so he's still quite a way off what Ben Adrian's doing, and even Ben Robinson as well. So now he's got clean air. Now McBain's got clean air. He's worked his way through that pack of 4 to become the front of the 5. We'll see what he can do in terms of lap time.
Riley Sims-Ezard, who in the last 4 or 5 months has gone from racing Honda Cadet to racing Micromax to now jumping up into Mini as well. So he's had a really fast transition through. Another one of them drivers, Tom, that the Honda wasn't to his liking at all. And as soon as he jumped in the Micromax, was bang on pace. And now with what will be his 1st or 2nd race now into Mini, is running comfortably with some much more established drivers. So he makes his way through there in the 45 in the Gillard colours.
And this Inter Mini is designed as exactly what it says. It's an intermediate class. It's a transitional year, essentially. It's like a 1-year class.
I know. Well, into next year it will fill more of a gap, because the issue generally with Minimax on this 22 spec chassis is that it was a 1-year class. You jump out a Honda Cadet at 11 or 12, do 1 year of Mini, and then you'd be straight into Junior at 13. And some drivers, because back then the Honda Cadet, remember, it used to be to the year of your 13th birthday at Motorsport UK level. Now it's the year of your 12th. So you possibly in the past have jumped straight from Honda Cadet, for example, into a Junior Rotax. And that is obviously too big.
Yeah.
People were doing Minimax for 1 year, which meant the class never thrived. So now they've sort of had a bit of a change round in the ages, and it's going to a case that now where you're effectively going to look at spending 2 years in each class as you make your way through.
Which is how it should be.
Out of Cadet, you're going to have 2 years of Mini, a couple, 3 years maybe of Junior, and then into Senior, because I think that's going to come down as well, I believe, to the into the year of your 16th rather than you've got to be 16 eventually. So that's going to be to align us a bit more with what racing's like over on the continent. The last lap board is out though for Ben Adrian. He's got a gap of 4.5 seconds as he makes his way down the back straight and round the South Bank corner. The O plate, having won that here between Christmas and New Year, used to seeing him racing the number 48, Tom. He's got the O plate on and he's doing it justice as he exits hairpin number 4 for the final time. Ben Adrian comes through to take victory in heat number 1 for Mini Rotax from Ben Robinson and Amy Peacock will complete your top 3.
Then it is going to be Alfie McBain in 4th place, who has recovered well and has gapped the 4 behind him as well. So really struggled on that opening couple of laps, but a good recovery drive, and will line up in P2 on that outside row for heat number 2. So not a bad starting position to be in after those trials and tribulations.
All of our minis there, Tom, actually came straight into the pit lane. You can see here why some of them managed to get the break early on. And that's because they've got wet tyres on.
Yes.
Even though it's dry out there now, pretty much this, with the exception of a bit of
they're very
water,
used wets, aren't they?
With the exception of a bit of water offline, Tom. Slicks were the way to go there, of course. Adrian, Robinson and Peacock, I think. Mason Webster's hands there, a little bit cold. Just giving them. So now you'll see the front runners.
There we go, on slicks.
And maybe that's why McBain was struggling in the first corner to get it stopped, and Amy Peacock's on wet. She went well at the start and then started to fall backwards in terms of pace.
Yeah.
Already, though, making their way out onto the grid, Tom. The next race of the day here. It's time for heat number 1 in Junior Rotax.
Oh, we've already got one off on the outside. That is the
Addison
15.
Smith, Tom.
Yeah, Addison Smith has gone round on the rolling up lap, so may have to start right at the back of the grid because they are all forming up just one rolling up lap here this year at Teesside compared to the 2 that we had last year.
Yeah, he was due to go off the front row as well, Tom, so he's going to have to, unless they're not into position, he might get saving grace here, but at the moment
I think they're going to roll round again.
James Philip Byrne.
Are they going to go again?
And we're going again. Addison Smith effectively there, Tom, gets the stay of execution, really.
Is he going to find his way back through, though? He's trying to, but I'm not sure he's supposed to be doing that.
No, they've got a rolling up lap, so he should be able to get back into P2. The issue they've got now is that everyone's warming their tyres, and he's got to get through nice and cleanly. The front row will be James Philip Byrne and Addison Smith, if he can get back there, with Sam Robson and Melissa Adrian row 2, Joseph Yao and Jared Fox-Whiteley on row number 3. Then it's Luke Walton and Oscar Waugh, Max Wilkinson and Monroe Renard. Complete your 10 runners in Junior Rotax. Smith is back, and I get the feeling what he's doing there, Tom, at the moment to warm them tyres up was what may well have caught him out last time.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, you can see how aggressive he's been with that warm-up.
You do have to be like that you have to get the tyres switched on, as they say, to get the heat cycle through them. Into position they go then. James Philip Byrne on the inside. Orange and green kart will dictate the pace as they come through. And we are underway and racing. Smith from the outside, though, Tom, will look to sweep through and does. We've got a driver round and facing the wrong way. We've got 2 or 3 more off. Looks like we've got Monroe Renard off on the outside as well. Not quite sure who was the instigator in that one. Don't know if we'll manage to catch a replay before
we've got
the end of
somebody
this race.
So far off there on the international circuit. Not sure who that is. I'll try and pick them up as they come through the pick a number up as they come through the wiggles.
Addison Smith, though, Tom, has bolted at the front of this one. Jared Fox-Whiteley already with the helmet tapped to Melissa Adrian behind, imploring the 10 to push him along onto the back of Addison Smith. Just having a quick look at Smith over the line. Slick tyres as well, because they've got a very fine red line round the outside of the slick tyres, so you're able to pick them up. So Addison Smith then taking a very, very wide line round hairpin 1, Tom, just trying to get the kart pitched in. running out of grip on the inside, but finding it on the outside in these cold conditions.
It was Monroe Renard who went right the way off the track and you know, almost into the awnings.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who it was that was the first spinner in there. It could have been War or Walton, because I definitely saw a 2 on the Nauseo panel, which was facing back towards the commentary box when we should have only been seeing rear bumpers.
So it is Smith, then Fox Whiteley, then we've got Adrian and Yao nose to tail, then we have James Philip Byrne, then Max Wilkinson, Sam Robson will come over the line in 7th place in the 58 kart, and there he goes. And then we're going to have Oscar Ward, Luke Walton and Monroe Renard. Jared Fox Whiteley with the quickest lap of the race on lap 2. So rehoming back in on the back of Anderson Smith, who got off to an absolute flyer.
0.6 of a second quicker on the previous lap was Jared Fox Whiteley. He'll still be in P2 when they come over the line, but interesting to see whether that gap drops below the 1 second mark. 0.6 quicker on the previous lap. 0.3 quicker this lap as well. Starting to home back in, as you say, Tom, on the back of Addison Smith in front. So Smith with the fast start, the gap there down to 0.7 of a second. And the reigning Minimax champion closing back in on Addison Smith at the front. Pin 2 they go. They've got Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao not too far back as Yao tries to nibble a nose down the inside. Adrian has a radiator flap adjustment, try and get some more power out of that engine. The leading duo, though, breaking away at a rate of around 0.4 of a second. Adrian's going to get embroiled in a battle for 3rd place. Yao.
Yeah, these two have been nose to tail pretty much since the start of the race, and they have been line astern, so there's not been much in the way of overtaking so far. Fox Whiteley pumps in another fastest lap of the race, and that gap is down to 0.3 of a second for the lead of this one as we look at Adrian and Yao still.
Oh, it's down to about 3 millimetres now, Tom. He's stamped one down the inside of hairpin number 1.
Through.
He came from about 2 metres back, got that one stamped on the brakes and got through down the inside into hairpin 1. You'll now catch him in a few moments as we pan out. The orange helmet now in front, and Jared Fox Whiteley, at the moment at least, getting the season off to the start he was hoping for.
Well, that's interesting from Smith as well, because Smith was obviously flying the first 2 laps.
Not sure why, Tom, but
Really
on the overhead gantry, plus 5 second penalty for the 15 of Addison Smith.
Is that for retaking his position, do you think, at the start, or after he'd spun, or is he supposed to start at the back?
I'm not sure. What, I don't know.
Oh, we've got a contact warning
and then
as well.
A contact warning for Smith. Could that be... Don't know, because he was on the opening lap. He was through, wasn't already leading by the time they went round the first corner. He'd swept all the way round the outside. So unless he's closed the door that we couldn't see and basically tipped the second place into a spin that's caused the rest of the concertina effect, I don't know. But still, contact warning for Smith. Needs to open up a gap now to Joseph Yao of 5 seconds so that is mitigated, I believe. Although now it's just showing as a contact warning. Initially it showed as +5 and then contact warning. So not sure whether the +5 will be applied, Tom, because it was up on the screen for 4 or 5 seconds and then got changed. So I'll try and get confirmation from race control as to whether it is a +5 added or whether it should have just been a contact warning. We'll confirm that. But in any case, just for his own peace of mind, he could do with opening that gap up to 5 seconds to Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao, who continue to battle it out at the moment over 2nd place. Over 3rd place, sorry. Yao was in front, and then looks like now it's Adrian back there. Fox Whiteley closed up and got through, Tom, at a fair rate of knots, but hasn't been able to shake off Addison Smith. He's like a shadow at the moment, all over the back of the 22, and fastest lap of the race. Maybe they've played the long game with Addison Smith here in terms of tyres. I know he is...
Well, he went off like a scalded cat on the opening couple of laps and then very quickly got reeled in by Fox Whiteley. So maybe he thought he was doing a bit of a Collinson in senior road tax and thought he was done and dusted in the opening couple of laps. But Fox Whiteley has put paid to that and has come through. And now Addison Smith's had a bit of a wake-up and is going with Fox Whiteley. The gap to Adrian was 2.9 seconds. Let's see what it is as they come over the line this time. So that's them. That's Fox Whiteley and Smith across the line. Adrian puts in a fastest lap of the race, brings that gap down to 2.8 seconds. So if there is going to be a 5-second penalty applied to Addison Smith, He's still got a long way to go. He's got 2.3 seconds really to be comfortable to hold that second place.
Watched Melissa Adrian last weekend, Tom, at another venue, and didn't have great heats in the final, though. She was absolutely unreal. Like 3-4 tenths quicker than anybody else on track, lap on lap. She came through from outside of the top 20 to finish inside the top 10, made up 14 places last weekend. As the leaders now encounter some lap traffic as they head towards the national loop. It looks like that's is that Luke Walton in front of them, potentially in the 12. It is, and does well to just move offline and let the leaders through. Jared Fox-Whiteley.
We've got Joseph Yao in the pits. Joseph Yao was showing in the pits on our timing column. Not sure what's happened there, because we're flying along behind Melissa Adrian. Dropped 2 seconds back though on that lap.
Death there now, Tom,
and has come into the pits. So
promote James.
Not sure what's happened to Joseph Yao, but as you say, yes. So that's Philip Byrne. That's going to put Philip Byrne up to 4th, Wilkinson up to 5th, Renard in 6th, War in 7th, Walton in 8th, and Sam Robson in 9th. And that is all of our runners here. There were just 9 on this one. But Fox-Whiteley still leading. That gap now out to 0.4 of a second, and will be starting to Addison Smith will be starting to lose the slipstream now from Jared Fox-Whiteley, and we can possibly see that gap start to magnify and grow and grow and grow if Addison Smith does manage to lose that toe. Melissa Adrian could then come back into play. She has been quick on the last couple of laps.
2 minutes remaining then, plus 1 lap in this junior Rotax opening heat. Then we've got micros and then senior pro karts to complete that first cycle of running. You see James Philip Byrne and Luke Walton on screen at the moment as Burton looks to try and find a way through the traffic. Can't find a way through down the inside of hairpin 1, although does finally find a way past Luke Walton, who's currently running in 8th place.
Now you see Philip Byrne's colour scheme. Obviously we've already talked about these colours already today, but that colour scheme is almost exactly how, when I was a kid, I wanted my bedroom decorated in those colours, and was flatly told, no, you're not allowed.
I can imagine how that conversation went. Mum, do you have any spare sky blue and orange paint going? And she's gone, no, Thomas.
I think it was more of a case of why. But I also wanted to I think it wasn't just this. The extra factor was that I actually wanted to get an old car tyre, dip it in black paint and run it up the walls so it looked like a car had driven up my wall. I think that was the deciding factor in my interior decoration career, is down the pan. So we've got 40 seconds to go as they come across the line. So that will be plus 1 lap. So this will be your penultimate lap of the race. It is Fox-Whiteley leading, who has also set the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap 9, a 42.8. Down in the 43s at the moment. Very, very low end of the 43s, but still a couple of tenths off the quickest. That gap is now growing significantly out to Addison Smith now that he's lost the toe. We've got Melissa Adrian hanging fire with Fox-Whiteley in terms of time, certainly matching, which means that she is closing in on the back of Addison Smith, but with 1.8 seconds behind, that's going to be pretty difficult to close on this final lap.
One more lap then for Addison Smith, who hold on from Melissa Adrian, who does once again close in. The gap though is 1.4 seconds, so I think that there might just be too much between them in these final couple of corners. We'll look to report back later on when we've seen as to whether it was actually 5 seconds to Smith or whether it was just the warning, but we'll see what is applied post-race on that one. But Jared Fox-Whiteley gets his championship campaign off on the right foot here, taking victory in heat number 1 for Junior Rotax from Addison Smith and Melissa Adrian, your top 3. We were sort of robbed of a good battle for that 3rd place, Tom, between Adrian and Yao, with Yao coming into the pit lane around about half race distance. James Philip Byrne will come over the line then for P4 in front of the 11 of Max Benson. He's in one of the Teesside Karting Academy machines. I've just clocked that as he comes through with the sticker kit. He's in front of a recovering Monroe Renard and Oscar Waugh and Luke Walton. Should also have Sam Robson coming through as well. He crosses the line now to be classified in P9.
And that brings to an end our first heat of Junior Rotax. We will move on very quickly to our Micromax heat number 1. So Micromax last year we had 3 rounds of Micromax. They came into it fairly late on in the season. We did have a very, very good 3 rounds. We'll bring you that now. Heat number 1. We keep waiting for a sting here at Teesside, but we're having a few issues. So that's why I keep pausing and the sound goes off. But
just a quick one, Tom, before the micros make their way out. They're just heading out. I've just noticed a penalty applied in heat number 1 for Honda Cadet to Mason Dinsdale, the pole sitter. 5 seconds for overtaking under yellow flags. We had a fair amount of yellow flags actually in that race, so that has dropped him down into 8th place when he was, I think he crossed the line just in front of Reece Cranston, didn't he, in P5, so that's dropped him a few places. Senior Road Taxis, 1 penalty for the race winner, Andy Collinson, disqualified underweight.
So Ethan McClellan takes pole position from Caden Simpson, Grayson Crawford in 3rd, Edward Rye in 4th, Drew Davidson 5th and Max Gilman in 6th. There are 6 runners here in Micromax heat number 1.
5 on track though, so we're missing
but only
one.
5 on track, okay.
Yeah, let's play who we're missing.
So we've got...
Rolling start though, through they come. And we're away and racing for the first time here in Micromax. Ethan McClellan will lead into the first corner, but Caden Simpson's managed to put the kart down the inside. Edward Wright on back out for the second time this morning, also racing in Micromax as well. Tentative opening lap, Tom, on these slick tyres for our Rotax runners, and they're going to be 3 wide down the back straight now as Edward Wright looks to pull to the inside, ducks back into the slipstream. And Ethan McClellan will hold on from Caden Simpson, Edward Rye and Max Gilman in 4th place. There's Gilman in the 50 strawberry racing suit.
Showing as number 1 on our timing screen though. Running number 50
yeah,
on.
is his traditional race number.
Okay. But as I say, on our timing system, he's number 1.
Oh, as Simpson and Rye go side by side, and Simpson gets squeezed out into the D chicane. Edward Rye then up into 2nd, Gilman up into 3rd. As we say, very tentative opening few laps, Tom, on the same tyre that the Honda Cadets use, these Dunlops. So, be interesting to see in terms of grip levels what we get for our Micromaxers. They're still running outside of the Honda Cadet dry time.
Yeah, just opening lap though, wasn't it, at the moment? But we'll give them a couple of laps here to get some heat and some temperature into both the tyres and the water systems that run through these engines. Get everything up to speed, and let's see where we're at now. So there's a 50.5. How are we comparing now?
We're there or there, but lap record for Honda we know is a 47.3, so it's low, but that's when the temperatures are optimal. I'd expect them to be running in the low 49s, high 48, low 49s. So heading in the right direction, Tom. The track does look to be pretty dry as long as you can keep it on that dry line. There is still the occasional puddle on the outside. Just going to have a quick look as we see Gilman and Rye going round the South Bank corner Nate Gilman dives down the inside into hairpin number 3 and is through into second place. Now we're not expecting to see any rain for the next 2 hours, and we were expecting to see a little bit of a downpour at 11 o'clock. So all being well, looks like we're going to be dry, at least for the foreseeable, as Gilman puts in the fastest lap, but only a fraction quicker than McClelland in front, and McClelland's got a second at the moment on the rest of the field.
Yes, indeed. It looks fairly comfortable at the moment for Ethan McClelland. We are still only 3 laps into this race, though, so or 3.5 laps now into the race. But Max Gilman, looks like that gap's under a second now.
Looks to be closing, doesn't he? Round the South Bank corner.
It did look comfortable half a lap ago. It certainly doesn't look that way now for Ethan McClelland. As Gilman through hairpin 3 and 4 is taking chunks out of the time gap in front to Ethan McClelland. Edward Ryan third, then we've got Caden Simpson and Grayson Crawford 4th and 5th. Gilman again fastest lap of the race, and that's come down now this time by 0.6 of a second. Amazing what a slipstream will do for you.
Yeah, Gilman now, it's all about finding the way through and finding it through cleanly. A little bit of a bump and run there on McClelland. No harm done, and back into the slipstream as they head down the back straight. Gilman with what looks like a very, very relaxed driving style as well, Tom, with the much more of, you see the more senior driving style with the hands low on the steering wheel in the bottom, whereas the normal, the cadets normally, they go towards the top and
10 and 2.
They pull down a little bit more, don't they? And they go the 10 and 2.
Yeah.
Gilman with that much more, what you'd see a senior driving style, where
4 and 8,
where they push the steering wheel rather than pull it down.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's even higher ones as well. You can see 11 and 1 sometimes. You see 9 and 3. It's all depends on your own personal comfort. But like you say, it is a much more senior driving style to push the wheel rather than pull it down.
Or the 17-year-old Saxo driver one, which is one hand on at 12 o'clock and no other hand on the steering wheel.
It's also the 39-year-old golf driver as well.
How is your new Golf?
It's not so new anymore. Since we last spoke, it's had about 20,000 miles put on it, and that's not an exaggeration.
Gilman then with the fastest lap on lap 4. He's going to come over the line now with a comfortable gap of ballpark 1.5 seconds at a guess. It's lower than that, but it is over the 1 second mark to Ethan McClelland, and he sets another fastest lap, half a second quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. It's Max Gilman of 49.238, the fastest time so far.
Yes, times are coming down as we expected, and the temperatures are starting to ramp up within these karts, although it doesn't really feel like it out on circuit. It does feel a couple of degrees warmer than it was when we first got here this morning, but it's certainly not warm out there by any stretch of the imagination. I think the cloud cover is not particularly helping, although there are a few breaks I can see. Yeah. I can see blue sky through little holes in the cloud.
My toes were cold when I woke up this morning, and they're still cold, so... We're not quite there yet.
Well, I did put the heating on in the commentary box for you, but...
I am sensitive.
Yes. Overly, some would say.
Love you, Tom.
Anyway, so Max Gilman almost matching his fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. As he heads through to on lap number 8. So we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So we'll get another few laps in here in this first heat for Micromax. I was just going to say, we're looking at Edward Rye here coming through.
Yeah, Simpson, though, obviously got squeezed out when those two went through side by side on the at the end of the opening lap. That dropped Simpson down, and Simpson hasn't quite been able to come back yet, but on the previous lap was 0.6 quicker than Edward Rye. As Gilman pumps in another fastest lap. This time, Tom, 0.6 quicker than anybody, rather than that mere half a second that he was last time. 49.152. The time's tumbling here then at Teesside as the track begins to dry fully and rubber in. Caden Simpson, though, now, Tom, noticeably closer once again to Edward Rye. 0.4 of a second taken out of him on the previous lap.
I've noticed that we've still got cones on the inside of the National Loop, though. So while the track is drying out, I wonder whether we've still got some damp patches and maybe even a puddle on the inside of on the national loop. And we'll see if we can get a shot of it as we come through this time round. We're looking at Edward Rye here being hounded now by Caden Simpson. That gap's come down significantly, and that's because Caden Simpson over the last 2 laps has been a full second quicker than Edward Rye. He took 0.4 of a second out of him on lap 8 and another half second out on lap 9, and is looking for a way through now on Edward Rye. Went wide through hairpin 2 there, and that's cost him a lot of time. He had to scrub a lot of speed off. A lot of understeer there for Caden Simpson. Struggled to get the keep the momentum up as he powered on through. It has got the speed on Rye, certainly to be able to reel him back in when that gap goes out. But as I said, we've seen a lot today with the cold temperatures. I think that it's caught a lot of drivers out early morning with snap oversteer and a lot of drifting going on that we've seen. But Caden Simpson going the other way has dialed all of that oversteer out, and he's almost ploughing through hairpin 1 with the front end, just not gripping in the way that it should do to keep that momentum up.
Gilman goes round South Bank corner then for the final time. The gap opened up to 3.5 seconds for the driver who started the day in 5th place. Round hairpin 4, and Max Gilman will come through to take victory, and we'll start heat number 2 then from pole position in the start where you finish format that we employ here at Teesside Autodrome. Ethan McClellan gets second. Simpson and Rye drag race to the line. Simpson looked like he snatched it in terms of position, and finally on timing it's confirmed. Caden Simpson 3rd place by action of a second from Edward Rye on the line.
17 hundredths of a second, David.
And then Grayson Crawford will come through in heat number 5.
It's about half the width of a front tyre that you can see there. That was the difference.
It looked almost there where it was like Wacky Racers, where all of a sudden Simpson's nose just pushed forwards just as they came over the line in order to snatch that 3rd place. As soon as you say 700ths of a second, the difference between Simpson and Rye. Simpson in 3rd, Rye in 4th, and Grayson Crawford completes his first race in our Micromax class in 5th place.
So that brings to an end heat number 1 and of Micromax, and will bring us heat number 1 of our final race of the heats, or certainly of heat number 1 cycle anyway, which is going to be our Pro Kart class. David's got news.
I do have news, and it's news for not just for us, Tom, the viewers at home, but also for the entire paddock. From now on, the meeting has been declared dry. It is a dry meeting. From now on, that means everybody is on slick tyres until told otherwise.
Okay. So with that in mind, we will move on to our final race of the cycle. As said before, we will to Senior Pro Kart. So Senior Pro Kart is certainly not a new class here, but we've got an all-new format for 2023, which we'll run you through very shortly. So we're on a random grid, rolling start formation.
That's
as
the new,
well. This is the new thing, and we've also got new classes as well, which we'll try and get through as quickly as we can. We've got a huge amount of karts to get through on this rolling up lap. So pole position goes to Joe Grinsell, then it's Lennon French, George Ludwell, David Brewis, Max Shields, and Scott Blackburn. Then we have Harry Roddis, Alban Dowell, Christian Oblag, Jess Alexander, Simon Doughty, and Brandon Truman Reddish in 12th. Then we have Lee Austin, David Brown, Josh Falkus, Jack Hewland, Connor Lucas going off 17th, and Tom Hewland in 18th. 19th goes to Caitlin Frame, then it's Oscar Buckley, Liam Gallup, Matthew Hauschby, Jacob Cardani and Marty Gilfillan. And then it's James Kay in 25th with Danny Bean, James Wilson, Alfie King, Sean Feehan and Amy Freeman. We are already underway here. Oh no, sorry, tell a lie, we're going round again. I missed that part.
Oh, heavy contact, Tom, over start finish. The race is, we're rolling round, we're not underway here. We've got a driver out of the kart at the moment here, Tom, over start finish. We've got a couple off as the tail of the field didn't know that the race wasn't going ahead, and for everybody's safety at the moment, we've just brought this one to a close. Brought this one to a red flag at the moment.
Is it Leon Wilson?
It is Leon Wilson. What we'll do, we'll just report when we know that everybody is okay. But that didn't look great, Tom. In terms of the,
I think it's the new format has caught a few people out.
Yeah,
Let's just put it that way at the moment.
The start line marshal as well, Tom. We had a few off, and he was behind the tyre wall, and he took some heavy impact as well.
Yeah.
So he's hobbling at the moment. We hope he's okay. Indeed, the famous saying of "breathe through it" is being employed at the moment by the start line marshal.
So we're going to have a pause here. So that actually will give us a little bit of time here to talk things through
Just waiting, because I know it's just being radioed through, Tom. I think the medical team will be making their way onto track in a few moments' time. They are just mobilising now. The field has been stopped at on the way through the chicane. It was like the front of the field were told to roll round, and it looked like the tail of the field.
Here we go. Look, we've got some of the experienced drivers as well. So I can see Connor and Josh talking to Joe Gristle at the front of the grid, and they're having a bit of a discussion about how rolling starts should work.
I think it wasn't, the first half of the field were closed up, Tom.
Yeah.
It was like, obviously, but they have to close up earlier in order to allow the tail of the field to close up. So by the time they get to South Bank, they have to be going pretty much at walking pace. Because
the back end of the field is still coming through hairpin one.
Yeah, because it takes they're coming out of the pro karts here. It takes they're pretty much having to come out of the dummy grid side by side, single file. Is that it takes a long time for them to get into position.
Yeah.
Now, rolling starts, we've employed them all throughout the winter series for those runners that have done the winter series. So it's not new for some, but it will be for others. So runners out of their karts now, but it is just a case where the pace needs to be slow as they come over, and it's not really a case of it being too slow either, because the plugs don't oil up in the same way it does for road taxi.
Yeah, so I'm just having a look at the starting order again. So we're going to have a look through this, because we've got these 4 different classes here, 5 different classes in fact, now in pro kart, whereas before we had only 4 classes, and then we had a separate race for juniors.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see much. I don't think the 40s class is going to be so much this year, but I think we're looking at finding a.
We've got Simon Doughty.
Yeah, so I think but I think
in a class of 1.
I think he'll be reclassified later on, because I think we're going to look at changing that ever so slightly. But juniors are now going off the back as well, so that does make you 5th class. So.
But also Simon Doughty, give him credit where it's due. He is in a class of 1.
He is in a class of 1. He was for at least 1 race last year, Tom.
There you go, clip that up, Simon.
He drove off into the distance, didn't he?
He did. He certainly did.
He had a superb victory last year.
He did, and it was well deserved as well. So, we've got just going on to the 5 different classes we've got. So we've already mentioned the 40s class. That's anybody that's over 40 years of age, but it's not going to be happening, as we said. So Simon Doughty is the only one in that at the moment, but that will be changing. Then we've got the pro class, which is your top seeded drivers. They're going off in the pro class. Then we've got a clubman class, which is your sort of second tier of drivers, ones who don't run a novice plate, but aren't seeded into the top level. Then we have, as before mentioned, your novice runners. So these are new to karting, new to Teesside, new to pro karts, something like that, but not in a seeded category.
Yeah, at the moment
we might have a Shane Collinson or an Andy Collinson come in, would be a novice in pro kart essentially, but huge amounts of experience in karting. So
what we also have as well, Tom, in that is
play.
we have a lot of juniors that have moved up for the first time.
Yes.
I can see them to an extent being reclassified after this round, because we've got a lot of experienced runners in there that are being shown as effective novices, but have had a lot of running in the junior category. And
Your Marty Gilfillans and Danny Beans and Amy Frame.
Yeah, and as we saw last year, particularly and this morning on the practices, there is 0.2 of a second really between junior and senior front runners.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of the spec, it's a less powerful engine, but they had 20 kilos less on last year. The actual speed difference isn't too much, as Leon Wilson's machine is being pushed in. Just to report back to those at home, Leon is now standing, which is good to see, just giving the thing. So if you are watching at home, and I'm sure everybody will pass on their best regards to Leon Wilson. Looks like he's up, just having just the once over with the medic. So what we'll do, Tom, is we'll dip into some comments just as we are at the moment. As we've got Catherine Donachie, she says, good luck to all those moving up into senior pro karts, especially Sophie Pawsey. Well, yesterday actually she tested the senior spec machinery, and then went actually back down into the junior spec, Tom, because she was having to the amount of weight that they were putting on that kart. There is Sophie Pawsey actually in the white suit to the right hand side, with one of Max Shields' old helmet on. She's gone back to running junior spec because she was having to put 35 kilos on that kart, and that was. And I agree with what her dad was saying. He says that's quite a lot to put on a kart. That, you know, we've seen incidents in the past. We know motorsport's dangerous. If that kart goes over, it's a lot of weight to then lift back off. When without weight, it's 95 kilos.
Yeah.
With the two engines,
just heavy enough.
Add 35 on as well, and then it's getting to a point where it's very difficult. Looked like she was getting some assistance there with one of the engines being restarted.
We've also had Alfie King duck into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, be interesting to see whether that's just a case so they can get something fixed and get him back out.
Yes,
because he was one of the drivers involved
that went off
at the start.
Yes, took a while to get going as well. So whether there's been some damage there, and has been given permission to either get that fixed and get back out, or move off in a safe manner and get it back into the pit lane and retire. Looks like our start line marshal is walking a little bit easier as well, so hopefully good news all round in terms of people being up and well. So it looks like we will get going again fairly shortly, we hope, and we will go for one more rolling up lap, which I think, you know, in fairness, this has been the first rolling start at Teesside that some drivers will have done, but also certainly the first one this season here. So it's been a bit of a baptism of fire for some, but it'll be a rude awakening as well. And they will all be now very aware of the situation and also the consequences if they get it wrong. So hopefully we'll get going again here very, very soon. And young Leon Wilson is being able to walk off the track unassisted, so that's very, very good news in terms of Leon's health, and is being, as I say, walking away unassisted off the track.
Yeah,
so hopefully,
looks like he's just giving the leg a bit of a rub on the way off.
Like he's got a tight hammy.
Yeah, dead leg or something like that. Yeah. But hopefully we see Leon back out
absolutely,
again.
Absolutely. That's the key thing. We hope to see Leon back out.
Do you know,
on track.
Tom, he's getting a round of applause on the way off. That's lovely, that. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, and this is what we say about Teesside. It is the best paddock in the country. There is no doubt about it in my mind that we are in the happiest paddock in the country. Everybody just supports everybody else. So it looks like we're going to get going in a moment. Our start line marshal has... Oh, he's here. He is back here now. Looks like we're about to get going.
Looks like someone's brought him a bacon sandwich as well. That will definitely make his leg feel better.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's medicinal bacon. That's what it is.
Right, we just wait for them to go. So what we're going to have off the front row then will be Joe Grinsell off pole position. Alongside him will be affectionately known, I believe, as the Flying Farmer, Lennon French. He's had some support in from Natasha French. So the 2021 Junior Pro Kart champion, that class won by Harvey Still last year. he's going to go off the outside of the front row.
I'll tell you what I've noticed as well. We've got Connor and Josh nose to tail.
So, mate, it's great to see. It's
mid pack as well.
Do you know
this is going to be fiery.
It's great to see the big hitters back though. Connor Lucas running the O plate, Josh Volkus running the traditional MS Kart 43, Jess Alexander, who made that switch into the Apollo, now running the 113 rather than her traditional number 20. In the, you know, we've probably got pound for pound certainly round here at least, the 3 best pro karters in the country on the same grid.
Yeah, and they're all going off mid-pack as well. So
yeah, Jess off P10, Josh off 15th, Connor off 17th.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting and lively race. Is this one? Don't forget your novices are at the back and the juniors are even further back behind them. Here we go.
Nice and slow, Tom, as they come through. Grimsel then dictating the pace.
This looks a lot better at the moment.
I remember doing a rolling start once at PF in Pro Kart with 50, so when they do it in BPEC, green and we're away and racing for the first time as they make the straight run then down towards the national loop for the first time. No chicane as per the road taxes. Looks like we've got French down into 3rd place. Shields is up into 4th. Not sure who that is. It's in the 13.
Is in 3rd now as he's gone through on Lennon French already.
Yeah, it's George Ludwell, Tom, with a great start. Yellow flag out at the first corner. We've got a couple off with the 115. I think that's Courtney Barraclough, who had absolutely nowhere to go. And it could be the 11, I think, of Scott Blackburn, who was spun out of the midfield pack. And then Barraclough had nowhere to go. And then looks like we've got a problem, I think. And that kart is going to be dragged clear, I think, for Scott Blackburn, and by the look of it, it looks like a snap track rod. Over the line then for the first time, and it's Joe Grinsell from Max Shields, and it's Ludwell, Connor Lucas and Josh Volkus already up into 4th and 5th respectively. Yellow flag is being waved though, Tom, at hairpin 1. No overtaking opportunity. It's going to be single file. There's already Lucas was through on Ludwell, Tom, but there was a yellow flag shown at the national loop, so I'm not sure whether that's going to get picked up. We've got Ludwell round on the back straight on the grass, spins to the inside, out of the way, got out up onto the bumpy stuff, arms up off the steering wheel, was forced wide, Tom, onto that rumble strip on the outside. The kart goes light and Ludwell spins down the field after a very encouraging start for the 13. Out at the front though, the top 3, still nose to tail. Grinsell still leading the way from Shields and Lucas.
Well, Lucas punched the air as he came onto the back straight as well, so I'm not sure whether he realised he'd overtaken under yellow or not, but sets the fastest lap of the race anyway. Can't believe that we've got Lucas and Volkus all.
Oh, contact, Tom! Contact into hairpin 1. Shields tried to go down the inside of Grinsell, then Lucas tried to go down the inside of Shields, tipped Shields into a half spin. That's going to drop him down. Lucas puts his arm up there, I think, in acknowledgement, but it was really a concertina effect because Shields had already gone for half a move down the inside of Grinsell, with Lucas lining up a similar move as well. And effectively, with Shields going into the rear quarter of Grinsell, then Lucas in the back, it just tipped him half sideways. And then, to be fair, he managed to get it straightened up as well, with a bit more help from Connor Lucas.
Yeah, certainly a lively start to this race, as we thought it would be. Jess Alexander puts in the fastest lap of the race, already up to 5th. So, as we said, the top-seeded runners are already starting to make their way right up to the front and the sharp end of this race.
Great battle going on there now with Alexander, because they've got Brewis just in front. Alexander, then it's Shields with French and Dougherty on the back. That'll takes you down to P number 8. Then they've got a gap back then to David Brown and Christian Oblag, who was another one of the top 3 in the juniors last year, having taken 3rd place. Shields down the inside of Brewis with a robust move. Warning for the 13, that's George Ludwell.
And the 43, so that's Josh Volkus as well. So that must have been the coming together. We've also got a warning out for the 13 as well. Oh, no, that is Ludwell. Sorry, that just stayed on a little bit longer. So we've got Ludwell. And there is Lucas going for the lead on Grinsell. Volkus trying to follow through in one move and does. That was clean as you like from Volkus. Lovely move. Little point to Lucas as well to say, right, head down, chap, and away we go. Let's work together and sort this out on the final lap.
This is almost, we've got yellow flag for a driver off at the national. This is almost like watching the British, where everyone's in the same colour kart and the same suit, and you just have to hope that they've got a different colour helmet.
Yeah. Well, Lucas has gone back to his, what, 3-4-year-old helmet now?
Yeah.
Rather than the fluorescent yellow one that we've seen a few times as well.
Yeah, but to be fair, he only wears the fluorescent yellow when it's definitely not going to rain and the sun's out.
It's his fair weather helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, already at the front, Lucas and Folkus. How many times have we said that over the last few years?
Keep an eye out, though, Tom, on P4. Jess Alexander taking 7/10 of a second out of Joe Grinzel in third place, and not too far back there either. If Alexander can't get straight through, then that's going to allow Shields to close up the 3 or 4 kart lengths in the background, and he's going to have an opportunity to have a run at Grinzel as well.
Yeah, yeah. Shields, of course, had that flying start, was right up there, and then had that unfortunate incident with
traffic for Alexander into the D chicane. Shields has swept through, and he's actually gained 2 or 3 kart lengths, Tom, because of that.
Folkus with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.1, but making no attempt at all to overtake Lucas at the moment.
Playing that long game, Tom, really, because in the end, it's all about...
Well, it's the team game at the moment, isn't
it?
The
difference being is that obviously in the heats, there's only 1 point difference. It's 50 to 49, then 48 and sequential all the way down in the heat. When it comes to the final, it's 65, 58, then down to 53. So that's where your big point swing is. Just got to get towards the front, Tom. Give you half a chance in that final, and then turn it into a proper battle in the final. Having said that, I have never, ever seen Josh Folkus settle for second place. Nor have I seen Connor Lucas, actually.
No. Well, this is it, isn't it? I saw the other day it was 10 years since we'd had the multi-21 incident. Just thought I'd throw that out there. There's a little anniversary. Are we going to see something similar this weekend? Probably not, in fairness. It's not like Howard to throw team orders out there, is it?
No, you were here for the 21 British 24, weren't you?
I don't know. I've slept since then. I didn't sleep at the time, but probably why I can't remember it. Anyway, we are just under 4 minutes to go here. We're looking at Lennon French battling over 6th place with the 80 kart of David Brewis. Then we've got Simon Doughty as well. So this trio fighting over 6th place on the road. Max Shields has dropped back a little bit from Jess Alexander. That gaps out to about 3/4 of a second-ish in the battle for 4th. But Jess is starting to march once again towards the back end of Joe Grinzel for the final step of the podium.
Towards the back end of last year, I think we had a wet round and then a round that dried up towards the end. She was pretty much unbeatable towards the back end of last year, Tom.
She's pushing hard now. She's ducking down behind the steering wheel and trying to get every ounce of speed out of that Apollo kart to get onto the back of Grinzel. As we look at Luke, as I'm seeing out the commentary box, Folkus and Lucas are side by side, and they go side by side into the D chicane. And Lucas manages to hold on to the lead. Oh, we've got Lennon French and Simon Doughty rubbing wheels as well as they go over the line side by side, managing to sort it out, and it's as you were, but minus the graphics on the side of the tyres that would have been there that said Dunlop. I think they now just say Op. They may well just be done.
Brandon Truman Reddish down the inside of Christian Oblag. That'll move him up from 11th, and he emerges inside the top 10, if only briefly, because Oblag is straight back down the inside. And these junior runners, Tom, particularly those at the front last year, were really, they raced in really, really close quarters, didn't they, between Oblag, Shields, Pereira as well. Harvey Still, who won the championship. So this sort of going toe-to-toe isn't going to be new to them.
Shout to Sophie Pawsey leading the junior class up in 20th place overall. So absolutely flying as well. As is Jess Alexander pumping in the fastest lap of the race. A 46.0, full half second faster than Lucas and Folkus at the front.
Right on the back of Grinzel as well, as Folkus comes out of the slipstream down the back straight. And Josh Folkus leads then with 1 minute 40 plus 1 lap to go. Folkus, the reigning and defending champion, holding off Connor Lucas, who won the 3 championships before. Now Grinzel and Alexander. Grinzel down the inside, very robust in his defence. Alexander's wide, and Shields is going to sweep through for 4th place.
Yeah, I think Grinsell didn't take too kindly on Alexander turning in on at hairpin 4. I think Alexander thought that the move was done, and Grinsell was still there. So was shown the inside of the track by Alexander, so returned the favour and showed Alexander the outside.
What we're going to need at the end of this race is the camera to focus specifically on them two drivers, because I think it's going to be very heated inside both helmets.
For Grinsell and Alexander?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, they've got Max Shields in the middle of that sandwich at the moment. So
the peacemaker.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers, Max. Thoughts and prayers going into this. 2 laps to go. We've got a warning for the 199 gone out. That is not on my timing.
That's Grinsell.
Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, it's Grinsell.
It's not on my sheet, though.
It is. It's there.
Oh, it's there.
If you look at the right number.
You see, maths was never my strong point, and yeah, counting. Anyway,
talking.
Can you tell I'm in sales? I don't do numbers, me. I should do, really.
I bet you do when your bonus arrives.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only time I need to get the calculator out. Is that right?
Down the back straight, though, now, Tom, we've got Grinsell, Shields and Alexander pretty much nose to tail. As Shields is closed right up on Grinsell. The leading duo still nose to tail as well. But the battle behind is getting very, very intense. Just behind this one, we should be able to catch them in a few moments' time, because they're going to be pretty much nose to tail once again. Shields has closed in on Grinsell. Alexander then in turn has closed in on Shields. Last lap board is out for our leading two, as Connor Lucas gives Josh Volkers a little tap on the way through the D chicane as they commence this final lap.
Nose to tail, pairs of eyes here.
I know, I'm waiting for the move down the inside, and it's going to come from Max Shields. Contact into the back of Joe Grinsell and forces Grinsell wide. Grinsell's then going to straight line it, and Alexander's going to take third place as Grinsell and Shields robustly down the back straight. Shields has not been bullied in that one at all. For a driver that's just stepped up from the junior ranks, very, very robust. I think you might get a contact warning for it. I don't think there'll be anything more for the move that sort of created that gap into hairpin 1 on the first lap. Over the line, though, the leaders come through. Josh Bolkus takes first blood in senior pro kart with Connor Lucas in second place. Then it's Jess Alexander in front of Max Shields and Joe Grinsell. That's your top 5.
Yeah, your Lennon French got 6th place, then it was David Brewis, Simon Doughty, Christian Oblag and David Brown, then Brandon Truman Reddish and Caitlin Frame. George Ludwell ended up coming back in 13th place, and then it was Amy Frame, Harry Roddish, Jack Hewland, and where are we? Danny Bean, Sophie Pawsey, Oscar Buckley and Tom Hewland rounding out your top 10. So Sophie Pawsey, your top junior. Amy Frame, the top novice runner. Of course, she's not a novice, but has been put into the novice class here this weekend due to stepping up into the senior karts. Then we've got your Max Shields was your clubman winner with Lennon French in second as well. So as we said, 4 different classes here this weekend. And yeah, that brings to an end our first cycle of heats here at Teesside.
What I would say, Tom, is now would not be a better time after such an entertaining senior pro kart race for you to hit the like button and smash subscribe as well. That would be greatly appreciated, because what happens if you do subscribe is that opens up the live chat comments for you to get involved and get in touch with us here in the commentary box, as Debbie did when she said good luck to Lennon French. And he did very, very well.
He did.
In P6.
Second in class. Well done. Okay, so that's going to move us on already to, as I said, the end of cycle number 1 of heats. So heat number 2 is coming up for Bambinos. So here we go then. We're just having the kart recovered for
Scott Blackburn, I think, wasn't it?
Who went off on hairpin 1.
Yes, he had he had 2 wheels, both pointing inwards.
Well, that's not the best, is it?
No, pointing inwards, like painted on eyebrows.
Let's bring you a grid. Heat 2 Bambinos. Harris Barber is going to take pole position. Of course, Harris Barber in the iArmy Bambino, the only one here this weekend. Then we're going to have Sebastian McCarthy, who is pole position for your Coma C50s. Everybody else on a C50, which includes Freddie Blackshaw in 3rd place with Noah Wicklow in 4th, Joshua Dote in 5th, and Sebastian Crawford in 6th. Then we will have the front of row 4 headed by Ethan Pearson and Abel Hutton in 8th, and row 5 is Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock. So what will happen now, as we saw with heat number 1, is the Bambinos will file out. They will have a rolling up lap, and they will in fact, they'll all now be on their dry tyres. We saw a couple on the wets in heat number 1, didn't we?
Well, certainly for Bambinos, even though it is an all-weather tyre, what they do is they have loads of tread on one for when it's wet, and then when it dries, they take all of the tread pretty much down to, I think they have to have 1 millimetre, I think, Tom, on the iArmy.
A whole millimetre?
A whole millimetre on the...
you are joking.
On the Coma C50, whereas I think it has to be 2 millimetres.
That's when they come in at the end of the session.
And then on Hondas, I think it's 2 millimetres on Hondas. So,
because it won't be 1 mil when they go out, it'll be scrutineered at the end of when they come back in. So if they haven't got a millimetre of tread left, then that will be put on the naughty step.
Yeah, but they'll not have to worry about that for any class after this, because the meeting now been declared dry. So we'll have everybody on slick tyres anyway. Bambinos then making that way round, the parent helpers making their way.
That's what I was saying before. So they'll have their rolling up lap as you can see them doing now, and then we'll have our helpers head out onto track. They will get them lined up in their correct grid position. Give it a little tap on the helmet. We used to see the secret handshake with the McGills, didn't we? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, obviously this is radio, so you can't see what David's doing, but secret handshake between the McGills, and that little thing just to put her at ease.
High five, fist pump,
something like that. And then
Sebastian McCarthy's lined up in what appears to be P3, and I think he needs to be in. Yeah, I think they've done it properly. I don't think there's a P2 anymore, because what we've got is Harris Barber in his own position in P1. No other iArmy, so then we're going to go into...
Oh, so then we're going...
Then we're going to go 3, 4, 5, 6, effectively 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, which means, effectively, it doesn't penalise Sebastian McCarthy by putting him on the outside in P2.
And that would explain the confusion in heat number 1?
Yes.
Of why people were lined up where they were?
It would.
Okay, so, all good. Admin done.
John Lover said, quick question, is Chloe McGill racing this season at Teesside? Well, she may be, but I don't think they'll be committed to a full year, only because of her age, she's moved up out of the Coma Bambino class, which we've got a fair few of, into iArmies in Rediment for making the move up into Micromax when she turns 7. So that she did very, very well last year in Comas, moved up into iArmy as just to get the pace there, so she's not making such a big jump. So to an extent, whilst they are doing other championships this season in iArmy, it is almost a sacrificial year, because halfway through she's going to move up into Micromax anyway. And obviously, we'll come back to Chloe in a minute, because thanks to Tom and I, we did get to name her brother last year, because we peer pressured her parents into naming her brother Theo. Live on air.
Well, it was Chloe who named her. We named him. Sorry.
Yeah,
we just applied the pressure.
We just applied the pressure, and it succeeded. So
we're claiming it, because that's our prerogative.
We are claiming it.
We have the microphones.
And to give you his full name, of course, Theo David Tom McGill.
If only. Believe it or not, it's not the first time I've actually named someone who isn't of my own flesh and blood, though. Perhaps we'll come on to that story another day.
Opening lap then for our Coma C50 Bambinos sees Noah Wicklow down the inside of the 6 of Sebastian McCarthy, of Sebastian Crawford. Crawford's going to look to get the cut back, and will have the momentum, but maybe not the track position. We'll have a quick look. He's going to try and sweep it round the outside and does. Great move by Crawford to retake the position as he moves back in front of Noah Wicklow for 5th place. In front of them, though, Joshua Adote opening up the gap in this Comers. Obviously, we expect Harris Barber to go off at the front. Then we've got Sebastian McCarthy, Freddie Blackshaw and Joshua Adote, your top 3. Then it's Crawford, Wicklow and the 77 of Ethan Pearson. Sticking with those in front this time. As they head down the back straight here at Teesside Autodrome as they migrate to the inside. And that run up to the South Bank corner. And Pearson, Tom, round the South Bank, certainly seems to have a lot of speed. Closing up on the back of Noah Wicklow. Round that fast corner. McCarthy continues to lead then our Coma C50s. Fastest lap, of course, by Harris Barber. McCarthy, though, Tom, dips into the 59s, the first driver to do so this race weekend. As the times start to come down in the Coma class, Harris Barber, some 5.5 seconds quicker.
I did a double take of that and then realised he's in the IR.
I mean,
but, yeah. I mean, even Sebastian McCarthy's 59.1. That's a quick time for these C50 Bambinos.
Yeah, and I remember when we first started coming in, granted, it was a different generation of engine in terms of the tag colour. We're on, you know, so it is a different iteration with a bit more power on these Comas now. And certainly a driver with some power is Sebastian Crawford, because he's closed right up on the back of Joshua Adote for what will be 3rd place. Hacksaw in at that wheel.
I was just going to say,
to get it stopped and John. That could be getting him the temperature in them tyres, Tom. That's bringing him on the back of the Adote.
He's got great feel through his backside for what's happening with the car. You can see him making those adjustments live, which, you know, because the Bambinos go at a much slower pace, you can really see the actions that the driver needs to take. And the ones who are really on it are able to make those adjustments mid-corner, very much like Sebastian Crawford was able to do there. It's not just a single sweep of the wheel, turn in, turn out of the corner.
What he's doing as well,
there are bumps as well that they're needing to adjust over.
What he's doing is he's just keeping it nice and smooth. You know, taking wider lines, but keeping it smooth, keeping the engine revs high, which we know is important in Coma C50 Bambino.
Because they've got such a short power band, essentially, they're so low on power that when you lose momentum, you lose speed. Even just a slight lift of the throttle.
It's strange.
It's like having huge amounts of turbo lag, isn't it?
They're low on power, but they rev to almost probably 50 or 60% more than what the Honda Cadets do that are out next.
Yes.
So they rev to roughly 6,000 RPM. The Coma C50s are in the 9,000 to 10,000 RPM range.
But then that, as I say,
the first 5,000 RPM and next.
Like I say, it's like having a massive turbo on there. There's nothing happens, and then all of a sudden it just builds and kicks in, and away you pop.
Adote and Crawford, Tom, are catching Freddie Blackshaw in front of them. I don't know whether Blackshaw had made a mistake on the last lap, because they closed in by 1.2 seconds, and in turn he dropped 1.4 off Sebastian McCarthy, and McCarthy's been opening up at around about 0.2 a lap. So I think Blackshaw could have made a mistake on the previous lap. Can he now push that to the back of his mind and not let him affect him? Because right behind him, he's going to have 2 charging drivers in Adote and Sebastian Crawford closing in here. Let's have a quick look at the lap times this time round. There's still another 0.4 out of Blackshaw by Adote and Crawford. We've got a great battle going on here now then for 3rd overall, 2nd in class in Coma C50 Bambino.
Yeah, they really are there now, aren't they? It's going to be whether they can make a move or not. We'll see the classic chop to the inside here, I'm sure, down the back straight. There we go. Immediately Blackshaw moving across and covering that inside line, although not fully. There is still a kart width there if Adote was close enough, but unfortunately for him, wasn't at that point. But Crawford still there as well. So this is the battle now for the final step of the podium in this race, although 2nd in the C50 class.
Sebastian McCarthy, you just saw there sweeping through the screen. Leading. Lost a little bit of time in that last lap, but is now just comfortable at the front with the traffic management, with now Blackshaw, Adote and Crawford still nose to tail as they make their way through the D chicane. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, plus the 1 lap at the end of this race here at Teesside Autodrome. Heat number 2 for Coma C50 Bambino. And Blackshaw hasn't been able to break away. Crawford's going to take a wider line, maybe try and get to the inside of Adote. Adote is going to come across, close the door, gives him the kart width, but Crawford not close enough to stick the nose down the inside. And these two battling out could give Blackshaw that little bit of respite. There's some more lap traffic in front. This is where the traffic management comes into play, and Sebastian Crawford sweeps round the outside of one and down the inside of the other. Sebastian Crawford with a superb move moves him up into second place in class, third overall, swept all the way round the outside of Adote and then down the inside as Blackshaw had to go round the outside of the lap traffic.
Like Friday night on the M25 for Sebastian Crawford. Straight through, using every single gap available to him and nipping his way through, and moves up to second in class.
Great move.
Was class.
It was superb. Now, though, Tom, he's just got to maintain that composure of being in front of a gaggle of karts. What it has done as well is means that Harris Barber's now going to have to try and find a way through this traffic, and he could well get boxed in until he squeezes a way through the two Comas in front of him.
Speaking of traffic jams, that gets Harris Barber.
Yeah, I thought it's one of them. You know, he's got the speed to go round
down the back straight.
He's got the speed to go all the way round the outside. I think he just thought there was going to be a bit more of a gap to the inside there, and then just went straight through the middle.
More fun that way. Yeah, well done, Harris Barber. Takes the final lap board as well, and we've got Crawford now under pressure from Blackshaw. Not quite able to get the move done around the outside of the dog leg and the kink section as they come over the start-finish line. So it's as you were. It is Crawford, Blackshaw, and then Adote. And they're going to head into hairpin 1 as Barber is already making his way through hairpin 2 and onto the back straight. Such is the speed difference of the Iami Bambino. Not just a lap in front now, but already streaking away again.
Yeah, down into the 53.1s for his fastest lap.
Shout to Sebastian McCarthy leading the Bambino class, and he could potentially hold on. No, not quite. I thought he was going to hold on and not go a lap down. So that is going to be checkered flag. So that was final lap of the race for the C50s as well, as all of those runners were ended up a lap down to the Iami Bambino of Harris Barber. And it is, as you were, as they came over the line for their final lap. So it is Crawford from Blackshaw and Adote. Then it's going to be Wicklow in 6th place on the road, 5th in class, with Ethan Pearson, Abel Hutton, Verity Crawford, and Oliver Bullock in 10th. So an entertaining heat number 2 of Bambinos has come to a close with Harris Barber lapping the field. Couldn't quite get it done in heat number 1 on Sebastian McCarthy. Did get it done in heat number 2 as the temperature has changed and the track has geared up. Oh, hang on. I'm being shifted out of the way here.
Well, whilst you're being shifted out of the way, Tom, I will have a quick look. It's been quiet through our Bambinos in the live chat comments. But next race up then, as the Comas make their way off the track, it's time for heat number 2 in Honda Cadet.
So we will walk you through the grid now for heat number 2. So it is cadets, Honda Cadets. We've got Thomas Potter going off pole position after that win in heat number 1. Thank you, Adam. We've got Joshua Sullivan in 2nd place. Then we have Jacob Cartledge and Edward Rye. Row 3 headed by Reese Cranston and William Howard. Row 4 is Samuel Yeadon and Mason Dinsdale. Then we have Luka Bachuev and Toby Turner on row 5. Row 6 is Red Lind and Matty Prinku Wright. Row 7 and 13th place goes to Morgan Cooney and Layla Berryman in 14th. And row 8 is Ashton Carmichael and Joey Swan. Then we have Thomas Harper and William Collinson on row 9. And that is your grid for Honda Cadets. Already rolling up on the back straight, getting some heat into those tyres as well. We'll see whether they can generate it a bit quicker than they could in heat number 1. It was very, very cold when they first went out this morning, and we saw some drivers who were right up there at the sharp end of the grid, really, really struggling on the opening lap or two, and then others where they got the tyre pressures right for those first couple of laps. They were taking advantage of it.
Yeah, all on slick tyres though this time, Thomas, compared to the wets of heat number 1, with this meeting now being declared as dry.
And am I right in thinking that there could be as much as around about 15 PSI difference between top and bottom end here, David, in terms of tyre pressures that they could run or would be running?
They could, I think,
on the temperature.
Optimals anywhere between, it's roughly 16 to 20 is roughly where they're at. But with it being cold, there's nothing to stop somebody going sky high.
Yeah.
And maybe having a good opening few laps and then just hoping the tyres either don't go off or then hanging on to it with a defensive drive.
And sky high being sort of 35, 40 could be even.
Yeah, but you've got to give it a whirl.
Yeah.
Certainly, as we always say, Tom, if you're in the back third, what's wrong with rolling the dice?
Absolutely. You already have nothing to lose. You might as well go for it. What is it in? What is it he says in Waterboy? Is it something like last game of the season? Got to go for it now.
Can't say I've ever seen the film. Never seen it. Don't roll your eyes.
Someone will let us know in the comments.
Don't roll.
Sure.
Don't roll them at me.
Can't believe you haven't seen that. Disgraceful. I've disowned you now.
There we go. Sam Hayes Racing and Joshua Fabricius on James Fabricius, wishing Joshua Sullivan good luck for this one. And Anna Blakemore saying, come on, Riley, you can do this. Well, he's going to have to work hard after that retirement in heat number 1, because he's going to come through from the back of the grid. He's only going to have Ollie Carter behind him, because Ollie Carter retired earlier on in the race, so he'll be classified as the final few runners. Jake Walker, another runner who had heat problems in heat number 1, he will be into position as well. And that looks like we've got all of our Honda Cadet runners in. We've got arm waving, I think, from back there. I don't know if it's for a problem or just up to somebody in the bank. I think it's
just
somebody
really
on the
excited
bank.
about going karting.
Yep. Woo!
Woo! Racing! Yeah! Maybe.
That's how I feel on a race weekend as well.
That's what I do as well.
Woo! Commentating.
Oh, I have my racing playlist on the way to the track first time this year, which was pretty good.
Here we go then, Tom. Start line marshal.
Getting me in the mood.
Picks up the green flag and we'll hold it in the air. Green is up. Green is down. We're away in racing. It was a really fast start, Tom, from Jacob Cartledge in third, to the point where he had to get off the throttle to go again. Sullivan, though, has swept round the outside of Potter from the start as the rest of the field make their way round. Reese Cranston's made a good start. He's halfway down the inside of Rye. Rye has to back out, though, as they come through and head down towards hairpin 1. Further for the first time. Can everybody get round nice and cleanly? They can on these cold and slick tyres. The top 2, though, Tom, starting to break away. Edward Rye making a good move down the back straight. He's in the slipstream of Jacob Cartledge. He pulls out and sides down the inside into the South Bank corner.
Yeah, they are heading now around hairpin 4 already, and it is Sullivan who's got a bit of a breathing gap to Thomas Potter, although we saw that in heat number 1 as well, and Potter managed to close it up and take the lead. Edward Rye is in a he's in a comfortable looking third place, as we've just had. I think that might be William Howard or Cartledge.
It was Cartledge slow.
Skipping across the
we've got a driver off.
chicane.
Could be Harry Scrafton, I think. Could it? Was that Morgan Cooney, Tom? I think it's Morgan Cooney. It's off on the grass at the National Loop. Could that have had anything to do with Will Howard? Where were they? Don't think so. Howard's in 5th. Cooney was crossing the line in 15th. Cartledge seemed to be slow though on the inside. Will Howard swept round the outside, didn't he, up into 4th place?
I think Cartledge skipped the end of the D chicane and ended up bouncing across the curb, which of course then compromises your exit, which would have given Howard the run around the outside.
So Will Howard, Tom, who moved up into the podium places towards the end of last season. One driver who I've been particularly impressed with, and I went and told his dad yesterday, went along the lines was he's going to win some races this year, was Edward Rye, and he's up into 3rd place, Tom, and closing in on the leading duo.
Yeah, I mean, he looked very good towards the end of last season as well. And as I say, he's stepping up now his game and is looking very much at the sharp end of this Honda Cadet grid here at Teesside.
Sullivan couldn't quite get past the lap traffic as quickly as he'd hoped, sort of boxed him in ever so slightly. He had to take a tighter line round hairpin 2. That's allowed Thomas Potter to close back up. There's more traffic in front. They're both having to sweep round the outside this time, but they will cross the line a lot closer than what they were on the previous lap. Nose to tail, Potter takes half a second out of Sullivan's lead.
So it is Sullivan from Potter with the fastest lap of the race. Then it is Rye, as we mentioned before, Howard, Dinsdale, Cranston, Cartledge.
Yellow flag, Tom.
Yellow flag, yeah.
Thomas Harper is off at the D chicane.
And then it's Toby Turner in 8th, Matty Prinku Wright in 9th, and Samuel Yeadon in 10th place. They head down the back straight one more time.
Dinsdale in that newly liveried machine.
Yeah, really struggled in Heat 1, didn't he?
Back in front of Will Howard, though, Tom.
Yeah.
Looks like they caught some lap traffic in a place that didn't benefit.
So the pace is still there with that Dinsdale kart. Just lost it on the first couple of laps in heat number 1 and really struggled, as we said, with those tyre pressures or temperatures or something that wasn't clicking at all for Dinsdale. The back end was constantly trying to overtake the front as well throughout that heat, but looks to be all line astern now and making his way back towards the front. We saw he got pace because he took pole position here in qualifying. Yeah,
but did very well yesterday. Since they got through the traffic, Tom, the leaders have opened up a bit more of a gap to each other than what they had before. Sullivan 3.5 tenths quicker than Potter on the previous lap on the way to setting the fastest lap. The only driver in the 48s, Tom, by a margin of 3.5 tenths. Potter, though, close enough to still be putting pressure on Edward Rye as well. In the real seat here, Tom, because if Potter closes in on Sullivan and starts to battle between the two of them, then all of a sudden, Edward Rye is going to be right in the mix.
Oh, good battle here between Dinsdale and Howard. They go side by side, rubbing together. That's probably put some tyre marks on that nice new livery of Dinsdale, but I'm sure he's not going to be too bothered because he held on to the position.
Do you know, for me, Tom, here, for Dinsdale, as long as he can stay somewhere up there towards that day, he is a real confidence driver and was suffering last year with a bit of a dip in confidence, having started really strong. And now running right at the front and proving to everybody here at Teesside that he can mix it with, drivers that have been on the podium in Will Howard. We've got Jacob Cartledge, you've got up into 3rd place in the last one. Reece Cranston behind as well.
Stuck it on pole.
And stuck it on pole in the wet yesterday. More lap traffic in front of our leaders, Thomas Potter's closed back in on Sullivan once again here with 3 minutes remaining. They're going to meet that driver round the National Loop, sweep round the outside. There's another driver in the hairpin 1 and 2 complex as Thomas Potter puts in the fastest lap. He's 2 tenths quicker now than Sullivan. They are going to meet that traffic in the middle of the corner. They're going to have to sweep round the outside and do so nice and cleanly by the leading duo. Onto the back straight as we continue this battle, which still sees Mason Dinsdale holding off Howard, Cartledge and Cranston now. And Matty Prinku Wright's coming along to play as well in 8th place in front of Toby Turner and Samuel Yeadon.
Yeah, this is now a group of 5 together that is headed by Dinsdale. Dinsdale not quite able to clear and pull away from William Howard, as Howard has another look on the inside of hairpin 4 but can't get the move completed. Still manages to keep up though with Dinsdale. That gap has not really increased, but as you say, David, we've now got Cartledge and Cranston right there and fighting over what will be 4th place. Edward Rye in a slightly lonesome race at the moment, 1.8 seconds behind Potter, but full 5 seconds clear of Dinsdale as well. So a little bit out on his own, but showing well and showing good pace as well, because although he is 1.9 seconds off the back of the Sullivan and Potter battle for the overall lead. We've got a contact warning for the 24 and 27. That's Dinsdale and Howard as they came over the line a couple of laps ago. That was so that was what that will be all about.
He's opened a gap up as well, Dinsdale. So
he has this lap, yes.
I think it could be a case there where Howard's had a bit of a move down the inside and then not got it completely done. Dinsdale might have defended somewhat robustly, but
a bit clean air for Dinsdale now
we
as
are
well.
We are just surmising, aren't we?
Well, he's not. Dinsdale's
Tom,
not been under attack.
Just a quick one on the screen. Sullivan slow out of hairpin 2, having held a gap of almost half a second over start finish on the previous lap. Slow out of 2, and that's allowed Thomas Potter to come through with 50 seconds remaining to take the lead. Let's see if Sullivan's got anything in the locker now. He's in the attack position rather than the defend. There's more lap traffic in front once again. They come over start finish nose to tail through the D chicane. Lap traffic in front though, Tom, here, and they've got to try and find a way through, which they do. Sullivan close enough to see a gap down the inside of Thomas Potter, not late enough on the brakes. Potter closes the door. They'll see the last lap board next time round, lap and a half to go in Honda Cadet.
Yes, they head down the back straight, and you can still see Edward Rye in shot if these two start battling, and they do, as Sullivan now takes the lead back again from Potter with a lovely move on the inside. Just dived in there last second and gave Potter no room to be able to shut the door. But Edward Rye is starting to come to play as well. He was 2 seconds behind over the line. Let's see what he is now when they come over the line this time.
Where do you want to be, Tom, on going on to the final lap? In P1 or P2?
I want to be Edward Rye.
I want to be Edward Rye. I want to have a good view. Almost as good a view as we've got here in the commentary box as they sweep round the national loop through the chicanes, heading towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Sullivan is tight, defending the position. Potter's going to then look for this cutback, Tom, down this back straight. Round they go, and he is going to be drawing alongside the 13 of Sullivan. Sullivan squeezing to the inside, Thomas Potter, but Potter's going to be close enough, I think, alongside down the inside. Can Sullivan get the switch back as they head down towards hairpin 3? He has done, then there's going to be 4 between the two of them. Any lap traffic in front? I don't think there is. There's some lap traffic down the inside. That made it almost single file, side by side, by the two leaders as they come over the start-finish line. And Sullivan's going to take it by a kart length from Thomas Potter. And then it's going to be Edward Rye in P3.
Good showing from Edward Rye as well. Congratulations to Joshua Sullivan. Another good showing from Sullivan, who continues his march towards the front of this pack. Over the last sort of 18 months, he's really taken a step forward and is now, as we can see, battling for wins with Thomas Potter. Great sportsmanship as they head down the back straight and shake hands. That was good, clean racing from the pair of them. Edward Rye as well, 2 seconds back off this group and showing very, very well in a very comfortable 3rd place. Mason Dinsdale, as we said, taking 4th place, about 6 tenths in front of Jacob Cartledge in the end. Then it was William Howard, Reese Cranston, Matty Prinku-Wright, Toby Turner and Samuel Yeadon, your top 10. Sullivan chuffed to bits, as you can see, pump in the air, and very, very pleased with that one. Fought hard with Thomas Potter to take that win.
This winning lark's still fairly new to him, Tom, so the fist pumps there you can see.
Oh, it never gets old as far as I'm concerned.
I've only ever won one race.
Oh, but yeah, I've only won a couple myself, so yeah.
It was here, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, the old Stockton and District Motor Club, which was the precursor to SG Pet, which is now the NRG Cycles Hire Kart Sprint Series, which we have here.
Did they do the live timing
well
with tablet back then? You know, as in they chiseled it into stone?
It was just after that. They did chalk.
Oh, chalk.
On the blackboard
right,
on the
we were
way
on chalkboards. Okay,
yes.
right, okay.
Although, to be fair, even when I put the visor down and the track was black and white, it was that far back.
Right,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, before they added colour to it and everything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they came out and painted the grass. So it was a while back then.
Oh, yeah, like a million years.
That you want to race?
Yeah,
Right.
I've still got
Well, mind you, mine was, let me put it another way. The last time I won a race, the kids who were racing in Bambinos weren't even born. There we go. That takes you back, doesn't it? Anyway, we will move on to our Heat 2, second race of Heat 2 for Senior Rotax that's coming up next. So rolling up lap almost completed here already for Senior Max. They are just heading through hairpin 4. It is Arthur Lowthian, I think, in P2, and it is I think it's Shane Collins on the inside. The 59, Martin Fisher, sorry, on pole position. Leads us away, Paul Swan in third place. As they head round, wow, that was robust from Shane Collinson as they headed through the National Loop for the first time. Andy Collinson as well up the inside of Kieran Savage there at hairpin 1. And then up the inside of Paul Swan as well. So the Collinsons are already running second and third here in heat number 2, Senior Rotax. Coming round South Bank and into hairpin 4, and it is Shane Collinson taking the lead from Martin Fisher. We've got Andy Collinson in third, Paul Swan in fourth, and Ashley Savage in 5th place, heading over the line for lap number 1. So your top 10 is Collinson from Fisher, then it's Andy Collinson, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Nathan Jensen, Arthur Lowthian, Kieran Savage, Alfie Warbank, Alexander Walton, and Andy Hull in 11th place. So I did your top 11. But yes, it is Shane Collinson already pulling away at the front of this one from Martin Fisher. The gap was 0.148 over the line, so just over 1.5 tenths. We've got, I think that was Warbank and Ashley Savage, it might have been Jensen actually, going side by side. It was Jensen.
Jensen's in front of Kieran Savage. Then there's Ashley Savage and Alfie Warbank.
Ashley Savage was pushed wide and lost 2 places.
So the Savages have got the same colour scheme. Warbank and Jensen have both got Esprit colour schemes.
Yes.
Why can't everybody just be original and make it easy? Well, I say that, but there's about 7 karts in the top paddock that have all got the same sticker kit, just in different classes. So that does make it easy, but not the same.
This is the milestone TPH
Max Plan.
Everybody's
in red, white, and black, isn't it?
Yeah. About 19 different sponsors, but why not?
That's something like, so you go into that top paddock and it's almost like like the Daniel Ricciardo series where you turn up and you think, oh, everyone's got the same sticker kit.
It's like walking into to Adam Nichols' garage. There's about 19 karts in there on a weekend. And good luck to him for it as well.
Collinson,
we haven't even talked about that, have we?
No, we will do, though, just before the next Senior Pro Kart race.
Yeah.
Collinson and Collinson, then the top 2. This time it's Shane in front of Andy, and hopefully Andy's found himself some lead after that Heat 1 DQ.
Oh, was that the issue, underweight?
Yes, underweight. Okay. So obviously didn't eat his breakfast or had a nervous trip to the toilet. Either way.
Absolutely flying, though.
Yeah, it's because he was lighter than everybody else.
I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but he was very, very quick in there. Certainly the opening few laps. He did a bit of a Sebastian Vettel Red Bull days and sort of escaped the DRS zone very, very quickly in the first couple of laps. We're looking at Ashley Savage trying to get back past, that is the 64 of Alfie Wallbank. So in fact, they've switched positions and Savage is trying to get that position back for 7th place. Shane Collinson now with the fastest lap of the race. 41.7. 41.7 is I know it's not the fastest ever lap around here, but it's quick.
It's only 0.8 off lap record. That, Tom.
It's like I said, it's quick.
Yeah.
They are.
We're gonna be tickling them in April.
Well, you say that, but then we'll have one meeting old tyres, won't we?
Rotax are not quite as limited in the same way. They're limited to 5 sets, I think, in the same way for 8 rounds. Pro karts are the same this year as well.
Right.
Because last year it was just everyone was just like throwing new tyres. Cadets were limited last year to 3 sets for the Honda Cadets, and then open wet, because you can't just expect everyone to, this morning when the track was almost dry, to put brand new tyres on, because the block is so soft it moves them around, it'll just kill them.
Yeah.
You know, they're not like rain tyres on your car where they last for, 20,000. They don't last for 20,000 miles. In the dry, they'd last for about 20 minutes.
It's like putting blue tack onto a metal wheel and then expecting it to last more than about 35 laps.
Collinson Shane, of course, comes through to add another lap on. Behind, though, Andy Collinson has been reeled in by Martin Fisher, Nathan Jensen, and Kieran Savage is only a few kart lengths off that as well. In fact, it goes all the way down to Arthur Loudian in 9th. Tom.
It does. Yeah, this is a good train, actually, in senior Rotax, the like of which we're not really used to be quite honest with you. It's
2s and 3s normally, isn't it?
Yeah, no, the field spread is normally quite significant by this point in the race, but good to see that we have a good race here. Andy Collinson is being kept very, very honest by Martin Fisher, who, to be honest with you, they got through very, very quickly, did the 2 Collinsons on Martin Fisher, but they've then not been able to pull away anything like what I would have expected to. So good showing from Martin Fisher. Under real pressure now from Nathan Jensen as they head through the national loop and into the wiggles. And there goes Jensen up the inside into hairpin 1 and takes away 3rd place from Martin Fisher, who has no way of responding into hairpin 2. Kieran Savage getting a real slide coming out of hairpin 2. We've got a contact warning out for Ashley Savage in the 79. Or warning, sorry, not a contact warning. There is a warning. Has gone out. So, yeah, Jensen was able to clear through Martin Fisher, and Fisher unable to respond immediately, and is now starting to lose a little bit of time to Jensen, and under attack now from Kieran Savage, and Alfie Warbank is there ready to pounce on either one or both of the 2 in front.
Fisher with the look over the shoulder. In fact, they all had a quick look over the shoulder there, wasn't it? It was almost like follow the leader in a quick look to the right-hand side. And now Alfie Warbank will go down the inside as Martin Fisher a little bit slow around hairpin 3, almost boxed Kieran Savage in there, and Warbank will try and get to the alongside, but then will be on the outside as they go over start finish. Has to drop back in, but Warbank's one of them at the minute, Tom, where it's a case of if he can get through, I think he's got the pace to sort of move on, challenge Fisher, and maybe even go up to Jensen if he can, but he's got to get through that traffic. And now, because he can't do it, he's got Paul Swan now right on the back in the 95 Swan Motorsport machine.
Yeah, Nathan Jensen has very quickly reeled in Andy Collinson. I mean, surprising amount.
Rear bumper, Tom. Rear bumper. Andy Collinson hanging off. That's going to be a mechanical flag. It could be the second time Andy Collinson's going to have a race where he's got a problem. Right rear bumper bolt has either failed or pulled out there for Andy Collinson. We saw it when Nathan Jensen closed right up. It was dragging on the floor, but Andy Collinson, mechanical.
That is going to massively affect his handling as well. And in fact, we've got the meatball flag has now gone out. The black flag with the red dot in the middle of it. That is going to be Andy Collinson having to come into the pits. Not sure whether he knows it's loose at the moment.
No, well, he's still fighting Nathan
that was
Jensen,
a chop and a half through from Jensen as he slid through full power.
Given that he's still robustly fighting Jensen, I don't think he knows.
Well, he'll know very shortly as he comes over the line. See whether there's any
Jensen.
kind of reaction.
Oh, contact, over start, finish, and heavy contact, Tom, over start, finish. This one almost certainly is going to be stopped. Almost certainly it is. So we'll just stay on this picture.
We've got a red flag out,
we're going to stay on this picture, Tom, at the minute, I think, with Collinson. We don't want to go anywhere else. But, so, yeah, as the mechanical flag was shown,
so we're just going to keep on these exterior shots at the moment while we deal with the issues that happened over the start-finish line. We've got the medical vehicle is already on the scene.
And what I would say, Tom, is 43 seconds remaining when the red flag came out.
So that's going to be called a
This
result.
one will be classified in the order it was. So it'll be Collinson, then Jensen. Andy Collinson being shown as third, but with that mechanical flag, he's likely to be dropped down the order. Although if they take it back a lap, it's a case of whether he'd been shown the mechanical flag by then. He may well, Tom, actually be classified in third. We'll wait for that confirmation. Then we've got Martin Fisher, Alfie Warbank, Kieran Savage, Paul Swan, Ashley Savage, Arthur Louvian, Alexander Walton and Andy Hull in the top 15. One of the drivers involved in that was Paul Swan. He's on his feet with the helmet off, although I think he might be a little bit winded. I think he's took a heavy impact in there.
Yeah, he's holding his
other driver
back at
involved
the moment. But
is Ashley Savage, who
this is his first race meeting back.
No, that was Kieran.
Oh, sorry, Kieran Savage.
Kieran, who actually pulled the kart to one side and then jumped straight out and ran over to his dad. What I will say is the side pod on that kart, Tom, has taken a huge amount of the impact. Ashley just currently being tended to.
We'll just take a 30-second or so pause here, just while there's a break in the action. And
I'm sure Alpha might have a little promo video of 30 seconds to a minute that they could throw in for us. But if not, we'll just keep doing the talking.
Yes,
we like our voices.
But you and I are just going to take a brief moment of pause, and we will be right back with you.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
So we are back here at Teesside. Still awaiting news on the status of Ashley Savage. No updates as yet, but all of the drivers seem to be up and okay and have made their way back to the pits. Few spots of rain in the air as well, David, at the moment. I can see them on the commentary box window, so we'll keep an eye on that situation as well, as to whether we're then going to have go back to a wet meeting. I mean, you said around about 11 o'clock, but then it stopped. The forecast changed,
and then
didn't
it said no more.
There's definitely spots on the window of the commentary box.
Let's have a quick browse.
And it's got a bit darker as well.
I mean, I don't know when them spots arrived on the commentary box window, because there's still some on our com box window, and we've got angled windows on the front, so with a little bit of an overhang.
Yeah, it's fairly windy though.
But yeah,
I would have expected them to have dried fairly quickly, but anyway.
So we're still waiting.
There's
here.
no umbrellas up in the.
No, helmet is off, which is a reasonably good sign, Tom, for Ashley Savage down there. We have had throughout the winter, we've had a couple of developments which we're going to come to later on before Pro Kart, but we might as well have a little chat about now. So what we'll do is we'll start with Apollo, and then we'll move on to Holly Swan.
Ah, yes, because we said we were going to talk about the Apollo situation, and
we said we were going to do it in Pro Kart, but Pro Kart's going to be 100% action.
Yes.
So we'll never get round to it. So let's do it now.
Yeah, let's go for it then. Okay, so
there was an we'll call it an incident, but which is a nice way of saying massive fire.
Yes, there was a huge fire at the Apollo factory base, should we call it?
Factory base, but obviously also affecting Team Tate as well, because it was Mark Tate's industrial park that they were on. So pretty much all of their equipment was destroyed, with the exception of what was at Kartmania. So they had 2 karts with them there, and with the exception of that, they've had to work really, really hard in the 13 or so weeks, 3 months since that incident. I think, in fact, 8 weeks, I think, since the incident happened. And to get karts out on the track, get ready for the first round of BPEC. They've pretty much done the winter series of BPEC, Tom, with just 2 karts. So
okay. Which obviously they've now managed to increase that and get themselves back up and
getting the frames.
Which I think we can probably say on behalf of them is thanks to a lot of the donations that they received based on the incident. We certainly donated ourselves.
The karting community came together, didn't
it? Yeah, absolutely, and it was fantastic to see. And they raised a good amount of money to get themselves back up and running again in some kind of fashion to get them started this year, which thankfully they've been able to do. It certainly wasn't an end of the road. It was a new opportunity.
I imagine at the time it looked like it was going to be.
Yes.
And then things sort of came together with all of the paddock, which was really, really nice.
It just shows the strength of feeling as well that there is here, not just at Teesside, but within BPEC as well. That they compete in both, and how well liked and well supported the Nichols family are.
Well, yeah. Adding to that as well, we had an incident at Three Sisters, Tom, where another one of our drivers who just moved out of Honda Cadet into Minimax, Holly Swan, had an incident on the race day for the Teesside Winter round number 2 at Three Sisters, where she went off in the particularly fast Lunar corner, where there's not a huge amount of runoff there. It's you've got probably 1.5 meters of grass before you find the wall. So she went in there very, very hard. Broke her leg in 2 places. She's in the paddock this weekend. I've seen her. She's in really good spirits. But when we were talking about earlier about the paddock being the place, the haven and the, as the paddock is. The paddock came together at the Teesside presentation, Tom, last month. From donations from the paddock that they put together, they were able to purchase a new frame for Holly's kart, a new sticker kit as well, and the remaining money was also donated to her, which will get her back on track because the kart was very much damaged. So once again, the Teesside paddock coming together for one of our drivers. and to get them back out on track when they are ready to do so. We're having a bit of an interlude here if you are joining us here at Teesside.
So we had an incident right at the end of the senior Rotax class, if you've just joined us, which is still being dealt with on circuit at the moment.
Just having a quick look at the live chat comments. Michael Birksby on saying his last win was his last race, a 6-hour Pro Kart style. Won the class by 17 laps with a co-driver who'd only did 2 hours of the race, so he did 4. I was about to say, Tom, I don't really ever fancy doing 4 hours of a race, but I think I might have to in a few months.
I think we're all going to be doing roughly that, aren't we? We haven't even spoken about our little trip that we've got now coming up this year. So we've been offered the chance to enter an Alpha Live.
It's been a long time
since in the Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
The hires.
In the hires.
Yeah, it's 7 years since I raced the British 24-hour in owners, and it'll be the best part of 13 since I did it in hires.
Well, it's 3 years since I have raced. I think it's 3 years, isn't it? Since I did the stint.
2019 you double stacked on commentary.
I think I did it in 2020 as well, but I only did a stint and a half.
Yes,
in that one. So yeah, and that was the last time I actually raced. I mean, we've done a couple of like higher sessions here, haven't we? Just playing about, but that's the last time I actually entered a race.
We've done a few higher kart sessions around here that have. I mean, we did a session on the Friday of the British 24 this year. We've done one earlier in the season, which ended up with me putting you on the grass. And then, to be fair,
twice.
Yeah, but as things go, yours was rather tame to when we did the British 24-hour higher kart session here, and Angie Falkus rifled me off onto the grass as I was trying to sweep round the outside at Paddock Bend.
Yeah, and that was
proper bandit move that I can only assume she has been taught by Josh.
Yeah. Oh no, it was well practiced. Yeah. There've been rehearsals and everything. Now, what I would like to say is, I then did probably the slowest lap around the Teesside 24-hour track that's ever been taken.
You were just behind me, weren't you?
I couldn't see because there were tears of laughter coming down. Honestly, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It's definitely in the top 5 of you being fired off by Angie Falkus. It was just genius.
Oh, is there a pecking order? I'm guessing birth of your children, marriage, me getting fired off the track by Angie Falkus.
Yeah. So both of my children. You said both of my. There's the one I don't know about.
I said birth of your children.
Both of my children.
I don't think I pluraled it. I've not whipped your family tree out.
Anyway. Nearly said something I shouldn't have done then. But anyway, we're So we're heading to Le Mans this year. David and I will be taking part in the Le Mans 24-hour alongside our Alpha Live founders, Luke and James, Luke Austin and James Fitchu, and another perennial Alpha Live cameraman and director at various points as well, Ian Williams. All 4 of us used to race for the Northampton Knights in the Elite Karting League, so we're putting the old band back together, which is going to be great, and then we're adding David on as well, just for some noise, I think, because
pace,
because it's he doesn't really need this commentary box and this stream. I think if you just took, if you put us on mute, you could probably hear David from wherever you are in the world. It's a bit like, an anchorman, he's like, "News team assemble."
I'm Michael.
That's David's normal voice.
I am Michael Burke's alarm clock.
There you go. There you go.
We are though, Tom. We're going for early cakes.
Oh, we're having an early lunch break, are we? Okay, right.
Break.
So if our producer director wants to take note of that, we'll be taking around about
I'd say half an hour minimum.
Yeah, probably 20 minutes to half an hour break. So we will head off and join back with you as soon as we can, and once we're back underway again, and we'll bring you all of the action for the rest of the heats and the finals today. So I hope to see you back with us soon, and have a nice lunch break as well.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This isn't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Yeah, check. Check. Hello there, welcome back after the lunch break to round number 1 of the Teesside Autodrome Sprint Series. Brought to you by Alpha Live and NRG Cycles and NRG Global Power. So we did take an early break due to an incident on circuit, and also the fact that we were pretty much due a break, to be quite honest with you. So we're all a little bit refreshed and refueled. We will bring you news of Ashley Savage as and when we have it here at the circuit. But there is no significant updates from when we left you. So we'll just leave that and park that as it is at the moment. So coming up next, our first heat back out will be heat number 2 of Minimax and Intermax. They will be heading out on circuit very, very shortly. They've been called to the dummy grid. So what we'll do is we'll bring you our little promo for the heat, and then we'll bring you a grid. So we've got a junior Rotax showing on the screen, but I believe it's actually Mini and Inter Rotax that is coming out next. So we'll try and bring you a grid as soon as we have it. So David is on his way back to the paddock, to the commentary box as well. He's just refueling himself. So you're left with me. So we're gonna play you the proper intro for the next heat, and then we will bring you the grid. Okay, apologies for that, folks. We are don't forget we are on our first race back this year, so we've got a few little teething issues as well, but we will endeavour to make it as smooth as possible going forward, and we will bring you the grid for Inter and Minimax as well. Here we go. So Ben Adrian is going to take pole position with the O plate adorned across that kart, and he took heat number 1 quite comfortably, and then Ben Robinson will go off P2. Amy Peacock P3 with Alfie McBain, who took pole position in timed qualifying, had a pretty difficult start to the day, to say the least, for Alfie McBain. In the opening couple of laps anyway, it was a very tricky handling kart with cold conditions, and probably tyre pressures are a little bit wrong. But then we've got Miss Lynn Benson, and then we've got Charlie Eyeball, Riley Sims-Izzard, and Mason Webster rounding out your top 9. As we say, Alfie McBain recovering well to 4th place, and bringing it home. Sees him go off 2nd place, on the 2nd row, and on the outside line. So it could be favourable, depending on the run that they get out of the dogleg and the kink and into turn 1. Could be a favourable line for Alfie McBain, so we could see him fighting back at the front again in this one.
Sorry,
hello, David.
Sorry, I'm late. I was waiting for some food, and then on the way out of the cafe, I got distracted by a miniature sausage dog that required fuss.
Okay, we've not done dog chat, dog watch. yet, have we? We've not seen many up on the bank so far today.
Well,
and we also
that and the fact that cameraman Adam at the lower level position has not sought out sufficient dogs.
Okay, well, we'll get him on that.
Needs to up his game.
And if any of you watch Waffle the Wonder Dog, there's a joke running through that where the lady who doesn't like the the next door neighbour, she's a cat person, and so she writes down all the incidents and she gets them and puts them in her dog log. Which is one of those things that just slays me every time, because
dog log
in her dog log, she writes it in her dog log. So we'll keep our eye out for Dog Watch, and also due to both of us, as we mentioned earlier, racing at Le Mans this year, we're trying to watch our figure, and so Cake Chat, hashtag Cake Chat, may have to be postponed until the next round because we're not having one.
No, it's been replaced by chips and barbecue pulled pork chat.
Yes,
nice.
Is it? Well, I had a Canadian fast food restaurant takeaway breakfast on the way down, so I'm skipping lunch. But David can report that the cafe is serving loaded fries.
The Sunday dinner one.
And they look good.
The Sunday dinner burger looks immense.
Oh, Sunday dinner burger. I thought you were going to say Sunday dinner loaded fries. Now that would be a taste sensation.
Oh. Got some karts there. Ben Robinson's kart specifically.
Yes. So yes, as I said, there will be, for fans of hashtag Cake Chat, there will be no Cake Chat at this round. However, we endeavour to bring it for you next round. But suffice it to say, we are still very, very much opposed to carrot cake. And I learned the other day that there's such a thing as a beetroot cake.
No, there isn't.
There is.
There isn't.
There's beetroot cake.
I'm not having it.
No, I'm not having it either, but there is such a thing, but I would never have it.
If you're watching at home and you're in a live chat and you've ever eaten a beetroot cake, turn off. We don't want that sort of negativity in our lives. You thought I was going to say put it in the live chat and let us know. No, just go.
I did think you were going to say that. No, but I'm fully supportive of you. Right, so we've got karts out on circuit. This is your your mini and inter max class. They're heading around now for their rolling up lap. Just one rolling up lap, as we said already, for rolling starts this year, as opposed to the two that we had last year. You can see Alfie McBain there in that Tony Kart coloured junior. Amy Peacock will go off P3. And here we go. Looks like we are about ready to go. The green flag is in hand. We're a little bit spread out, but closing back up again. And away we go for Heat 2. Lovely start. Lovely and clean all the way round the National Loop. Amy Peacock got a bit of a wobble on as she went through the exit of the National Loop, but everybody makes it through nice and cleanly, and likewise through 1 and 2, or hairpins 1 and 2. And it is Ben Adrian leading the way down the back straight for the first time from Ben Robinson in that 97. Then it's Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain side by side through South Bank Corner, just as I mentioned them. Alfie McBain taking the cautious route as we get going once again here at Teesside post lunch. So managing to decide that wasn't the best overtaking point at the moment, but he's still right there on the back of Amy Peacock as they head across the line for the very first time.
So Adrian then leads from Robinson. They started to pull away. Can Robinson go with Adrian is the big question. Alfie McBain, Amy Peacock have invited Alex Lynn into a battle now. Tom, he's closed right up on the previous lap to make it a 3-kart train now for third place. Behind them, Benson and I, but in front of our two Mini 950 runners of Riley Sims-Ezard and Mason Webster.
Yeah, and Alfie McBain getting through now on Amy Peacock, so that is McBain up to third place. As Alex Lynn has a little look at trying to overtake Amy Peacock, while she has a look at trying to overtake Alfie McBain again.
Yeah, it looked like Lynn was going to get the run there, as Peacock looked like she was going to get balked halfway round. But slots back in as they make their way round the National Loop.
Already 4 seconds off the back of Ben Adrian here, who is absolutely flying today.
Peacock down the inside of Alfie McBain into hairpin 3. McBain then has to defend and will be tight in the run down the back straight. Alex Lynn's going to draw alongside. The nose is still there, but I think McBain might just have enough and does indeed manage to hold on into the right-hander of South Bank corner. Alex Lynn, though, does seem to have the pace here. Can he get through on Alfie McBain? Is the question. Or now McBain with Peacock in front, can he go with?
I know it's early. We're only, we're not even halfway through Heat 2 yet. And I know obviously we've lost some drivers in this class, and they've changed and gone into different classes. But Ben Adrian's looking really, really sharp this year. Really, really sharp. I mean, so far today, we've only seen a heat and a half. Complete performance so far.
Yeah, of course. Difficult qualifying yesterday. Didn't set a time. Had to come through from the tail end of the field. Ben Robinson, though, Tom, for me, particularly impressive.
Yes.
In that this is, I think, his second race weekend in the 22 spec machinery, having moved up from the Honda Cadet class last season. So, raced the final round here in Honda Cadet. Raced last weekend in the 22 spec mini, and again this weekend. And if he can stay within a couple of seconds of a driver that's been, a race winner already, carrying the O plate in the mini class, if he can stay there, Tom, he's only going to get better and better the more he closes in. And by that I mean seat time, Tom. The more he's in the seat, the quicker he's going to get. Ben Robinson's going to be a real challenger in this Minimax 22 spec class.
In this particular sport, there is absolutely no substitute for seat time. It is the one and only development factor, really. You can't train for this on a simulator as much as you might try. You can learn the circuits and things like that, but there's no substitute for the actual feeling of being in the kart, feeling the bumps, feeling what the kart does over the bumps, what the G-forces are like, what the pressures are on your body, on your neck, on your hands, on your arms, on your ribs. There is no substitute.
Even the track as well. You can learn it using a simulator, and you can learn the braking points. But as the track rubbers in throughout the day and the grip increases, it doesn't get.
You can't simulate that.
You can't simulate. You can't simulate the fact that this morning the track didn't dry as quick as some people thought, and we had that race earlier on in Mini where some of our runners were on wet, some were on slicks, and the wets went really well at the start, and then the slicks came in.
Yep.
To the fore. You can't replicate that. You can't replicate the shared conditions out there on track. Amy Peacock now with the fastest lap of the race in third place, 43.737 for her. She's broken away from Alex Lynn, and in turn he's pulled away from Alfie McBain as well.
Yeah, Alex, she was quicker than Robinson by half a second, and almost the same faster than Alex Lynn behind. So a flyer of a lap from Peacock.
Half a second, Tom, if she can. And she's only got 1.8 to Ben Robinson. That's going to be 4 laps. There's going to be more than 4 laps.
She's 4.2 behind Robinson.
Oh, yes, you are correct. It's Robinson at 1.8
but that doesn't,
off Adrian.
Don't count anything out when it comes to Amy Peacock, as we saw last year.
Another fastest lap as well, Tom. 6/10 this time. Quicker than Ben Robinson in front 43.64 for Amy Peacock.
2/10 faster than Ben Adrian at the front. So yeah, really, really going quick now is Amy Peacock, and you've got to wonder if she'd only had a little bit of a better start and could have gone with the front two. So all to play for in heat number 3 as well for Amy Peacock. She will, as it stands at the moment, go off P3.
Adrian still leading, gap of 2.2 seconds to Ben Robinson, now out to 2.4, so 2/10 quicker. Peacock over the line this time, 4/10 quicker, not quite as quick as she has been on the 2 previous laps, but still taking some chunks out of Ben Robinson. The gap down to 3.2. Still think there's not going to be enough time in the overall race, Tom, for Amy Peacock. Behind, though, Alfie McBain has reeled back in on the back of Alex Lynn for 4th place.
Yeah, McBain is right there now. Alex Lynn. Did Alex Lynn have a different colour scheme last year?
Yes.
Was it a blue?
It was very similar to colours on his suit, the navy blue, white, and the neon yellow.
Was it a Lando Norris kind of
No,
scheme?
The colours are the same, but it's not. They ran in the Optima Motorsport colours, similar to what Lewis Goff ran in June, because they raced together as cousins, so they are both racing the same. So they've got a very similar race suit as to what Lewis Goff had last year. Both now running on the Esprit chassis machinery, so that's why he's got that slightly different colour kart, where last year he had a kart and race suit combo that matched each other.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that explains that then. Thank you for clearing that up. McBain as well, we've said is running Tony Kart livery this year as well, or certainly at this round, which caught me out in Heat 1.
Well, he was strong last year, wasn't he? He moved up halfway through it. He was battling for the Cadet Club Championship, but knowing that it was going to be his last year, he wanted to move up into Cadet Pro and did so for the final few rounds. Then what happened before round number 8 is he had an issue where part of his chassis broke, and then rather than repair it or get a new one, they just made the really early switch up into 22 Spec Mini, which they got for round number 8 last year for Alfie McBain. And then the O-Plate was the only runner in the final who went out on wet tyres and managed to get himself into the top 3 with some superb tyre and race management, got himself to the front lead in the early part and hung on for his first trophy in his first race in 22 Spec Mini.
Yeah, fantastic. And we've got Ben Adrian now, who has led from the very drop of the green flag in this race and is about to come through with half a lap to go to take heat number 2, to go with his checkered flag and victory in heat number 1. 2 more corners to go for Ben Adrian through hairpin 3 and round hairpin 4, and will come over the line to take heat number 2 victory here at Teesside. Ben Robinson, will come over the line to finish second, quickly followed by Amy Peacock, who was actually only 0.8 of a second behind.
If this was the final and she had 2 more laps, that would have been a right battle, wouldn't it?
And what I would do, and she set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well with a 43.5. Absolutely flying, Amy Peacock. Advice to you between heats: park it up, give it a polish, leave it alone, don't touch it, put it straight back out again. That car is quick at the moment. Then you got Alfie McBain in 4th, Alex Lynn in 5th, Benson 6th, Eyeball 7th, Sim Zezard in 8th on the smaller karts, and then we've got Mason Webster will come across the line in 9th, also on the smaller 2023 spec Inters. So that brings to an end your Minimax and Inter Rotax heat number 2, and that will move us on to Junior Rotax heat number 2, coming right this way. So we're ready to go for Junior Rotax heat number 2 here at Teesside, round 1 of the Owner Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power, and of course ourselves here at Alpha Live. What a pleasure it is to be back here once again. So heat number 2 for Rotax, Junior Rotax is headed by Jared Fox-Whiteley, who was your heat 1 winner. Then we have Luke Walton, Oscar War, Max Wilkinson, Monroe Renard.
Fox-Whiteley, Tom, off on the back straight, spin on the outlap. That got Addison Smith 5 seconds last time.
And then James Philip Byrne is in 6th place. Then we've got Addison Smith, Sam Robson, Melissa Adrian and Joseph Yao. So Addison Smith, who actually finished 2nd on the road in the last heat, was given that 5-second penalty, dropped him down to 7th. Jared Fox-Whiteley will be going off the back of the grid here because of that spin, electing not to take his place, and the 5-second penalty will just go off the back. Already making his way through though, and has taken 2 positions, 3 positions around the national loop for Fox-Whiteley.
Well, he might still get that penalty, Tom, for spinning on the outlap. So he's got to start coming through the field now, because I think for heat number 3, that could be his back start. He started P6 for heat number 1. He should have been P1 for that one off the front. He's going to be P10 on the random grids for the next one. So he's going off the back again next time.
Well, you say that, but he's going to be P3 coming over the line at this rate because he's side by side.
Right the way around the outside.
Right round the outside there as they went into hairpin number 3.
Addison Smith and Monroe Renard, then your top 2. And a fast recovering Jared Fox-Whiteley back up from P10 at the start into P3 over the line as they come over for the first time. It's Smith from Monroe Renard, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Oscar Ward, Max Wilkinson, Melissa Adrian, James Philip Byrne, and Luke Walton.
That was Lucas and Falkus levels of recovery there, wasn't it, on lap 1 from Fox-Whiteley. Really impressive to see. And he's already there on the back of Addison Smith and Monroe Renard. And Smith not happy at all with the Morse code being tapped out on his rear bumper by Monroe Renard. They're headed through hairpin 2.
Yes, he's going to have a surprise in a few moments' time. Which is going to be Jared Fox-Whiteley, and confirmation, Tom, on the timing screen of the 5-second penalty for Jared Fox-Whiteley just as he sweeps through over start finish. Gives the digital flag a bit of a fist shake as well.
Yeah,
through.
It's easy to spot his hand movements as well because he's got their marigolds on. So.
But the bright yellow gloves. I don't
mean they're actually marigolds, but he's taking the lead now.
Smith is round. Smith is round, squeezed. At hairpin number 1, he's in the tyres. He's just climbing out the kart. The nose, though, Tom, on that, if that's made contact with the tyres, he's going to be keeping an eye on it. Might have a drop down. They're going to have to push that kart round. I'll keep an eye on that while you keep an eye on the rest of the race.
And a drop down is still 5 seconds. So that'll be 2 5-second penalties potentially in 2 races for Addison Smith. Of course, that one being caused by going nose in on the tyres. Fox-Whiteley now leads by 0.6 of a second.
It's a race for all now for Fox-Whiteley, Tom. It's a race against the clock.
Well, he's got to get another 4.3 seconds lead over Monroe Renard to be able to take heat number 2. So we'll keep our eye on that. And essentially, it's now an aggregate time for Fox-Whiteley.
Melissa Adrian with a move down the inside there of Oscar War into hairpin number 2. Couldn't quite get it done. We are missing Sam Robson on the timing, but he is out there on track in the 58 machine, so the transponder not picking up, but he's currently, I think, in front of the 11 of Max Wilkinson in 6th place. I'll confirm it as they come over the line in a few moments' time.
So Fox-Whiteley again 2 tenths quicker than Monroe Renard, but he's going to have to pull out a lot more than that to get this 5 seconds back. He's got 7 minutes plus a lap to go. But it is Fox-Whiteley from Renard, then Oscar War, Melissa Adrian, Philip Byrne, Wilkinson, Walton and Smith. But we've also got out there, who was the other one, David, that I missed?
Robson. He's currently in 7th place.
Apologies.
Addison Smith, Tom.
Hey! That was a bit Larry from Philip Byrne as he went into South Bank corner.
Addison Smith into the pit lane, Tom.
Okay, so Addison Smith opting to park that. And we've got drops of rain on the commentary box window.
The issue they've got there for Smith, Tom, is that we haven't yet got to half race distance.
So there will be no points.
No points for Addison Smith. Won't even be classified in 9th.
Perhaps there's some damage and didn't want to cruise round in 5th place in case it did some worse damage. But definite spots of rain on the glass here at on the commentary box. Now, if you're doing around about 70 miles an hour down the back straight here, that's going to be it's going to feel like heavy rain.
Yeah, certainly you're going to pick it up on the visor. I don't think it's really that bad. I don't think the track conditions will change at all.
Well, you say that, but we saw James Philip Byrne going absolutely sideways.
And Monroe Renard, Tom, is starting to pull back in here on Jared Fox-Whiteley. 2 tenths on the previous lap. The gap was half a second as they come over this time. It's very, very similar, but Renard with a little bit of time out. So you're right, Tom, though. The times are coming down because it was 43s for the fastest lap.
Yeah, we've lost
lap
3 seconds a lap at the moment.
3 seconds on that.
And you can see Fox-Whiteley full lock now as he's heading into these hairpins and waiting for these slick tyres to eventually grip with the front end. We know he's quick here in these tricky conditions, Fox-Whiteley. And you can see his hands have already moved up on the wheel as well. So he's moved from that sort of 3 and 9 to a 10 and 2 position on the wheel to get that extra purchase as he's going through. And you can see it's now kind of lock to lock levels of steering rather than the much smoother kind of fingertip levels of just, 10 and 15 degree levels of turning.
Yeah, he's got enough of a
wheel.
gap, Tom, at the moment where he'd be classified in third if he finishes whereabouts he is at the moment. He's got 3.5 seconds almost on Oscar Waugh in third place, who did have Melissa Adrian behind him. She seems to have dropped right down the order now into sixth place.
Must have had an off in the tricky conditions that we haven't picked up on screen. But yes, well spotted, David. Melissa Adrian down in possibly seventh at the moment. We'll wait for that to sort itself out. But we're looking at Monroe Renard. As you said, David, is still right there with Jared Fox-Whiteley. It was 0.5 over the line. It's now out to 0.7, but keeping Fox-Whiteley very, very honest, and probably won't be aware of the 5-second penalty, because you go past the digital flag, you don't see your number up, you see it with somebody else. You're not really computing what's happening in somebody else's race most of the time.
Times are starting to come back in towards that fastest lap, though, Tom. So it could have well just been a few spots.
Yeah.
And then making the track just a little bit greasy. See,
We've got a second quicker than we were going. So
yeah,
it's been up and down.
still having to chop at the steering, but he's sort of now opening that gap up again to Monroe Renard, which was going out to start with until the rain came with a few spots. He's down now, Tom, to within 2/10 of his fastest lap. So,
so we're back onto
we're
full
back
pace
onto
now.
Full pace now.
And that gap has gone out as well. So it was 0.7. It's now 1.5.
5.2 as well to Oscar Waugh in third place. So that will demote Fox-Whiteley to second at worst, with that 5-second penalty applied post-race for his spin on the outlap.
James Philip Burns still holding well, as you can see on screen, holding well in fourth place. But yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to see him going so sideways on the entry into South Bank Corner. That's what prompted me to look out the window and see that we got spots of rain on there, because I couldn't understand why he'd suddenly lost so much grip.
Gap out to 2 seconds now between Fox-Whiteley and Monroe Renard, with a new fastest lap for Jared Fox-Whiteley, 3/10 quicker than what he did in the early phase of the race, 42.745, turning the screw 4/10 quicker than anybody else on track.
Ironically, this is the least amount of cloud cover we've actually had today as well.
It's done us a favour with a few spots, hasn't it?
Yeah,
cleared it up
a bit. Yeah, and the karts are now singing their song as they head down the back straight.
Yeah, so Melissa Adrian through on Max Wilkinson in the hairpins 1 and 2 complex. That returns her back up into 5th place. Still missing the on timing, the 58 of Sam Robson.
Another fastest lap for Fox-Whiteley now, as he does a 42.3. He's got to find 2.5 seconds now in the next 1 minute 40 seconds and a lap.
Doable.
It is doable.
Did half a second on the previous lap. Particularly, Tom, if you can get round just before the timer elapses and you'll get another lap in, and that'll elongate the race, give himself more of an opportunity.
Yeah, there's a potential there, definitely. Oscar Waugh now 6.9 behind, so Fox-Whiteley comfortably at least in second place. As we said, this is aggregate time due to a spin on the outlap. It's 2.9 seconds now, the gap to Monroe Renard. But yeah, spin on the outlap for Fox-Whiteley has incurred a 5-second penalty. So he's running on aggregate time at the moment.
It's going to be close this time. He's going to get round before the time elapses. They're doing 42s. Still 50 seconds remaining. So he's going to get 3 laps in here. He's been opening up roughly a gap of half a second per lap. That's going to take him to 4.5 as Melissa Adrian goes down the inside of James Philip Byrne. They head on to the back straight. Great move down the inside of hairpin 2, calculated by Adrian. Out at the front, Tom, with this one for Fox-Whiteley. He's just got to keep putting in them fastest laps as he comes over the line. A little bit slower this time, but the gap out to 3.4. Needs to find himself 7/10 of a second in the remaining 2 laps, so that's 7/10 per lap.
And in the in a different championship last year, Fox-Whiteley knows how important it is that every single point counts in a championship, doesn't he? Because it went right down to the final lap of the final race.
Right down to the wire in Ella Park, where him and Lewis Goff went toe-to-toe on the national stage. Here they went toe-to-toe as well, with Fox-Whiteley winning the championship here in Minimax last year. So he's making his way out of hairpin 4 with the timer down to 0. Last lap board this time. Keep an eye out on that gap now, because Monroe Renard's got some lap traffic in front of him. 3.9, but Renard's got some traffic. If Renard can't get through the traffic, that's going to give Fox Whiteley the 1.1 seconds that he needs to open this up. He was another half a second clear, but Renard is through nice and cleanly down the inside of Luke Walton into hairpin number 1. We're waiting though as Melissa Adrian puts in the fastest lap, 2.5 cents quicker than Fox Whiteley was on the previous lap. He's going to make his way out now. It's going to be not so much a race to the checkered flag. We know Fox Whiteley's going to win that. It's whether Renard comes through within 5 seconds. Fox Whiteley over the line then to take the victory on the track. We'll wait for Renard to come through. The gap, 4.5. Renard takes the victory then in heat number 2 for our junior Rotax, with Fox Whiteley then in second after that 5-second penalty applied. He pushed all the way to the flag there, Tom, to try and negate that penalty, but Monroe Renard takes his first victory in junior Rotax here at Teesside from Jared Fox Whiteley then and Oscar Waugh in front of Melissa Adrian, James Philip Byrne, Max Wilkinson, Luke Watson, Addison Smith and Sam Robson, shown as 14 laps down, but I think he'll be reclassified in 8th place.
You can see Fox Whiteley having a conference with himself down the back straight there as to what happened and how that situation occurred. But I'm sure it'll all be sorted out once the helmet comes off, and they can probably watch the stream back a little bit and see how it turned out. But yes, congratulations to Monroe Renard, who has taken victory here in heat number 2 of junior Rotax. Also, congratulations to Oscar Waugh for taking 3rd place as well. And then, as we said, Fox Whiteley will be classified as P2. So that moves us on very swiftly to our Micromax heat number 2. So Micromax heat number 2 is about to get underway. We have your grids here. They are already out on circuit, so we'll try and get through this fairly quickly. We've got Max Gilman going off pole position, with Ethan McClelland in 2nd and Caden Simpson in 3rd, Edward Rye in 4th and Grayson Crawford in 5th. Max Gilman, of course, taking the victory in heat number 1. And looking good for it as well.
Yeah, it didn't just like blast through the field and then disappear, did it? It was a calculated approach to everything, getting himself through.
Yeah,
and then just
it was
bordering
on
up.
looking comfortable, leisurely.
Into single file. I think Gilman's trying to get McClelland to move alongside him on the outside rather than it being single file. McClelland is going to slot in alongside Gilman. That's going to give Simpson and Rye the run into onto the 2nd row, and then Crawford coming through in the number 22 Paralyn kart. It's a good start from Simpson, who's going to follow Gilman through down the inside, but then carries too much speed into the national loop, which is going to allow Ethan McClelland to come back through in the number 23 machine into 2nd place. Gilman, though, Tom, out at the front. Starter is moving away with a bit of a gap to the rest of the field, although McClelland looks like he could be going with him here, as Simpson goes very, very wide round the South Bank corner. That's lost him around about 5 kart lengths to those in front and allowed Edward Rye to close right back up. And Rye's going to come down the inside, puts him on the outside through the dog leg. He might have to slot back in and does, but Caden Simpson looks like he could be struggling for grip on this opening lap.
So it is Gilman from McClelland, Simpson, Rye and Crawford. The 5 runners here in Micromax. Crawford already off the back by 4.5 seconds just on the opening lap. So tricky opening lap for Crawford. But Edward Rye, of course, doing double stint this weekend as well.
Double bubble.
Heading down the back straight now in that Teesside Karting Academy kart.
His arms will be feeling it at the end of this day. It's not the first time he's actually done a
He'll be fine today. It's tomorrow when it kicks in. Yeah, tomorrow. Try picking up a brew.
See, It was never the following day for me. It was the day after the following day.
Oh,
it was
no,
almost
mine-
like a 2-day hangover.
No, mine was always the day after. You try picking up a cup of tea and it just like slips straight out your hand. You can't even pick it up. You just
That's because
spill
your
it
tea
everywhere.
was in one of them massive Sports Direct months.
Yeah, I have a
It's
pint,
like an urn.
pint of tea. I have a stein of tea. Yeah. Oh, there we go. A little bit of bump and run out of hairpin 2, but I think that was just working together from Edward Wright on tapping away on the back of Caden Simpson. We have got a good little battle here between McClellan, Simpson, and Wright.
McClelland hasn't been able to break away this time, has he? In the same way that he could in the last one, with Simpson and Wright battling between them. Gilman already over start finish, fastest lap as well with a 48.6.
Yeah, just the 1.6 seconds faster than anybody else on circuit that lap round. Or sorry, a second quicker, because Caden Simpson was actually second quickest on that lap. But 1.6 seconds faster than Ethan McClelland. And there goes Simpson up the inside of hairpin 1 and takes away second place from Ethan McClelland. Is that going to be a bit of a wake-up now for McClelland, who, like you said, David, was comfortably second quickest here in Heat 1 and isn't at the moment in Heat number 2.
No, making his way round. Simpson hasn't broken away, and it was a case there. Could Simpson have too much pace? Well, he doesn't have too much, Tommy's grip, because he slipped wide at hairpin number 4. Not for the first time either, struggling to get that kart pitched in and having the confidence that it's going to bite.
And that gave McClelland an open door to come back through. So even with McClelland seemingly struggling, it seems that Simpson is also struggling. Edward Wright, I thought, would go with this pair and would be fighting over the position for a second, but isn't at the moment. And it seems to be able to just follow in the wheel tracks, but not close in, and certainly not mount an attack at the moment. But we still have 4 minutes plus a lap to go here.
Gilman pumping in fastest lap after fastest lap. Will we get another one this time as he comes over start finish? 48.6 to beat. And it is another 48.6, just a little bit of a quicker 48.6. 48.609. Max Gilman, another fastest lap of the race.
Just winding
In
it
fact,
up.
well, yes, because so far I don't think we've had a lap where he hasn't set one.
Yes.
Yeah, with the first lap's an anomaly that gets discounted, but laps 2, 3, 4, and 5, there gets to a point where can he go any faster? The question has got to be answered.
I mean, it's a lovely situation to be in, isn't it? When you can just turn it on and on and on and on and just open the tap more and more and more each lap.
Simpson has a nibble down the inside of McClellan. McClellan then has to go tight into South Bank corner. Simpson then in the wheel tracks, ducks out ever so slightly, try and widen hairpin 3 to send a move down the inside into 4, but gets some snap oversteer and is unable to find a way through. And it's still second, third, and fourth. McClellan, another fastest lap, Tom, for Max Gilman.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Just shout me again in another 48 seconds. I'll say it again. Rinse and repeat.
So he went half a second quicker that time round as well. So really, really big chunks. And and there goes Simpson down the inside again of McClelland. We saw a similar move earlier. Gets it to stick this time. And that's actually brought Edward Wright into play. So Edward Wright, who, as we said, wasn't able to mount an attack, was only able to follow in the real tracks. That brought Edward Wright right into play, but seemingly a little bit down on power as he went down the back straight. I don't know whether he got balked ever so slightly coming out of hairpin 2, but dropped off the back, didn't he?
Yeah, in comparison to his... Tom, sorry, we've got another fastest lap.
Oh, is that... Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. You'll never guess who.
Is it Max Gilman?
It's Max Gilman.
Okay.
Yeah. The difference here with Edward Wright is that in the Hondas, it's a fixed gearing, 22 clutch on the front and a 68 on the rear. Whereas in the Micromax, it's open gearing. You can play around with it for whatever suits your driving style, whatever suits the power range of your engine. As McClellan goes wide into hairpin number 1, that could give Wright a run into 2, although he's had to be quite tight to try and get through on Ethan McClellan. That scrubbed speed off for both of them and given Caden Simpson a little bit of respite out at the front.
So do we think potentially Edward Wright's gone bottom end heavy rather than top end heavy in terms of gearing? Oh, hang on a
think
minute.
so.
Is that another fastest lap of the race?
It is, Tom.
Oh, good.
It is, yeah.
Who's it for this time?
It's for Max Gilman.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Good for him.
Yeah, he's only got probably, I think, 3 more chances here of eclipsing it every single time and setting the fastest lap on every single lap.
That would be a first.
Yeah.
That would be a first here at Teesside. So come on, Max Gilman.
Come on.
Come on, Max Gilman. Let's... I actually want to see this now. I'm genuinely excited. I hope he can go quicker this lap. Yeah, so Edward Wright, as you say, it might be a little bit bottom end heavy, so it's giving him a little bit more punch out of hairpin 3 and hairpin 1.
Yeah, he's getting the drive out the corner, but by the end of the straight, he's not quite got the power.
As you can see, he closes up through hairpin 3.
It's gone.
Oh, Max, we've jinxed it, haven't we?
Yeah, we've jinxed commentator's curse.
Sorry, Max. Sorry about that, Max. But good effort, and maybe you'll do it this lap.
Personal best, though, for Ethan.
48.3. Oh, he was quite a way off as well. He was 4/10 off.
Yeah, easing up now, saving them tyres. But
fast.
Personal best for McClelland and Rye in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Trying to close back in on Caden Simpson. They took 3/10 out of Simpson on that previous lap. See, this is where here now, Tom. Rye gets the run out of the corner.
That's it.
The slipstream will help him, but then he's out the slipstream as they 2 in front close up, and by the end of the straight, he's lost 3 kart lengths and can't make that move into the braking zone.
Yeah, it must just be topping out potentially on, like you said, Davey, on the gearing, and but he closes right up there, as you can see, through 3 and 4. So we're on to the final lap. This is Max Gilman, who again didn't set the fastest lap of the race, and in fact was only a 10th off that time.
I don't know what's wrong with him, Tom.
Yeah,
fame's gone to his head. Here he is, though, down the back straight, heading into the South Bank corner with a comfortable gap of 11.4 seconds from the rest of the field. It's been an assured drive. It's been a very fast drive for Max Gilman out of the final corner. And we'll start heat number 3 for Micromax off pole position, taking his 2nd victory of the day. He sees the checkered flag, and it's a win for Max Gilman.
Well, meanwhile, the battle for 2nd rages on. Caden Simpson nearly lost 2nd place, but he's going to take it. But it's actually Edward Rye who's going to come over the line in 3rd. So they fought it out through the final 2 hairpins. Simpson coming out on top just. Then Edward Rye just from Ethan McClelland. And then Grayson Crawford will come over the line in 5th place. So good action here towards the end of the race in Micromax. Very comfortable win there for Max Gilman, though, just bringing it home in the end. Wonder if he'll go for it next heat. Will he go for fastest lap after fastest lap right the way through, now that we've mentioned it?
Well, two victories. All he needs now is a 2nd place, doesn't it? And that's enough for pole position for the final. So I'm sure he'll be going for it.
So that brings us to an end. Heat number 2 for Micromax. Next one will be our final race in the cycle of 2nd heats. And that's going to be your senior pro karts. It will be Senior Pro Kart next. We're running around about, compared to the schedule, we're around about an hour behind at the moment. Now, I'm not going to take lunch.
I had a message. Well, we already had
so we should catch up in about half an hour. You had a message?
Yeah, sorry about that. I did. It was from Asher Blythe, who is one of our Senior Pro Kart runners. He sent me a picture.
Is he sunning himself on a beach in Tenerife?
He sent me a picture of a swimming pool.
Ah, well.
Here's your grid then for Senior Pro Kart. Simon Doughty and Brandon Truman Reddish on the front row. Lee Austin and David Brown behind. Josh Volker starts 5th with Jack Hewlett in P number 6 as the field makes their way round 7th will be Connor Lucas. He's got Thomas Hewland for company. Caitlin Frame and Joe Grinsell complete your top 10. Lennon French and George Ludwell on row number 12. Field is already closely condensed together, so we should be away and racing in a few moments. The grid hopefully removes itself from the screen, and we are away and racing in Senior Pro Kart with Dougherty taking the early lead. Truman Reddish is going to try and sweep it all the way around the outside, but Volkus from P5 is already up into P2 as they go through. It's Dougherty from Volkus. Volkus looking to go down the inside. Behind, though, Connor Lucas sends the move down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. The rest of the field filters its way through. We've got Dalton McCarthy, I think, in the number 6 machine, going very slowly, having gone across the grass. He rejoined with yellow flag out. That's the 57 with their nose up on the curb at the moment. I think that is Sean Fian with a problem.
Looked like a loose bumper at the front as well. Meantime, Lucas...
Jess Alexandra emerging from the pit lane, Tom, I believe. I didn't see her come through. She's rejoined the field right at the back.
And about half a lap down.
And half a lap down.
So Jess is going to have to put in a serious effort here to get any points, really, from this race. But, you know, stranger things have happened. Anyway, Volkus took the lead towards the end of lap 1 from Doughty. Volkus, and then Lucas followed him through. So it is Volkus from Lucas and Doughty as they head down the back straight for lap 2. Then we've got David Brown, Brandon Truman Reddish, Lennon French, Lee Austin, Caitlin Frame, Max Shields and George Ludwell, your top 10.
Still 2 and 3 wide, Tom, going around hairpin 3 further down the field. It's really, really intense. That's Max Shields making his way through, I think, on Lee Austin. They're down the inside. Austin has to drop back in and slots in front of the 18 of Caitlin Frame.
Yeah, speaking of people who've taken a massive step forward, I mean, Max Shields it was running perennially at the front of the junior pro kart grid, but to step up into seniors in the way that he has done, and you know, with BPEC is, we've got a 5-second penalty for the 14 of Amy Frame. Not sure what that was for, potentially starting out of position. Didn't see a spin on the outlap, but potentially starting out of position. Yeah, Max Shields making a big step forward in terms of pace over the winter, really.
Yeah,
being able to run with the very front runners.
Done all the winter rounds. At the final winter round at Warden Law, followed Jess Alexander over the line in 3rd place. Did enough. It was a calculated drive from Shields, Tom, because he knew he wasn't battling Alexander for the Winter Series points. He was battling Brandon Jennings for the points in the Winter Series, and just followed Jess Alexander home. And in front of them, they had Connor Lucas. That was your top 3. And last weekend at BPEC at Wilton Mill, he put in a monster stint, having qualified out, down outside the top 30. Put in a monster stint in his first hour and a half to push him well inside the top 15. And at one point in that one as well was following Connor Lucas round lap on lap, and then they had a little switch round as well, and Lucas waved him through and pushed Shields round for a period of time as well. So certainly not a driver who's lacking in pace.
No, as I say, taking a big step forward this calendar year.
Next one in front of him, Tom, out on track is his old adversary, Lennon French, from 2021 Junior Pro Kart. You see there in the green suit on the back of this train, which is being led by Simon Dougherty, David Brown, then Brandon Truman Reddish in the orange kart. And then Lennon French in the green kart and MS suit. Yellow flag is out, Tom, because we've got a driver off in the tyres. It looks like it could be Amy Frame. We'll have a look on the timing, Tom, as they come through, where she was. So I'll have a quick look, see if she's dropped down the order. I can't.
Well, she got a 5-second penalty, didn't you? And it's still showing that on the digi flag.
No, it's not. It's Danny Bean, Tom. I'm sure it's Danny Bean now because he's changed his helmet. He's gone light blue, and he is down in 34th place. So we'll confirm him coming through.
Leon Wilson not making it back out for this heat either after the incident at the start of heat number 1. Has not actually managed to get going again in this heat either. So we will see whether Leon has now parked it for the day as Lennon French tries to park it around the outside.
Yeah,
but
Danny
can't make it through there.
Yeah,
That was
definitely Danny
Brandon
Bean then,
Reddish.
Tom, who's off. With another 5-second penalty, this time for the 172 of James Wilson.
Yeah.
Wonder if that's got anything to do with Danny Bean rearranging the turn 3 tyre wall.
So we've got Simon Doughty here side by side with David Brown, and Doughty trying desperately to hold on to that 3rd place on the road. Of course, they are in different classes here, but David Brown fighting hard, and we've also got Brandon Truman-Reddish and Lennon French going side by side once again, and right on the back now, because these 4 are battling once between each other. That's now made it a 5, and Max Shields is right there.
5-kart battle then for 3rd place. Fastest lap on lap number 5. We're now on commencing lap 8. It was the fastest lap by Connor Lucas, currently riding shotgun to Josh Volkus as we follow the battle for 3rd place. And there's going to be a move down the inside by Shields on Lennon French. Get through he goes, and he's got it done in terms of where he doesn't have to try and run side by side for hairpin 2. Can maximise the exit as well. Through he goes, and then says let's catch up with those 3 in front, because in doing the overtake it has made a gap of a few kart lengths to those in front.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's nice to see Shields and French back and going at it again, toe to toe, sparring away with each other. They gave us some fantastic action, not last year but the year before, in the junior pro kart category. Both of them now running seniors. I'm going toe-to-toe again in this particular heat.
Fastest lap by Connor Lucas, 45.982 as Shields finds a way past Brandon Truman-Reddish into hairpin number 1. A favoured overtaking spot for Shields. Now he's going to be in the wheel tracks as David Brown down the back straight does a Connor Lucas-esque Goford position in the seat and ducks himself down and has a nibble. Not enough though. Into hairpin 3 to try and get the move done. Currently running in 5th place. Has a jink in there, Tom. Thought he was sending a move and then doesn't. Backs out. And we'll follow David Brown through and over the line in P5. But I get the feeling he's going to line up another one. Could it be 3 overtakes in 3 laps into hairpin number 1? In the wheel tracks. Round the national loop. Almost pushing Brown through the chicanes as they go. Shields gives it a bit of thought. Brown now a lot tighter to the inside than what the other 2 were, and then opens the door into hairpin number 2, and Shields is through. Brown with the cutback side by side down the back straight. Who's going to have the power at the end as they come towards the South Bank? Can Shields turn in and close the door on Brown? He can't, but sweeps around the outside anyway and is up into 4th place.
Yeah, lovely move from Shields there. I was on Jess Alexander watch just while you were talking through that, and showing us a lap down as well at the moment. So I don't know whether it was a very, very late coming out of the pits, as in a lap and a half late.
Could well be.
Currently showing in P34, 1 lap down. So we'll still score points. There goes Shields down the inside of Doughty. And that Shields taking 3rd place on the road now. And pushing hard.
I don't know, he's pushing hard, or is he celebrating a couple of overtakes there by the look of it? But I think what he's saying there is he wants the train to help him push on. The problem is, Tom, is he's too quick.
Well, they've got to go with him to be able to push him along. Volkus and Lucas have switched positions once again as they came over the line side by side. They are nose to tail as they come through the wiggles. I can just see through the commentary box window. We've got a contact warning going out for the 8 and the 55.
Thomas Hewland and Jacob Kadani.
And they're together on track, so I'm imagining they've come together at some point, and both have been giving a thorough telling off through the means of a black and white flag. So Shields there, we can see at the front of that train now, worked his way all the way through it. As we look at Volkus in the 43, Lucas in the O-plate. As they go side by side again over the line, and the gap was 0.77, it's now 0.060.
So it's close then.
Yeah, very close. I think Lucas is just trying to see whether he can out-drag Volkus to the line, and it's not been working so far.
See, what he's doing there as well is out hairpin 4.
He's rehearsing.
He's having to draw alongside to an extent because he's carrying that much speed out of the final corner. But yeah, he could potentially be thing. Gives Volkus the go forward, which normally you see a driver, they tell them to go forward, they look over the shoulder, and then they jink out and make an overtake.
Well, it's normally the other way around, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
normally the one in
helmet
front
tap.
saying, work with me, and then the guy behind goes, all right, well, that means you're going to leave the door open for me now into the next corner, so I'll take that opportunity and step through with both feet.
Final lap, Tom, for our race leaders, Volkus and then Connor Lucas, your top two. Then it's going to be Max Shields. He's got a comfortable gap. Yellow flag at hairpin 1, though, Tom. Reese Knight off the track. The kart beached on the outside, so there's going to be no overtaking opportunity into hairpin 1. The only chance you've got there is to close up on the karts in front. So yellow flag out. If anybody had been lining up a move there on the final lap, it's going to have to be single file. Leaders, though, already making their way round the South Bank corner. There's some lap traffic in front, but I don't think they're going to encounter it before the checkered flag comes out. Is there anything that Connor Lucas could do on Josh Volkus? The 75's got a smoking back tyre. We'll come to that in a few moments' time. Volkus, though, arm in the air already in celebration. Lucas draws alongside. I don't know whether they were trying to go for a Ferrari-style dead heat, but the top two come through with less than a tenth between them. Max Shields moves through the field for a superb third place in front of Dougherty, French, Brown and Truman Reddish. Then it's going to be Christian Oblag, David Brewis and Caitlin Frame completing the top 10, as we've got Hewland and Blackburn battling it out to the line, with Hewland taking the spoils on that occasion. That's for 13th and 14th respectively. The 75 of Anthony Ecking was going round most of that lap, Tom, with the came over the line with a lap to go with the rear wheel. He's turning it into a, he's come across start line. He's turned that into a wet by running a massive groove down the middle of it, because the rear bumper's been pushed in onto the back of his left rear tyre. There you can see, Tom, the groove on the screen. That tyre now will be classed as a complete write-off.
Groove is in the heart.
That's woeful, and I've not missed them.
I'm here all week, people. Tip your waitresses. And it looks like we're going to move on to Pro Kart Heat number 2, but actually it's going to be Bambino's Heat number 3.
I don't know, I'd watch it again.
Yeah, I would as well. But that brings to an end all of our second heats. I'll put my teeth in and start talking properly. All of our second heats, so it will be Bambino, C50 and Iami Heat number 3 coming up next, and we will bring you a grid as well. So here we go with heat number 3 of Bambinos. This will start our cycle of the final set of heats. Then we will have our day's finals. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. It's been a little bit quiet of late. We've not had a lot of comments coming in, so please do keep them coming in. We had a poll running, David. Why have we not mentioned that?
I don't know. Was it up there? What?
Well, it just says yes, 54%, but I don't know what the 54% was for. Interesting.
I'll try and find out. Tia Redpath's been on saying go David Brown. He did all right in that one. He was running towards the front senior pro kart. And Freya Eden says well done to Max. So I'm going to try and find out what our poll was. I don't think I'm going to be able to.
No, what you're doing right now, I did about 15 seconds ago.
Well,
and
whatever it was, yes, with 56, yeah.
54%. Oh, 56% now. Oh, it's still running then. If anybody wants to let us know what that poll is, that'd be nice of you. Thank you very much. Let us know in the comments. Anyway, pole position for Iami Bambino will be Harris Barber. Then we move into our C50 grid, which is going to be Sebastian McCarthy, Sebastian Crawford, Freddie Blackshaw, Joshua Adote, and Noah Wicklow. My apologies. Ethan Pearson, Abel Hutton. Verity Crawford will go off the front of row 5, and Oliver Bullock will round out our top 10 and all of our runners in the Bambino class. So they will head their way around to the grid. This is their rolling up lap, and we will then see the helpers making their way down onto the grid. And then we'll be there just to help them, just to ease things, ease some tension perhaps, ease some nerves, and also obviously make sure that the karts are in the right position and that they're all still running.
Well, last week we had Adam, who's one of the camera guys here on the roaming camera, and he was chasing them down the grid.
Oh, okay.
As some of them were racing to the line.
When you say chasing,
with the camera.
Adam was running.
He was running.
No, I don't believe you.
Yes. I believe he was only running because in the direction at the end of the grid at the track where I was at was the cafe.
That explains it. That's much more plausible.
Oh, apparently it was have you subscribed is the poll, Tom.
Oh, have you subscribed? Okay, so 54% of people are saying yes, we have subscribed. Well, if you haven't, then what's stopping you?
We could get that to at least 57%.
I reckon we can get that to at least 57%. Yeah, a top end 57%, like 57.9. I mean, like, we'll round it up. Let's say 58.
If you get to 58, you get to 60. That's pretty much a B in your GCSEs these days.
Well, it is, yeah. Shocking, really, isn't it? Shocking state of affairs. So the Bambinos are just about lined up and ready to rock and roll. Just to take you through a couple of things as well. So in the senior pro karts, obviously we had Josh Falkus winning pro. We have Max Shields winning clubman. Amy Frame finished a very creditable 12th in the novice class, and then we had the juniors was headed by Sophie Pawsey, also in a very creditable 17th, off of 32nd, I think, on the grid. So very well driven by Sophie Pawsey as well. Looks like Bambinos are about to get ready to go. Started just walking forward now, and walking much easier than he was earlier on in the day.
He's run it off.
Yes. Must have been that medicinal bacon sandwich.
Oh. It's gone from where it was earlier, so.
It's laced with cocodamol. We've got a green flag up and down, and the Bambinos are away.
Adate with a great start, Tom, from 4th place in Coma. Sweeps around the outside of Freddie Blackshaw up into 3rd place in class. Harris Barber at the front made a quick start, as you'd expect from the Iami Bambino. He has moved away at the head of the field, as has Sebastian McCarthy in the Coma C50 class. He's opening up a gap already to Sebastian Crawford with Joshua Adate. Then it's going to be Freddie Blackshaw with Noah Wicklow and the 77, I think, of Ethan Pearson as they make their way out onto the back straight. Wicklow's got a good run out the window as we follow Harris Barber round the South Bank corner. Slick tyres, of course, for the Iami Bambino. I'd be really interested, Tom, to see if we put some slick tyres on the Coma as to whether it goes quicker or whether you need to do like the slide thing. Barber very slow, having looked like he's had half a spin out of hairpin number 4. Will drop down into 2nd place overall, and Sebastian McCarthy will lead us over the line in Coma C50 Bambino and overall in front of Barber, Crawford, Adate, and then Blackshaw, Wicklow, Pearson, Hutton, Crawford, and Bullock.
And Sebastian McCarthy had a moment himself coming through hairpin 3.
I was about to say, I don't know if the Comas, with them being smaller powered engines, whether they'd go any quicker on slick tyres, because I think they need that sort of a little bit of slide. If they had too much grip, would they go slower around the corners? So I'd be really interested.
Well, it'd just be flat out everywhere, wouldn't it? I mean, you wouldn't ever need to...
Would they potentially scrub too much off by having too much grip, potentially? It'd be really interesting to stick one of the Coma C50 Bambinos on a...
Well, I know that even at Wilton, they run... Well, they certainly were a few years ago. They were running completely flat out around the entire circuit at Wilton. without lifting, which includes the boot and Ashby corner, which are
a tight hairpins into.
Well,
Ashby's is downhill and tight, isn't
it? And they were still flat out.
Does have a huge amount of runoff on the outside.
Yeah.
You're pretty much almost on the entry to the boot. There's that much runoff on the outside of Ashby's.
Yeah. It was surprising that they were flat out absolutely everywhere.
I mean, I think the front runners here definitely will be. We used to see Thomas Potter when he was back in Bambino taking the Potter line, which is basically round the outside of every corner, in order to just keep his revs up.
It was almost the motocross round the berm kind of.
Yeah, he was all the way around the outside. They always said back then, like, we haven't got a huge amount of engine power, but if we can keep the revs high, it just keeps the engine going how we want it, and it worked for him because he took the championship back in 2019. Some big names, Tom, winning this Bambino Championship in the past. Potter in 2019, Colby Patterson in 2020, Austin O'Man in 2021, and then Chloe McGill last year. All of them gone on to win races and championships at in higher classes after Bambino. So whilst it might look like there's not a huge amount of pace, it's a solid proving ground for our younger runners.
I was saying to one of my colleagues in my actual job the other day, that we're looking at drivers coming through now who we potentially would have commentated on, who are heading towards sort of F2, F3, and certainly into F4, that we've commentated on through the years, and we've not been doing it that long.
Well, I remember back when I was racing Pro Kart in 2016-ish. 2015, 2016, just as the 200s came into the fore, really replacing the 160 really as the endurance engine and the class really engine up in the north of the country.
That was what, 2015,
I think. Okay. Late 2015, then 2016 and 17 we raced them. But we used to have an O-plate meeting for that class at PF. And one of the drivers that always used to turn up just in the Honda Cadet class year on year at the O-plate was Daniel Guinchard.
Oh, okay.
Who has just signed with Mercedes on their F1 Young Driver program and races Formula 4.
Right.
So it's like it's that sort of thing. And he was racing drivers like Aaron Alexander, who was in cadets back then.
Yeah.
Who we've now seen move through into the senior ranks here in Pro Kart as well. So you never really know who you're watching.
No, exactly, and that was my point.
Until 5 or 6 years later, and you go, I remember that name, and then you have to cast your mind back as to where you remember it from.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Johnny Edgar's now in F2.
Yeah,
and I remember him watching him in cadets.
This for me is something that's good. That's going to be good for the live chat here. Is that if you watched a driver back when they were in karting and they're now in cars, let us know who it is. Stick it in the live chat, and we'll give them and yourselves, of course, a shout out for the lead. Tom, sorry, Sebastian McCarthy has got Sebastian Crawford all over the back of him. Crawford half a second quicker on the previous lap as we were reminiscing of times gone by in karting. Crawford has closed right up on the back of Sebastian McCarthy, as has Freddie Blackshaw on the back of Joshua Adate for third place. Move down the back straight here, Tom. Crawford's going to get squeezed to the inside by McCarthy. He could have held
his line there as well.
Yeah, almost
Crawford, and he was already alongside, so you can see the gap already increasing now because Crawford had to lift.
Almost scared out of the overtake there, really, by the more experienced Sebastian McCarthy in the lead of this class. But certainly one there for Crawford to maybe watch back and, just before the final. If the nose is down the inside, you've got some track position there.
Well, clearly carrying more pace at the moment is Crawford because he's already back on the rear bumper of McCarthy. And I said in the previous heat that he was a little bit like the M25 in traffic. He managed to thread the needle and cut his way through. Couldn't quite do it there. It was like he got chopped off by an Arctic truck then in the form of Sebastian McCarthy down the back straight. But here we go again, out of hairpin 2, and they're about to head down the back straight once more. Let's see what Crawford has got this time. Goes to the outside instead, through the middle of the lap traffic. Has got the pace to chop the nose off? No. They will go side by side through South Bank Corner, but you can see even around the outside, Crawford's got huge pace still.
Yeah, he could even have something here, Tom. If you can get a cutback now with McCarthy being tighter, Can he get the run out of the final corner and draw alongside some lap traffic, maybe preventing it this lap? And then it's a long sweep round the outside. We've seen it done before.
Tried to sell a dummy there to McCarthy as well. But
we've
McCarthy
seen it done
not
before in
ball.
Coma C50 Bambino, particularly in the Patterson versus Oman days, where they'd often drag race to the line, not just for the checker, but lap on lap. They would drag race to the line just so that one of them could lead the next lap. But Sebastian McCarthy holding firm at the moment from what appears to be a much faster Sebastian Crawford. Crawford, though, tries and will need to try and to draw alongside in the early part of this back straight. McCarthy again,
look at that.
Swapping. It was like tying your shoelaces there, wasn't it? One through the other as they went down the back straight, chopping and changing. McCarthy with the head lean to the inside. Crawford seems to scrub off some speed, but then seems to just get a big power burst halfway around that corner to close back up again. And then if he's much tighter there, McCarthy doing the switch back, but I think Crawford's going to have the power here. Can he get alongside out the final corner? He can't. There's some more lap traffic in front. This could be where Crawford...
This is very Austin Oman-esque, isn't it? I'm glad you pointed that out. You're absolutely right. It's exactly what was happening with Austin Oman. Was potentially quicker, had also potentially more... a bit more power down the straight, but just could not quite get that move done.
I mean, of the two, obviously, Patterson moved up a little bit earlier than Oman due to age, and it was always a case for me where Oman looked to be the slightly quicker driver, but Colby Patterson's racecraft often took him to the victory between the two of them.
Definitely, yeah.
And then obviously the following year, Oman learned obviously from Patterson and then put that into practice the following year. Not only did it take him to a championship here, but it also took him last year to second place in the Motorsport UK British.
Yes, indeed. And as you said, David, Patterson was very good at just positioning his car exactly where it needed to be, exactly like Sebastian McCarthy is doing here. Just in the right place at the right time to be able to stop the progress of Sebastian Crawford.
Last lap board out for Harris Barber, the overall race leader in the Iami Bambino. Can he close up on... It could well even, Tom, be the last lap for McCarthy and Crawford here if Harris Barber can catch them before the end, because he, as the outright race leader, he is what we define as the last lap. So here, you've got Crawford going down the back straight with McCarthy for what could be the final time, depending on how quick Harris Barber is, trying to catch these up down the back straight. We know there's around 6 seconds as the difference. I think he could well get there, Tom, as they head towards the final couple of corners here.
I think he would have done without that spin. Or half spin that Harris Barber had.
Yeah, still might do so here. So Crawford and McCarthy could be having their final lap here as they head towards the checkered flag. Barber, will he just sit behind? No, he's going to sweep between the two of them, and he's going to take the checkered flag with Sebastian McCarthy in second place, Sebastian Crawford in third, second in class, and then it's going to be Freddie Blackshaw in front of Joshua Adote.
I'm sure if you're Sebastian Crawford, you're going to be a little bit aggrieved at that you didn't get a final lap. However, for us, it makes it much easier because they come across the line and the checker flag goes, and we're not waiting for. It's not all in the wrong order as they come through.
With that one, Tom, it was clear that Crawford had the pace, but in all honesty, given that the different timelines they're on in their race career, McCarthy now coming into his second full season here at Teesside. Crawford, who joined us halfway through last year. In terms of that learning process, is it a case of, would Crawford have found a way past McCarthy because McCarthy was defending in the right places? Even if it had gone on to the last lap, he'd have needed to have had an almost perfect run down out of hairpin 2. It's just a case of a little bit more experience, in order to for Sebastian Crawford. But that will come in time. He's certainly got the pace to challenge Sebastian McCarthy, with only the final to go here in our Coma C50 Bambinos.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which one of these two dudes come out on top. I'm really looking forward to the final now that Crawford has really found some pace today. So that will take us on to our final heat for Honda Cadet. Hey up, it's Honda Cadet. Heat number 3.
It is, and we've got a grid as well, Tom.
Okay, would you like me to take us through it, David?
I would.
Oh, okay, then I shall do that. Pole position goes to heat number 2 winner, Joshua Sullivan. Second place goes to heat number 1 winner, Thomas Potter. Edward Rye starts row 2. Then it is Mason Dinsdale, Jacob Cartledge, and William Howard in P6. Row 4 is headed by Reese Cranston, then it's Matty Prinku Wright and Toby Turner at the front of row 5. Samuel Yeadon rounds out our top 10 with Luka Bachuev in 11th place and Red Lind in 12th. Joey Swan in 13th and Ashton Carmichael in 14th. Jake Walker 15th and Thomas Harper 16th with Riley Blakemore and Layla Berryman 17th and 18th. Row 10 is headed by Ollie Carter. Then we have Morgan Cooney rounding out your top 20. William Collinson in 21st and Harry Scrafton in 22nd.
Interesting developments, Tom, in senior pro karts. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers disqualified for failure of scrutineering.
Okay, so ignore what I said about class positions then previously, because I'm sure at least one of those 7 drivers will be would have been our class winners.
Quite possibly. We'll come back to that later on once we've figured out what's going on with that. I believe it could be down to failure of scrutineering. I think it could be failure to display either numbers or correct numbers. Possibly.
For 7 drivers, though.
It's a big grid, isn't it? So we'll confirm it later, but that's the thought on that one, potentially. We'll get a confirmation on that in due course, but there is a number out, a couple out there if they've got no number board on, or if they've got no, it is in there, in the regs. So we'll need a confirmation.
As in color, backplate number,
colour.
Backplate colour, and
could even not even be in place. I mean, you can see on the screen here, Tom, the colour for Honda Cadet is a yellow background with a red number.
Correct.
And as you can see, with the exception potentially of any novice runners, Tom, if you're running a novice class, because that is always a black background with a white number on.
Yep.
And then in senior pro kart as well, we've got Jake Walker rolling straight through into pit lane, Tom. Not quite sure why. Hopefully they can get something fixed there and get that kart back out, because he's going to have around about a minute or so while we grid up. But Jake Walker rolling off into pit lane, had a problem in heat 1. The mechanics go in running down the bank. Hopefully they can get that kart back out.
We'll wait to see what happens there. We've got about 5 or 6 runners still to come in at the back of the cadet grid. So there could well be a minute or 2 here. Still with a chance to get back out. Of course, would be rolling out from the pit lane once the full field has passed. Let's see if they can make it back out.
Yep, final few runners, Tom, are just rolling into position. What they have to do here is go left and then turn the kart round and rejoin into position. Just because at this time of year, the barrier down there at hairpin 3, where in the past they've come through, has got some tyres behind it because it's a little bit windy and I don't want it to move it all the way up the track. Final few runners are making their way into position. As the start line marshal
looks
is
like we're about ready
making
to go.
his way up the track.
So we're almost ready to go here. Everybody is gridded up now, as expected. And Thomas Potter aggressively pointing the kart already to his right, our left, as we look at it, pointed across the track. Looking ready to go. Visors down all round. Start line marshal with the flag in hand. It is up. Down, and we're away and green and racing here in heat number 3 for Honda Cadet.
Potter straight in the gap behind Sullivan as Dinsdale makes a great start all the way around the outside of Edward Ryan. He slots up into 3rd place, Ryan 4th, then Cartledge into 5th place. in front of Cranston. Toby Turner with a good start. He's up into 7th in front of Matty Prinku-Wright, who goes slightly wide into hairpin 1. That allows Will Howard to come down the inside. Howard's going to have to sweep all the way around the outside to try and hold on. And Prinku-Wright's going to regain that position as they make the run down the back straight towards South Bank for the first time.
Fairly comfortable so far for Sullivan, Potter. As we said, Dinsdale making his way around the outside of the National Loop into P3. It's all line astern for the front sort of 7 or 8, and then they go 3 wide through hairpin 3, a little bit further down the order.
Yeah, Rye tried to make a bit of a move on Dinsdale and then had to back out and drop back. Sullivan then over the line for the first time, leading from Potter, Dinsdale, Rye, Cartledge, Cranston, Turner, Howard, Yeadon and Prinku-Wright complete your top 10 in front of Carmichael, Swan and Blakemore. Howard right on the back of Toby Turner as they head down through the chicanes towards hairpin 1. Turner leaves half a gap, not enough for the 27 to put a move down the inside as Jacob Cartledge there gets a bit of snap oversteer. Reese Cranston pulls out the slipstream, and you see the slipstream effect there, Tom, down the back straight. Thomas Potter closing right in on the back of Joshua Sullivan, just in a straight line, but just toes right up to the back down that back straight using that slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been these two at the front of the race. Potter got very squirrely coming out of hairpin 4.
I think he caught the rear bumper, Tom, and it presses the front down, and the rear goes really light then, doesn't it?
And that's exactly what it looked to have happened there to Potter. But as I said, these two have been right at the front all day. But Dinsdale's been recovering from basically lap 1 of heat 1 and has now found himself in 3rd place. And don't forget, set pole position in timed qualifying. So Dinsdale could well come up to the back of these two Sullivan, if they start fighting, which they are now.
Sullivan made a mistake, Tom, on the way out of hairpin 2. Took to a huge chunk of curb, then had a big look over his shoulder, knowing Potter was going to try and come through down the inside, and did so. And now it's Sullivan and Potter, but just in the other way round. Mistake from Sullivan. Potter doesn't need an invitation to come through. And once again, another mistake by Sullivan by going wide onto the rumble strips. Just needs to take a deep breath, Tom. It's early phase of this race. Doesn't need to throw it away.
Absolutely. And like you said, David, that's because of that scrappy nature to that lap. That's brought Dinsdale right into play now. Dinsdale will be in the slipstream of the front 2 very, very shortly. And going with him is Edward Rye.
Oh, Dinsdale, Tom, every lap. Oh, right, up onto the back of Dinsdale. You just about saw it there. Rides up onto the back, both front wheels off the floor for Edward Rye. As the 2 leaders down the back straight. Sullivan dips out of the slipstream and will slide back through as they head down towards South Bank. Lap on lap, Tom, into hairpin 1. Mason Dinsdale is understeering in there, not getting the kart to bite in, and that caught Edward Rye out.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And these two at the front are just doing a do-si-do every lap down the back straight, aren't they?
I could watch this all season. Just between the two of them, swapping lap on lap, chopping and changing for the lead.
I think they're working together quite smartly at the moment, because rather than actually push each other along, it's actually quicker to just do that overtake and then sit in the slipstream, and then we'll see again. Well, yeah, coming out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight, Potter's going to return the favour.
Potter's going to do the same. This could just be a case of, like how it falls. When you say eeny, meeny, miny, mo, who's in second place going into the last lap?
That's it, yeah. Although Potter this time can't get close enough coming out of 2. And
traffic, Tom.
Will just fall into line.
They've just managed to squeeze their way through as they entered, but now Edward Rye has found that way past Mason Dinsdale. You can see there, but they are encountering lap traffic in front. There's contact. As Edward Rye runs into the back of the 74 of William Collinson. William Howard looks like he was giving his steering wheel what for then, Tom?
Yep, there'll be another one in the post, I'm sure. So it is Sullivan from Potter, Rye, Dinsdale. Cranston is now in 5th place with Cartledge in 6th. Howard in 7th, Samuel Yeadon in 8th, Matty Prinku-Wright in 9th, and Luka Bachuev in 10th. Just 6.5 seconds separating the top 10, and that cloud looks very dark in the distance to our right of the shot there. But I'm hoping it's moving away. It normally is when it's over that side of the track.
The wind here only generally tends to go in one direction, doesn't it? It's left to right.
Yes. As we're looking at it here.
It's Football Stadium to South Bank. Jacob Cartledge off on the back straight, Tom. Looks like he's okay, but the kart not so much so. And he's had a really, really strong day.
Yeah,
so
it's
far.
a real shame for Cartilage, actually.
Yeah, he's took his helmet off, Tom. I don't know if they're going to ask him just to pop that back on again. He's still out there on a live racetrack, but we'll see. Down the back straight, though, Sullivan with another tentative look over the shoulder as Potter gets in the slipstream. Potter pushing along, just seems content at the moment to try and open up that gap. But as the time comes down, he's going to be far more interested in P1.
We've got stationary yellow flags in the exit of hairpin 2 as well because of that stranded kart.
Yeah, I think the kart's well enough out of the way. I think now once the drivers are going to be in the sanctuary of Marshall's Post 1, we should be good to go. And I think the circuit is green all the way round now. There's Toby Turner and Ashton Carmichael currently battling it out for 10th and 11th by the look of it. Turner's dropped away a little bit in terms of track position. He had a really, really strong start, Tom, running up in 7th place, which is now being occupied by Samuel Yeadon.
Yeah, Joey Swan took a couple of places on that lap as well, so moved inside the top 10. Dinsdale not seemingly able to remount a challenge to Edward Rye at the moment, 4th, 3rd, who's pulling away with those, I love those chrome-looking wheels as well.
On Rye's?
Yeah.
There's just silver. Everyone seems to go black, don't they? Just because, but yeah.
Well, black's faster, isn't it? It's just a fact.
Oh yeah, stealthy as well, isn't it? It means you can catch up to the kart in front by, but not being seen because black is stealthy.
Yes.
Edward Haynes proved that, didn't he, in Bambino by running an all black livery?
Yeah. But
1 minute and 15 remaining, so that's going to be 3 laps because the Hondas will get round before the time elapses. There is some more lap traffic in front for our leading duo, and then the duo in 2nd place of Rye and Dinsdale to navigate, which I think will be on this lap. This is your battle then for 2nd place, 3rd place, the 2nd battle on track between Edward Rye and Mason Dinsdale. There is some more lap traffic that leaders have negotiated just in front of these here, Tom. As you can see, they catch up. Last time, Rye and Dinsdale struggled to get through on the previous time that they caught up with some lap traffic. This time, much cleaner as they come through. 40 seconds remaining. 2 laps left in Honda Cadets.
And it shows what I know because Dinsdale is now right there with Rye. Just a few tenths apart now and well in the slipstream. Oh, I thought we'd lost Joshua Sullivan then for a moment, but actually he's Gap Potter. I could only see Potter on the screen. And
yeah,
I thought,
half a second. It was
had a heart in mouth, man.
Yeah, quarter of a second on the previous lap. I think that had a little bit to do with the lap traffic. Behind, there's a great battle going on between Prinku Wright and Samuel Yeadon for 7th place. They're side by side down the back straight. They've managed to break away from Luka Batiev behind, but they're going really, really well. Side by side down the back straight. Yeadon, our 2022 cadet club champion when we split these classes. Let's have a quick look at the gap this time, Tom. Half a second on the previous lap as they come through. Last lap board this time. The gap very, very similar. Just over half a second between Sullivan and Potter at the front. Potter head down behind the steering wheel as they came over to the start-finish line that time, trying to ring absolutely everything, including dropping his helmet down to make the aero nicer as it comes up and over the Nauseo panel, trying to hide behind that steering wheel, trying to will everything out of the 38 machine.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard this lap, and Sullivan had a little bit of a wobble through the national loop as well. Not sure what happened there, but it looked like he was sawing a little bit of the wheel. So whether that's brought Potter any closer, it doesn't seem to have affected the gap too much as Sullivan comes round hairpin 3, round hairpin 4, and is potentially going to take a victory here as it looks like there's some rain coming down, but it is going to be Joshua Sullivan taking the victory in Heat 3. Thomas Potter comes across the line in 2nd. Edward Rye just takes it from Mason Dinsdale in 3rd. Dinsdale in 4th. Cranston in 5th. Howard in 6th. Then it will be Yeadon, Prinku Wright, Batuev, and Joey Swan rounding out your top 10. We have got a slippery surface flag out on track at the moment. So whether that dark cloud is actually just hanging over us a little bit, I can see some rain over to the west of the circuit at the moment. I can see it coming down.
Oh,
and in fact, it's moving this way, David. I can see it's moving in the opposite direction to normal. It is coming this way. We will see whether it actually hits the circuit or not, but we've got a slippery surface flag out anyway, just to be safe. But there's no rain on the commentary box window at the moment. And I can see our cameraman over start-finish line, who is, well, dry, for want of a better phrase. Okay, so that brings to an end heat number 3 for cadets. Next up will be the final for them, and we will bring you now heat number 3 in senior Rotax. Okay, senior Rotax heat number 3 is about to head out on their rolling up lap, so we'll take you through the grid. Andy Hull will go off pole position with Andy Collinson in 2nd, Kieran Savage in 3rd with Shane Collinson in 4th, Alfie Walbank in 5th and Paul Swan in 6th, Nathan Jensen in 7th with Arthur Louthian in 8th, Alexander Walton in 9th and Martin Fisher in 10th. And showing in P11 is Ashley Savage, but Ashley Savage will not be taking part in this particular heat and most likely won't be returning for the rest of the day. But again, we are still awaiting an update on the condition of Ashley Savage, and we hope all is well.
Senior Pro Kart then making their way out. Andy Collinson, Shane Collinson at the front, with the rest of the field making their way round behind them. They'll need to reorder because I think we've got Andrew Hull as the pole man. Here we are then. It's going to be a slightly smaller grid than we expected. I don't think we've got Andy Hull out there as well in the 17, who was going off pole position. So we've got a slight revision to the grid. We're away in racing as Shane Collinson pushes Andy Collinson over the line, and the two karts are quicker than one, and they slide through into the lead. Collinson, Andy leads Collinson, Shane, with Nathan Jensen in 3rd place. And then it's going to be Kieran Savage in front of Alfie Walbank, Martin Fisher, and then Arthur Louthian down the inside of the number 13 machine of Alexander Walton. Paul Swan missing as well. He was the other driver involved in the incident that brought the red flag out and brought an early close to heat number 2. That was classified with 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining, more than 75% of the race complete. So as per the regulations, that race deemed as being concluded, classified at that rate. Just going to confirm out the window because I have dispatched Tom outside to find out whether it's raining or not. It's not giving me any indication. We've got Kieran Savage rolling off into retirement, trying to find out whereabouts on the track that is. That's in the middle of the national loop, and he is out of this race. Shane Collinson down the inside of Andy Collinson into the South Bank corner. Nathan Jensen now swarming all over the back of the 74 kart, trying to take advantage as well as they head into hairpin number 4. Tom, weather update?
It's raining.
Good times.
Not hard, but it is definitely enough to affect these drivers out there. It's spitting at the moment, but it could potentially get much, much heavier. It's very windy as well.
42.1, Tom, on that opening lap is only 1.2 off lap record pace, which we know we're not going to attain today. That's pretty much, I think we did high 41s on the previous race here before the red flag came out. So now Nathan Jensen all over the back of Andy Collinson. Looks like, once again, Tom, could be a little bit quicker, but needs to find a way through in order to not let Shane Collinson pull away at the front.
Yes. What I was going to say about the wind is it's really, really heavy. Sorry,
Really,
it's a
really
very strong breeze. Sorry, it's a very, very strong breeze at the moment. But where it's blowing is as they head out onto the back straight now, it's a headwind, and that's what's helping the slipstream. So as you can see, there goes Jensen using that slipstream from Andy Collinson and moving through. Now he's going to make such a difference, that headwind, to the slipstream. It's like having an extra, probably 10 or 15 miles an hour.
DRS effectively.
Well, essentially, yeah, worth of slipstream down the back straight. But then, of course, it's a tailwind coming down the front straight through the D chicane and then into the national loop, and that then causes its own problems because then you're having to brake a little bit earlier, and you know the rear end of the kart is a lot lighter than you would expect it to be. The grip isn't going to be there as you head down that way of the circuit. This part of the circuit, massive headwind, and you can see they're all managing to keep up with each other in this one.
It's a bigger factor than you'd imagine.
Oh, it's huge.
You know, for people that have never sat in a kart as well, it's a bigger factor. Like, you know, you've got a headwind, like it hits you. That's why we saw Thomas Potter trying to get his head down over start finish.
Yeah.
With he'd have had a tailwind.
He'd have had a tailwind at that point, yeah. But if you can and are able to stay in the slipstream, which it seems like most of the entire pack is able to do at the moment, stay in the slipstream with the kart in front. We're going to see now what Alfie Warbank can do on Andy Collinson down the back straight. Now, let's see this in action as we speak. Is he able to close right up? You can see him closing. Not quite enough this time around, but then it's a crosswind here. That's going to get people really squirrely through South Bank Corner, but particularly through the National Loop. We saw a few of the cadets getting caught out by it. Of course, at the time, we didn't realise quite how strong the wind was, but it's going to wash you out to the outside of the National Loop and cause understeer. We saw, as I say, a few mistakes through there in the previous heat.
Yeah, the gap out for the lead, back out to almost a second. Jensen took 2/10 out of Collinson on the previous lap. Then on the one that's just gone, Collinson opened up the gap again by another 2/10. Both of those two runners down in the 41s, though, some half a second clear of Andy Collinson in third place, with Alfie Warbank in fourth. Warbank all over the back of Collinson, but at the moment not able to find a way through until the gap opens up down the inside of hairpin 3. Don't think this is done yet, though. Collinson returns the favour. Warbank's going to try and draw alongside. That's going to put him on the outside as Collinson closes the door between Warbank and the edge of the track.
Yeah, Shane Collinson puts in the fastest lap of the race there as well. Nathan Jensen 1.1 seconds behind, probably just about outside of that slipstream range at the moment. If you can find another sort of 3-4 tenths, I'd say we're going to be right in striking distance of Shane Collinson. So we look at Andy Collinson again, and then you can see Alfie Warbank not really using that slipstream to full effect that particular lap.
Well, Collinson came a kart width in. I don't know whether that was to either try and break the toe or just to defend into South Bank, but he was definitely a kart width in. We saw them. It looked like they were, you know, side by side in two different frames down that back straight. So Collinson taking a much tighter line down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. These two, though, backing themselves in to Fisher and Lothian behind on that previous lap, were both a fraction quicker.
Warbank seems to be able to, if not, he can put his kart in different positions. Is Collinson running in 177? Am I right in thinking? Is that why he's got a different number?
Yes, he is weighted. He has run in the Winter Series in 177. Whether we're splitting them here today because there's no differential in number backgrounds down the left, which there often is.
Yeah.
But I think it was only himself and Andy Hull, who's no longer in this race weekend for whatever reason. I think he was involved in that incident over start finish, but did pit, remember, on earlier on in that race, so maybe he's got a terminal kart problem which has prevented him from getting back out.
So it is still Andy Collinson from Alfie Warbank for third and fourth place. Now let's see what happens with the slipstream down the back straight. Here we go. Now he's close enough. Ducks to the outside, and you can see the speed difference. It caught him up a whole kart length.
Yeah, he's having to go to the outside though, Tom, because Collinson's coming to the inside to defend. And
that's going to bring Fisher and Lothian into play as well. And there they are. They just started to creep into the bottom of the picture. Both drivers now right there. And again, that slipstream is going to help Fisher close up onto the back of Warbank.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second, Tom, on that previous lap. Fisher was quicker than this battle in front. I get the feeling, Tom, that Wallbank's going to have to try somewhere else, because trying to get this run down the back straight is great getting the slipstream, but he's going to, with Collinson, then Collinson's coming in to defend this. As he has done, Tom, pretty much from half race distance onwards.
Well, Collinson's taking the Bambino line in the senior Rotax.
That's the best way you can put it, in fact. Here we're looking at the switchback here as to whether Wallbank can get the run out the final corner, but they're so quick, these Rotaxes, that as they come through, they're almost out of one corner and into the next here at Teesside Autodrome.
Fisher another 10th and a half quicker than the two in front, and Loudian around about half a second off that, so still a full 10th quicker.
Wallbank in a position here, Tom, where it's attack or be attacked, because
he's
not able to get past Collinson, and then you've got Fisher and Loudian now lurking.
Whoa!
Oh, wow!
You were saying
unreal, right the way round the outside this time. Use that slipstream that Tom was talking about, and Alfie Wallbank sweeps round the outside of Andy Collinson at the South Bank corner. Just got a superb run all the way round the outside. He's through up into third place, and I would expect him now, Tom, to have enough to move away by a few tenths that should give him the cushion to stop Collinson coming back at him.
Well, we're about to find out as they head through hairpin 1 and 2 for the first time since they've switched positions. Let's see what happens into South Bank corner this time around. Now that Collinson isn't pushing a hole in the air for Wallbank and the positions are reversed, it looks like Wallbank has got the gap out enough at the moment that it's not affecting Collinson too much, but Loudian is right there now on the back of Fisher, and for their sake they need to not fight each other and see if they can close in on the back of Andy Collinson as they were doing for the previous 3 laps. We've still got 42 seconds, so probably, and a lap, so probably another 2 laps at least here, maybe even 3 laps as we look at Shane Collinson heading down the back straight and into South Bank corner. And it looks like the rain has stayed away now. It's certainly not got any heavier than it was. Lap times are still pretty good. It doesn't look like it's spitting either at the moment, so it might have just been a few droplets that have thankfully missed the circuit.
Didn't really slow the pace in this senior Rotax race either. Just, the tyres are rather grippy. They do get a huge amount of temperature, and sometimes they're running these certainly cold out of the pits at somewhere 8 to 9 psi. They'll almost double in tyre pressure throughout this race. Such a sticky compound, of course, on these senior Rotaxes.
Should just use nitrogen instead. Wouldn't have that issue then.
No, they wouldn't. No. Or helium, and they could just float round the track.
Well, it would be a very floaty kart then, wouldn't it? So we're still looking at Shane Collinson, but Alfie Wallbank has now pulled a 2.5 seconds on Andy Collinson now that he's got through. Shane Collinson takes the final lap board here in heat number 3 of senior Rotax. Jensen comes across the line in second, but 3.1 seconds down now. Alfie Wallbank 6.2 seconds, but 2.3 seconds in front of Andy Collinson. So now that Alfie Wallbank has hit third place, he is absolutely flying. He's matching Shane Collinson at the front. Then it's Martin Fisher, only 6 tenths behind Andy Collinson now with Alfie Loudian still in tow. And then it's Alexander Walton in 7th. Kieran Savage also looks like
retired on the national loop. Here, though, is Shane Collinson to take the checkered flag, and he's just come straight into the pit lane, as has Nathan Jensen, as has everybody else, even though they should really be doing a rolling round lap. Arthur Loudian,
the only one following the rules.
The correct procedure. Well done. And he's going to do his slowing down lap and come back in.
I mean, it's not rules, is it? It's not actually written, I don't believe, in the rules that they need to do a slowing down lap.
Don't make me sift through.
But, I mean, it's, what do they call it?
Etiquette.
No. There's it's like a guideline, isn't it? They have it in higher ups where it's not a regular sporting regulation, but it's like the intention of the rule kind of thing. Somebody, I'm sure, will get in touch on the comments and let me know what I'm going on about. Cause
talking of comments, let's dip.
You have a dip into that then. Well done, Seb McCarthy, on the final from Jackie McCarthy.
And Asher Blythe is spending his holiday time well from the side of the swimming pool. to say good luck to Max Shields and to watch us. And if like Asher, you've pressed the subscribe button, which means that you can join in on the live chat. Thank you very much. And if you haven't, give that live chat, that subscribe button and the like icon a little tickle as well, because we are quite close to hitting 30,000 subscribers, which would be lovely if we could get there. Next race, though, is already making its way out onto the track. It's time for Minimax.
So the final heat of the day for the Minimax and Intermax class. The O plate goes off P1. Ben Adrian, 2 heats today, 2 wins so far, and making it look fairly comfortable at the front of this one. Ben Robinson has been second in both heats as well. Amy Peacock in 3rd and Alfie McBain in 4th. Then we've got Alex Lynn in 5th and Sebastian Benson in 6th. Charlie Eyeball goes off P7 with Riley Sims Ezard in 8th and Mason Webster in 9th place.
Here we go then, Tom.
Oh, we're going round again.
We are going round again. Looks fairly close, so looked like that one was actually called really, really early, with the field not to the starters' liking. Onto the back straight they go then. That's Ben Adrian in the red kart with the blue suit, his traditional colours on the left-hand side of your screen. That puts him on the right-hand side of the grid as they come over start-finish in the inside pole berth for our Minimax class as they run straight down towards the national loop for the first time. And the rest of the field just slowly rolling into position. Through they come then this time. Adrian on the inside, Robinson on the outside. Green drops, we're away and racing. Robinson trying to squeeze Peacock to the inside. Peacock, though, will slide down the inside, and Peacock hard on the brakes. She's rounding Alfie McBain as collateral damage, and he's all the way off. He's saying hello to the Apollo kart team there out on the grass as he rejoins the tarmac down in 7th place.
See you in a few years, I think that was. We've got a replay, have we? Nope, I thought we got a replay there. Oh, no, we have got a replay, yes, as we have a look. So Amy Peacock gets a little bit pinched on the inside.
No contact, though, Tom. She's just got hard on the brakes there, and then McBain's had to take evasive action. He's gone wide onto the grass. He's going to be down now 7th in class, 9th overall.
Yeah, indeed. That's a real shame for McBain.
Alex Lynn up into 3rd then. Riley Sims Ezard, the leading one of our 2 Mini 950 runners, in 4th overall, in front of Charlie Eyeball, Sebastian Benson and Mason Webster, who is the 2nd of the 950 runners.
Ben Adrian once again making it look comfortable at the front of this field, with Ben Robinson also making 2nd place his home all day today. They're already out at the front of this by the tune of 2.3 seconds.
Alex Lynn there looked like he took a little bit of curb on the inside and was slowed him down ever so slightly. Now, the thing with these karts, obviously here, Tom, is that the 22 spec Mini is going to have a little bit more power than the Mini 950. But the Mini 950 weighs a lot less because it's a smaller kart, and therefore
it's also got a shorter wheelbase.
Shorter wheelbase, which means that you can, I was watching them at another track where basically they have a flat-out turn 1, very similar to here, where the larger spec ones were having to lift, whereas the smaller wheelbase were able to keep it pinned and flat into the corner. Eyeball's going to send one down the inside here of Sims Ezard. Sims Ezard, you see, able to keep it pinned and flat all the way around the outside the South Bank corner, when it looked for all intents and purposes there that Eyeball was going to have enough speed to come down the inside.
But then gets better drive off hairpin 4, potentially due to that wider track that the 22 spec karts have got.
Bigger tyres as well, of course, Tom. The 22 spec Minis running effectively a cadet-sized Mojo tyre. So it's going to be, it is grippier than what the Cadet Dunlop is, but they've got a lot less surface area down on the tarmac in order to get the power down. This is where Eyeball needs to get the run to the inside, but we know that he's going to try it again. This time, can Sims Ezard keep the footing all the way around the outside? I think this time Eyeball might have too much, but not enough that's going to allow Sebastian Benson to squeeze in the gap either. Sims Ezard only loses the one place and chops across the front of Sebastian Benson as they come through an over start finish. Eyeball will be up into 4th overall. Sims Ezard into 5th. Ben Adrian with the fastest lap, 43.627.
That looked close there. I thought he was going for the inside there. I thought yes, Benson was going to chuck one up the inside of Sims Ezard through the dog leg in the kink section, but backed out of it and tucked into line. We'll see what there is down the back straight, and there he goes down the inside. There is Benson and Peacock following through as well on a recovery drive.
Oh, Peacock turns Sebastian Benson round, and then Riley Sims Ezard really, really lucky there not to get collected by the spinning Sebastian Benson. Amy Peacock keen to get back forward in this race, but really the cause of that one.
I don't think there was ever a gap there, really. Look, Benson was always going to turn in and take that line.
How close as well there was Sims Ezard to being collected as well. There he is in the 45. But yes, Sebastian Benson tried his hardest to hold on to that one. It was like opposite, and then the kart went on him in the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, Amy Peacock snow ploughing her way through. I think that one will definitely be looked at.
I'd agree with that as well. And as I say, I think I'm not sure there was a gap there, really. But recovery drive from Amy Peacock as well. Don't forget she was off at the start of this race. At turn 1 has passed Webster and Sims Ezard now, and we have a 5-second penalty to be dished out to Amy Peacock in the number 17 kart. So that will put her, as it stands at the moment, down in 8th place behind Alfie McBain, but still in front of the unfortunate Sebastian Benson, who was collected in that incident. Heading out onto the back straight now, we've got Charlie Eyeball side by side with Amy Peacock. This time there's a gap. This time she can get past side by side and through nice and cleanly, and moves on her way up to what is 4th place on the road, but we will keep an eye on that gap for the final 3 minutes plus a lap. Any news, David?
None yet. Still waiting for a response back on the reasoning for the DQs in Senior Pro Kart. Ben Adrian with another fastest lap, this time 4/10 quicker than those behind, opening up the gap to 3.3 with a 43.545. Peacock now past Charlie Eyeball and up into 3rd place, or 4th place on track, as also Alfie McBain starting to come back through the field after his trip across the grass on the opening lap. He now runs in front of Riley Sims Ezard. That's him up into 6th place.
So it's going to be tricky for Peacock to pull out 5 seconds, to say the least. Very tricky to pull out 5 seconds on Charlie Eyeball, but could well come home in 5th place here, in front of Sims Ezard, because 13.3 is the gap. Sims Ezard, has now been overtaken by Alfie McBain, but that's 19.1. So Amy Peacock, a net 5th place at the moment, 1.8 seconds clear of Charlie Eyeball. Not beyond the realms of possibility that Peacock could still come home in 4th, despite that 5-second penalty. A minute and a half plus a lap still to go. So we should see potentially about 3 laps more here, now that Ben Adrian has just gone over the line. Again, as we said, making it look very comfortable here, Ben Adrian today.
Yeah, really making amends for not being able to get out yesterday. No fault of his own. The kart just wouldn't start, unfortunately, yesterday, and was unable to get out for qualifying. Had to start from 7th place overall, which is his class. That he was in last place in the 22 spec mini class.
Yeah, it's a bit different than if we had, say, a qualifying session for a senior pro kart class. You know, that would be a severe hindrance. If you've got to overtake 6 or 7 or 8 drivers in front of you because you failed qualifying, it's not the end of the world. For somebody of the skill and class of Ben Adrian that he has had this weekend in particular. Absolutely flying. 4.3 seconds clear of Ben Robinson now, and moving further and further out at the front. Amy Peacock is only half a second now away from being a net 4th place, despite that 5-second penalty, so has dropped Charlie Eyeball massively.
Final
here.
lap then, Tom, for our mini match class as Ben Adrian comes through and over the line. As you say, the race now on for Amy Peacock to try and open up more of a gap to Charlie Eyeball. The gap was around about 4.4, so she needs to find 0.6 of a second in this final lap.
It's no, it's 6 seconds now.
Oh yeah, they've only just come over the line for that, so she will now be in a net 4th.
Yeah,
Too far away off Alex Lynn to close in for 3rd, though. Ben Adrian making his way round the hairpin 3-4 complex for the final time. Some traffic in front of Mason Webster, but Adrian's not going to come through to put a lap on. Webster will come through, get one more. And the checkered flag is taken by Ben Adrian, who takes the victory in our mini-max class. From Ben Robinson in 2nd place, then it's going to be Alex Lynn in P3 to complete your top 3. Looks like Eyeball's been passed on the final lap by Alfie McBain, who's coming through. A quick look at the time for Eyeball, Tom. Looks like he might have had a bit of an excursion. This is some 2 seconds down on his previous best. So crossing the line there.
McBain with a good recovery drive as well. Almost in a different postcode at turn 1 on lap 1, and went right off the track, but recovered well and into 5th place. Sebastian Benson as well, after that spin, managed to climb back up in front of Riley Sims-Ezard.
The thing for Alfie McBain so far is I don't think he's yet to have a race weekend since he's moved up into 22 Spec Mini that hasn't had, a spin or something.
A drama.
Yeah. So if he can get a clean race weekend, he's going to be right there. He's certainly got the pace as we've seen him come through the field.
Stuck it on pole.
Yeah. So it's one of them, if you've got enough, to stay out of the trouble in that first lap, then you're good to go from there. That's Mini Rotax out of the way. Next up then for here, it's time for Micromax heat number 3.
Apologies, that's actually Junior Rotax. David's got a case of the Toms, and
no, Jared Fox-Whiteley's got a case of the Jared Fox-Whiteleys because he's unfortunately on the grass again, Tom.
Has he done
and
it again?
He may well end up with another 5-second penalty here, unfortunately.
Sorry, Luke at Alpha Central, that was our mistake. I've been doing it all day as well, so I'll let you off that one.
Changed the order on this, haven't it, Tom?
I'll let you off that one. Yeah, so it is Junior Rotax Heat 3. They're already heading round for the start of this race. They're line astern, all lined up nicely. Jared Fox-Whiteley is going off the back of the grid this time. We'll wait to see whether there's a 5-second penalty incoming. They are away.
He's going to be down the inside. Joseph Yao leading the way, but it's Melissa Adrian, Tom, who's managed to find the space.
Well, Joseph Yao just had such a slide that Melissa Adrian didn't have any other option but to go through.
Well, it's nice when that's your only option, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Just like the parting of the Red Sea, it just opened up and she went through. Thank you very much.
Adrian then leads from Monroe Renard and Joseph Yao. That's your top 3 as Jared Fox-Whiteley slides very, very wide in going round the outside of Sam Robson. They were side by side down the back straight as Fox-Whiteley put the move in down the inside of hairpin 2, and Robson then managed to get back at hairpin number 3. Over the line they come then for the first time. It's Adrian from Renard, Yao, Oscar War, Max Wilkinson, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Addison Smith, Sam Robson, James Philip Byrne, and Luke Walton, your top 10.
Oh, Fox-Whiteley, they're robust through the national loop there, making the way through already up to, I believe that is now 5th place for Fox-Whiteley. So again, having to do yet another recovery drive for Fox-Whiteley. Melissa Adrian still in the lead of this one, but Monroe Renard is now right there and he's not letting Adrian get away with this one. Joseph Yao holding third place. And we look at, we saw just in the back of the picture, Oscar Moore and Max Wilkinson changing places. Monroe Renard, fastest lap of the race. And in fact, it's Fox Whiteley who's now come through to fourth. Monroe Renard, fastest lap of the race, and is right now on the tail of Melissa Adrian.
Renard has had a really, really strong winter series, Tom, be it here at Teesside and then the two other Teesside winter rounds at Three Sisters and at Warden Law. Made the A final in all of them, particularly look at Three Sisters where we had 60 entries, the same at Warden as well when it was in the region of 55. It was some of the best racers in the country. Renard making a name for himself, now up into second place here, setting the fastest lap, and he's closing in, it appears, once again on Melissa Adrian. It was 3/10 on the previous lap, it's down to 2.5 this time round. Renard closing in, having been taken the victory, I think, in heat number 2 after that penalty to Jared Fox Whiteley.
Oh, that was very close from Monroe Renard. Monroe Renard had a real look at sending one down the inside of Melissa Adrian, and now has a look at South Bank and gets the move done there. Melissa Adrian tucked back into second place, but Monroe Renard really got it squirrely, and there was almost a coming together, and that would have been a nasty one as well if they had. So did a good job there. Managed to bide his time and get through down the back straight instead. Fox Whiteley now with the fastest lap of the race of 42.178. Of course, 6/10 quicker than Monroe Renard in front. So Fox Whiteley now only 1.5 seconds off the back and is already into third place.
Good move there from Fox Whiteley down the inside. Haven't seen anything regarding that outlap excursion, but he was starting P10 anyway, so then just slots back into P10. So it's not going to be a case of him being too late to regain his position, because his position for that one was in 10th place. But up into third place now. Monroe Renard leading Melissa Adrian. Then they had a second back to Fox Whiteley, who had to do that overtake, so the gap's gone back out to 1.3. But we'll look now to close in. Now he's got some clean air in front of him.
Yeah, he was only a 10th quicker than the two in front this last lap around, but I'm sure we'll be there very, very shortly. Now that he's got some clear air, as you said, David.
Walton comes off and into the pit lane, Tom, with 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining for Luke Walton in 10th place. So he's off into retirement. We're down to 9 runners then. Sam Robson this time is being shown on timing. Remember, in heat number 2 wasn't on the timing. Looks like his transponder wasn't picking up, but now he's being classified in 9th place. Lead us through again. Gap by Fox Whiteley down by 0.3 of a second. He's closing in, but really could do with Monroe Renard and Melissa Adrian being a little bit closer and battling between each other, so that they can close in on those and the two in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to need it. We talked before that you've got that headwind down the back straight now, so going to be able to use that. He's well within striking distance of that slipstream, so should be able to use that now to a good effect and pull him right in. And in fact, you can see it already, just how much he's closed up. It's less than a second now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be down to
there we go,
half a second to the leader, Renard. Another fastest lap then by Fox Whiteley. 0.4 is gap to Melissa Adrian.
It's almost senior road tax pace that Fox Whiteley's pumping in at the moment.
Monroe Renard goes round the outside of the national loop, was a lot wider than Melissa Adrian, and now Jared Fox Whiteley is going to be in a position to spring a surprise on the two in front. Though Adrian a lot closer to Renard and then able to be pulled along there by the slipstream, with Jared Fox Whiteley unable to take the same advantage of the toe, but is able to get closer up on the brakes. And I think certainly, Tom, hairpin 1 could be his first real opportunity to make inroads into this top 2.
Yeah, had a really good run through 3 and 4, didn't he? Closed right up. You could actually see the gap closing as he went through hairpin 3 and then through hairpin 4, and he's right there now against someone up the inside here at hairpin 1. Yes, indeed, wasting absolutely no time here, overtaking Melissa Adrian and moving into P2.
Great run then for Jared Fox Whiteley onto the back straight. Can he benefit now from the slipstream? Not quite close enough to effectively just be pulled any closer to Monroe Renard. I think hard on the brakes there. You see sending it in sideways. And it could be another hairpin one job here for Fox Whiteley.
Could well be. Let's see if you've called it half a lap in advance. Head through the D chicane. You've got Joseph Yao then with Oscar Waugh right behind, and Addison Smith is not far behind that either.
Fox Whiteley then right into the back, down the inside. Mystic Dave was correct as he sends the move down the inside of Monroe Renard. Goes in a little bit too hot though, and we'll have to do it all over again next time round.
I like the moxie though. I like the moxie of just almost listening to you and sending it anyway. Not quite getting it stopped, and I like that. I like that kind of overtake, even if you can't, you know, you don't hold on to it. The fact that you've had a go, I do like that. Anyway, we've got, so it is Monroe, Fox Whiteley and Adrian, as we said. Joseph Yao still having a good battle with Oscar Waugh, and Addison Smith is not far behind that as well. So we're going to end up with 2 groups of 3 here by the looks of things, with Max Wilkinson and James Philip Byrne on the a 10th apart as well.
Yeah, really, really close. Oscar Waugh and Joseph Yao, Tom. Oscar Waugh had to be really tight on the previous lap. Now Fox Whiteley's going to come down the inside of Monroe Renard. And they're hard on the brakes into 3. And Fox Whiteley, a lap and a half later than what he'd hoped for, has got the job done. He's through into the lead. So it's Fox Whiteley from Renard and then Melissa Adrian, the top 3, split by half a second. Over start finish, 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on lap times as well. They've dropped off a little bit. We're down in the 42s now. We were in the high 41s for Fox Whiteley with the quickest lap of the race. And that is Melissa Adrian has now passed Monroe Renard there through hairpins 1 and 2 and got that move done. And she sets about chasing down Fox Whiteley, who, as you can see, moving away. So no more patience from Melissa Adrian. It's go time in this particular heat.
Do with Monroe Renard pushing along to get them both back into this one, because it looks like Fox Whiteley's got the pace, even running on his own, to maybe grab a couple of tenths of a second on Adrian and Renard.
How many times did we see it in cadets when Fox Whiteley hit the front? That was game over for everybody else, wasn't it? As soon as he hits the front, it's he just disappears. So yeah. They've got and that's what we saw as well, and we saw it a lot with Thomas Potter as well last year in cadets. Once they've got a bit of a gap, everybody else starts fighting over second, and it just helps them at the front. Fox Whiteley was exactly the same.
Yeah, it certainly is that sort of pack mentality of being able to push away and then argue between yourself, rather than argue between yourself and let one other driver push away. 44 seconds remaining. It's going to be a race against time, Tom, for them to get round next time before the flag. I think it's around about 44 seconds under the Digi flag, and the last lap was 42.2. They may well get round here, Tom, for 2 extra laps as they begin.
Yeah, could well do.
Lap number 14.
Be interesting to see how much they fueled for.
At least they didn't have to have a couple of rolling up attempts before this either.
Yeah, so, that could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, they didn't have a roll round. So with the minimum weights, we're just going to wait to see what comes up on the overhead flag here. Who's going to get there first, the time or Jared Fox Whiteley? And it's Jared Fox Whiteley who beats the clock as the time now goes down to 0. And we have 2 laps remaining in this junior Rotax third heat. The gap for the lead, though, now out to just over half a second. Melissa Adrian has managed to break away from Monroe Renard. The top 3 fairly evenly spread. Behind, though, great battle going on for 4th place between Oscar Waugh, Joseph Yao and Addison Smith, as the start line marshal has the last lap board readied and will be shown this time round for our race leader, Fox Whiteley.
Yeah, Melissa Adrian doing a good job of trying to home back in on Jared Fox Whiteley. The gap was half a second on the previous lap. Let's see what it is coming over the line for the final time. It's out to 3/4 of a second now. So Melissa Adrian moving away, though, from Monroe Renard. That's out to 0.6 of a second. And then we've got Waugh and Yao still fighting over P4 with Addison Smith right there as well. So as we said, we've got 2 groups of 3. These 3 have now started to spread a little bit. The battle is on for 4th place.
Addison Smith and Joseph Yao having a great battle. I think Smith got past Yao and then Yao got back past Smith. They're still squabbling around 5th place as Jared Fox-Whiteley exits the final corner to take the checkered flag. And victory in heat number 3 from Melissa Adrian and Monroe Renard, your top 3. Oscar Ward, Joseph Yao does indeed hold off Addison Smith in their race-long battle for 5th place. Yao in 5th, Smith in 6th, in front of then Max Wilkinson, James Philip Byrne and Sam Robson.
So that brings to an end heat number 3 for Junior Road Tax. 2 more heats to go before our first final of the day. Micromax is up next, and we will await them coming out. They've just got 1 rolling up lap as well, so they'll be underway fairly shortly. Just as we start to clear, the Junior Road Tax off. So we'll head straight away into Micromax heat number 3. Okay, so just the track just being cleared now with our final runners from Junior Road Tax. We'll bring you the grid for Micromax. And it is Max Gilman who's seen nothing but the front of the field and clear air all day so far today. Caden Simpson goes off P2, Edward Rye P3, Ethan McClelland in 4th and Grayson Crawford in 5th. Of course, Edward Rye pulling double duty this weekend, running in Honda Cadet and also Micromax here this weekend in the Teesside Academy Micromax. But Max Gilman we saw setting fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap in the previous heat. Wonder whether that message has got through, and we'll see it again this time. And he can do every lap quicker than the previous one.
All important, Tom, is just getting around that first lap initially, making sure you get a clean start round the national loop, which we saw that the Minimaxers were unable to do around about 15 minutes ago. Gilman then will come through to dictate the pace as the pole sitter and heat number 3 for Micromax. Here's away. It's a good start though from Caden Simpson. He's going to try and squeeze Gilman to the inside, and he's squeezed his way through by going round the outside of Max Gilman, closing the door almost side by side as they go through the chicane. Caden Simpson leads then from Max Gilman. Then it's going to be Ethan McClelland, Edward Rye and Grayson Crawford, who makes the step up from the Bambino class last season into Micromax here at Teesside for the first time. Good run down the back straight. Gilman, though, has managed to find a way through at hairpin 2 on Caden Simpson.
Simpson went very wide in hairpin 1, very, very wide, and allowed Gilman back through.
Seen that all day, though, haven't we, Tom? About him, about certainly on that opening lap, potentially with cold tyres, not being able to get it to bite in. It worked on the first lap because he was able to sweep all the way around the outside of Gilman, but then in the tighter corners, hairpin 1 and 2, struggling to get that front end to bite in and give him the grip that he needs in order to maintain his line.
Warmed up the rears, but not the fronts, potentially.
Well, it's easy to slide the back, isn't it? You just flick the front wheels left to right, and the rears will warm themselves up. It's about developing that push understeer by effectively just turning the wheel ever so slightly, blipping the throttle to push it forward and scrubbing the heat into them front tyres on that outlap, which is really, really important for them to have confidence when it bites in.
I've seen a video from back in the day of a senior class, and it was a senior driver, and was heading out at Wilton Mill, actually. It was an onboard and heading out, and just full lock as they was going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And there was just so little temperature in the front end that the kart was on full lock steering left, and yet was going in a perfectly straight line, and then did exactly the same with the right hand. And again, just going in a perfectly straight line. And you think, well, okay, that's one way to warm up the tyres, absolutely. And it works. But I mean, I haven't got that skill to be able to do that.
No.
I never will have.
No, or we'd be on track and not in here.
Exactly. Well, that and lack of funds. That's always the stifler of progress for me, anyway. Anyway, we look at Simpson and McClelland going toe-to-toe here. Heading through South Bank, and Edward Rye is still there in 4th place as well. Max Gilman now well clear of this one, and surprise, surprise, fastest lap of the race. Is Gilman going to go quicker again here as they start lap 3? Over the line he goes. Yes, he does.
He's going well again.
He's going well, isn't he? Just easing his way into this one as we go quicker and quicker.
It's one of them. It's like, could he have gone? Is he going too quick lap on lap? Is he going to make it to the point of impossibility again?
What I'd also like to point out is personal best for all of the field on that lap.
Yes, one purple and the rest blue on the timing. If you want to have a look at live timing as well in conjunction with the race, and it's live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. So that's live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. You can watch the race in terms of timing. What you can also do, you'll see the top 3 on there are highlighted down the left in gold, silver, bronze. You can also highlight any 2 other runners in red and blue. So if you want to watch any particular driver and keep an eye on their timing, it will highlight where they are on the track and also where they are in terms of timing. So you don't have to keep looking as everything changes lap on lap. It'll highlight to the left-hand side as Max Gillman sets the fastest lap. I need a talk
and
boy.
Everybody else sets personal best again.
So
everybody's going quicker.
I need a talk boy from the 90s where I can just rewind and just go, Max Gillman fastest lap, press rewind, and do it again lap on lap.
Does it also have the world-famous Plaza Hotel on the talk boy?
It does.
An advert for it.
And the ding dang dong.
And the ding dang dong. There we go. Change of position now. Ethan McClelland has moved through on Caden Simpson and gets a tap on the rear for good measure. Just to let McClelland know that Simpson is still right there. Although won't be getting one down the front straight because the gap has opened up instantly. Oh, David. Shock news. No fastest lap for Max Gillman.
No fastest lap.
No personal best for McClelland or Simpson.
A personal best
or Grayson
for Rye.
Crawford.
For Rye, though, in 4th place.
The only one who went quicker.
Yeah, 3/10 quicker than those in front of him. With
Must be raining or something.
Best. McClelland with a quick look over the shoulder as they go down the back straight. Now up into 2nd place with Simpson in 3rd. Gap back then to Edward Rye of almost a second, although he was quicker on the previous lap. So could well just be conserving for the tail end of this race. Still 3 minutes and 1 lap to go in this Micro Max 3rd heat. Gillman leading by 5.4 seconds from McClelland and Simpson.
Simpson the only one then with a personal best lap and closed in half a tenth on McClelland. I thought that gap had come down a little bit. Simpson as well, just making an adjustment to the radiator on that Micro Max as McClelland goes wide through hairpin 1, almost allowed Simpson back through, but slammed the door on Caden Simpson, and that's cost Simpson a bit of momentum through hairpin 2. Simpson threw the wiggles one-handed as he opened up that radiator flap, which was quite impressive to see.
Yeah, you've got to admire the confidence. McClelland gets a little bit of snap oversteer, double steering adjustment on the way out of hairpin 4. That should allow Simpson to close up and does ever so slightly by 1/10 of a second. The gap 3/10 between them as Gillman continues to open up, running consistently, Tom, almost 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on track in Micro.
Yeah, but we've peaked now, haven't we? Nobody else is going quicker.
No.
So we've peaked for the day.
Yeah, cook the tyres.
Yeah, that's it. So we get to this point, and that's... I mean, we saw it in the previous heat with Gillman. He did, what, 7 laps quicker?
7 consecutive fastest laps.
And then couldn't go any quicker after that. So maybe the trick's to set yourself up for late in the race.
Certainly round here, as once again, Tom, McClelland there halfway round the corner has to correct and catch the rear end.
And just as I say it, Gillman, fastest lap of the race.
You know nothing.
I know nothing. I just work here. So McClelland and Simpson now once again nose to tail, and there goes Simpson through now on McClelland and retakes 2nd place. So looked like he was being gapped initially, did Caden Simpson, but has fought back well. Closed that gap right back up and retaken 2nd place. McClelland looking very racy, though. We're going to have at least 2 more laps here.
Yeah, McClelland had a quick look over his shoulder just to make sure that Rye wasn't there, which meant that he could go into full attack mode without worrying about losing a position. As he gets the nose down the inside of Simpson, that means Simpson's had to run all the way round the outside, wide, but managed to
to keep the momentum as Edward Rye puts in another personal best. He's 0.2 quicker, albeit still some 1.7 seconds behind. This battle for second place. Simpson now in the defensive mode of being in second place from Ethan McClelland behind. McClelland on the previous lap tried to get a run down the inside into hairpin 4, into the slipstream, but immediately out of it, he's going to be met by a wall of air, Tom, but I don't think it's going to make any difference. He's got enough straight line speed down the back straight into South Bank for him to get through. Simpson with a little bit of a bump and run halfway around the corner. No harm done though. Last lap board is out for Max Gilman as he comes over the line with a gap of somewhere in the region of about 10 seconds on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it was no harm done for Caden Simpson with that tap on the back of Ethan McClellan, because it caused him to get a bit of snap oversteer as well. So couldn't get the run back on the inside into hairpin 3. Will he have one into hairpin 1? He's right there now on Ethan McClellan. It's going to be a brave move. There we go. Brave pills have been taken before this heat. There goes Caden Simpson down the inside of hairpin 1, gets the move done, blocks the cutback for hairpin 2, although they switch back has not worked.
No, side by side down the
McClellan
back straight, Tom.
Has got back through.
They have, as we follow our race leader now then. Max Gilman will cut back to second place in a few moments, but Gilman comes through to take another victory here at Teesside Autodrome in heat number 3. Battle for second place still going on. McClellan tight out of the final corner. You can see there in the background as then Simpson tries to draw alongside over start finish, does so, but not enough. McClelland holds on to second, Simpson in third, Ryan fourth, Crawford in P5.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings to an end almost our heats for the day. We have one more to go. That brings all your 2 strokes to a close anyway. So that is the final one for our Rotax classes. We have one more heat to go before our finals, and that will be Pro Kart heat number 3. So random grid rolling starts for our senior pro karts. We will have a grid up very, very shortly. We'll try to get through it fairly quickly because there's a lot of them and they only have one rolling up lap. So Jess Alexander goes off P1. Caitlin Frame in second place with Christian Oblag in third, Tom Hewland in fourth and Alban Dowell in fifth. Connor Lucas goes off P6. Harry Roddis, Jack Hewland, Scott Blackburn and Josh Falkus round out your top 10. Then it's Max Shields and David Brown. David Brewis, Lee Austin, George Ludwell and Brandon Truman Reddish. Then it's Lennon French and Simon Doughty. Row 10 is going to be headed by Joe Grinsell, then Danny Bean. Then it's Courtney Barraclough, James Kay, Dalton McCarthy, Marty Gilfillan in 24th. Row 13 is going to be Anthony Eke with Jacob Gardani, Amy Frame, Matthew Hauschby, Sean Feehan and Liam Gallup. Then we have Alfie King, Oscar Buckley, James Wilson, Reese Knight, Leon Wilson, Catherine Potter in P36. Then we have Sophie Pawsey rounding out your 37 runners, and we're almost ready to go already.
Right. The reason Jess Alexander didn't get out in Heat 2 was down to a throttle cable issue.
Okay.
That's why she was out late and then decided not to take anything out of the tyres. That's George Ludwell, I believe, facing the wrong way.
And then because they all stacked up, that then sent a few scattering sideways as well and a few out of position.
Jess Alexander here, Tom, having been on pole position numerous times for rolling starts at BPEC, knows how to do this and is dictating the pace. Away we go, nose to tail over start finish. Lucas comes out of line just over start finish, which was perfect, but then puts him right in the middle, could potentially get squeezed, but it's Frame who's forced wide round the first corner as it's everybody sort of nose to tail, working their way through. We've got Dalton McCarthy, Alfie King facing the wrong way. Further down as some of our novice runners have to take to the grass. Great to see Leon Wilson back out there, Tom.
Yes.
After that incident earlier on in the day.
Absolutely. Well done, Leon Wilson. getting back out as they head down the back straight for the first time. That's Christian Oblag and Max Shields going side by side. Shields overtaking Oblag for P2 on the road. And who is that around?
Harry Roddice, Tom, I think, in the 88 machine. Last year's novice champion, now racing in Senior Pro Kart Club, is round at hairpin 3.
And Oblag side by side over the line.
Yeah, Lucas is through though for third.
Yep, so your top 10 is Alexander, then Shields, Oblag, Lucas, Falkus, Frame, Hewland, Grinsell, Hewland, and Jack Hewland, then Joe Grinsell, Tom Hewland, and then George Ludwell as Falkus now makes his way through on Christian Oblag for what will be P4.
Shields in second place. You see there, he wants Lucas to close back up now because he wants him to push them on towards Jess Alexander at the front, who's got a gap of almost a second to the rest of the field.
Really interesting race this now shaping up, because it's the first time we've seen Alexander at the front today, and will most likely be going off a 10th-ish after barely picking up any points then in heat number 2. But this is going to shape up nicely now, because we've got Shields, Lucas and Falkus now nose to tail.
Alexander opened up 3/10 on the previous lap from Shields in second place.
I want to see whether they're going to work together or not. It doesn't look like it at the moment.
I think they will work together, Tom. I'm not sure it's going to be Shields at the head of the train.
Yes. I would agree with that. In fact, there we go. That answers that question, because Lucas pops out immediately and overtakes Shields into South Bank corner, and there you go, the tap of the helmet to say work with me instead, because I'm not going to work with you. And I think Falkus is going to come through as well. There he goes into hairpin 4, block pass on Shields, very nice, and he's going to use the slipstream from Lucas now to pull both of them together, and then I think we're going to have a 3-kart train.
The thing for Shields here, Tom, is whilst it'd be nice for him to go and race with Jess and Connor and Josh, he is in a different subclass in the club class, so
not worth defending.
Not worth defending too venomously, particularly now because he's got Christian Oblag and Caitlin Frame 6th and 7th behind him, 2 of his class mates, so to speak, in terms of class rivals.
Yep.
In positions behind him. So if he can tag on now and just go with Josh and Connor in front to try and close up, and in doing so drags him away from those drivers behind him, then absolutely perfect for the 181.
I'm looking at lap times as they come over the line now. Falkus was quickest on the previous lap. We've got and Falkus is quickest again of the front 4. Only just from Lucas, but they took 2/10 out of Alexander on that lap. So that gap is now 1.2 seconds between Alexander and what is essentially Max Shields in 4th place.
13 of George Ludwell picks up a 5-second penalty. I think that might have been for his pirouette on the opening lap. Alexander, Lucas, Falkus, your top 3. Then it's Shields, Oblag, Frame, Grinsell, French, Hewland, Brown and Brewis in front of Truman, Reddish, Tom Hewland and George Ludwell, who we've just spoke about a few moments ago, incurring that 5-second penalty. This is Grinsell out there on track now.
Your top novice is Amy Frame in 17th, with Danny Bean and Oscar Buckley in close company.
Another fastest lap for Falkus, just outside the 59s now, 56.069.
And another 3/10 faster than Alexander could go on that lap as well. So that gap is coming down.
Not even at half race distance either yet, Tom. 5:50 remaining plus 1 lap. This one could come together very, very nicely. Certainly for us watching here, the final few minutes of Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3.
It doesn't look like Shields is able to quite keep with the front 3 at the moment. Certainly not the Lucas and Falkus train.
Yellow flag, Tom, are down at hairpin 4. Danny Bean off the track, just off the racing line once again by the look of it, having retired from heat number 2. I think he's trying to push his kart back on, but that kart very much close to the racing line. You can see the kart zipping past. He's just managed to rejoin, move to the inside, out of the way, and I get the feeling Bean could be bringing this one back into the pit lane. It's been a tough introduction to senior racing for Danny Bean.
Meanwhile, we're looking at the battle for 7th place. This is Grinsell and Lennon French. They're nose to tail.
Down the back straight, Grinsell trying to close in on French in front. So we've got David Brown going defensive down the back straight. Looks like one of the Hewlands is alongside. Trying to figure out where about that is. That's Jack Hewland, David Brown for 9th and 10th respectively. Looks like Brown has managed to make up a place moving up into 9th as Leon Wilson just moves out of the way. And, Shields.
Actually did a very good job there, Leon Wilson. I think there should be some credit there. That was very, very good. Managed to slot himself in between Falcus and Shields and not hold anybody up. That was very, very good driving from Leon Wilson. I applaud you. Well done, especially after the difficulties you've had so far today.
Yeah, out at the front though, gap down to under a second now.
It's consistently coming down by around about 0.180.
Yeah, Lucas chipping away.
And it is just chipping away. We've got 4 minutes to go plus a lap. I think Lucas and Falcus, I think they're going to be there towards the end of this race, especially if Lucas does put a move on Alexander. That is going to bring Falcus right into play and potentially even Max Shields as well. If they do start fighting, which I think in fairness they will.
Oh, if they get there, yeah, once again, Lucas does it with another fastest lap, 2/10 quicker than Jess Alexander. Half a second now is the gap, getting into the realms of having a little bit of slipstream.
Oh, definitely. There's definitely a slipstream down there now, as you can see, visually see down the back straight that Lucas is closing in on the back of Alexander.
Right there now, Tom, this is where into the points where if this was a last lap, there's a lunge coming.
Hairpin one.
Potentially. Still got 3 minutes to go though, Tom, so doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks in order to ruin point time. Obviously, Alexander, yes, out at the front, but having pretty much retired, given for all intents, running round in almost last place, a lap down in heat number 2, means that she's going to be well down the order. So Lucas and Falcus don't really need to find a way through. I know that doesn't mean anything.
Well, you say that. They don't need to, but they're going to try.
They're going to try.
Yes. And Jess will fight it very hard, I'm sure.
Closing the door there on Connor Lucas. That's lost Lucas a few kart lengths.
The one with the thing with these three is that there's not a single one like finishing second.
No, and even less so third.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Falcus with the fastest lap of the race, now bringing it into half a second, the gap between the three. So by Lucas not quite being able to find a way through on Alexander yet, that's brought Falcus into play. Shields still only 2 seconds off this, and there goes Lucas through and gets a big push through from Falcus as well. Yeah. That's going to help the cause and manage to get the move completed.
Nearly ruined it for Falcus though, didn't it? Because he ended up on the curb on the inside. Now with Lucas leading the way, Alexander still 1 minute and 40, so this one not done yet.
See what Alexander has got by way of response, if anything, for Connor Lucas. Falcus is still there in third and looking very racy as well.
Top three split by 3.5 tenths of a second. Max Shields, Tom, because of that overtake, took half a second out of the three in front. Or having said that, still 1.5 seconds behind. More lap traffic in front for our leaders as they head down the back straight. You got Connor Lucas using Leon Wilson for a little bit of slipstream, then ducks out as they head down towards the South Bank corner for what will not even be the penultimate time, Tom. 55 seconds. They're going to get round with, this will be the last lap before the board comes out as Alexander has a nibble down the inside of Connor Lucas.
I was just about to say it looked like Lucas had got the measure of Alexander and was starting to pull away, but that slipstream again down the back straight really, really helping Alexander through South Bank corner and then into hairpin 3.
1.5 laps remaining, or it will be when they've negotiated hairpins 1 and 2. Falcus takes a huge chunk of curb and bounces down the inside and then sends a move down the inside. Alexander turns in, then has to straighten up as Falcus now comes to the inside. It's almost like they're having a chat as they go down the back straight, looking at each other rather than forwards, just figuring out where each of us is going to put the kart. Lucas, though, out at the front is starting to open up a gap at the head of the field here at Teesside Heat 3 for Senior Pro Kart.
And Shields is there now in 4th place, almost on the back of Alexander.
Contact warning for the 14 of Amy Frame. Last lap board out, though, here at Teesside. Lucas leading now by 9 tenths of a second from Falcus, Alexander, Shields and Oblag, your top 5.
It's amazing how much just a single overtake can cost you, really, in time, isn't it? Because Focus was right there on the back of Lucas, and now he's behind by almost a
Focus
second.
defensive, Tom, in there. Didn't get the sweep all the way out. And Shields just right back on here with now down the inside. Shields is in the slipstream. He's going to try and sweep round the outside. Alexander's going to get there. And Shields just put in the car in the gap. Alexander with the gap opened up. Focus is now defensive to the white line. Does he still think it's Alexander behind him? Because now it's Shields trying to sweep through to snatch second place.
And Alexander's going to get the cut back, and it's a drag race.
He's going to take the checkered flag. Focus is in second place. Shields in third. Alexander P4 in that one. Then it's going to be Oblang who's going to cross the line just in front of Grinsell, Frame and French down into 8th place. David Brown and Brandon Truman Reddish nose to tail complete your top 10 in 9th and 10th respectively. Amy Frame, Tom, will once again come through in what this time will be 13th place to take the victory of our novice runners, followed closely home by George Ludwell. And Sophie Pawsey is your leader in our novice class. Oh, no, in our junior pro kart class, sorry, with another drive through the field up into 15th place. You know, she would be right up there, Tom, you know, if she was racing to start with the novices. If only she didn't weigh about 7 kilograms and would have to put a huge amount of weight on. But when that naturally comes, she's running right up there. She's made her way through all but one of the novice runners here at Teesside from the back in junior pro kart.
Yeah,
started right at the back as well in junior pro. So started 36th in that one.
And we've seen it all day from Pawsey.
Yeah, and made her way through into 15th place.
You've got Catherine Potter down in 25th and Leon Wilson then in 32nd in the junior runners. But yeah, Sophie Pawsey, fantastic result all the way up in 15th place. So as we said, pro went to Connor Lucas, then clubman Max Shields, Amy Frame in novice, and Sophie Pawsey in junior. That brings to a close all of our heats for the day. Coming up next will be finals only, starting us off with the Bambinos in a few minutes' time. So we'll just have a little bit of a hiatus while we clear the grid of senior pro karts. We will move on to our first final of the day, which is the Bambino final.
Bye, Tom. Bambinos will be out in a few moments as they make their way out of the dummy grid. Harris Barber will go off the front as the only I-Army. Then it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy, Freddie Blackshaw. Then it's Sebastian Crawford and Joshua Adote with Noah Wicklow on the in P6 on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ethan Pearson and Abel Hutton with Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock, your 10 runners. Having a quick look back into the live chat again with Jackie McCarthy there saying, well done, Seb McCarthy, for his previous one. Bring on the final where we are here now. And we've got AB Karting on saying, chilling at home, resting the spanners, glad to. It looks very spicy out there in the senior pro kart class. And we've got Nathan Jensen saying wishing Danny Bean all the very best, as does Finn Collister. And Ross O'Meara saying superb from young Max. Brilliant racing as well from the 43-0 and the 181. Great to watch trackside. That's from Andrew Holmes, who is he's on camera duty for us today. Out there on track on the exit of the National Loop and picking up action at Hairpin 2 as well on the new raised platform there, which is giving us a different perspective, particularly of the karts making their way through the chicanes here at Teesside. You see them wiggling through. You can see the amount of work the drivers do, even though it looks fairly simple here at Teesside. The amount they actually work left, right, left, and once they've got round the National Loop to get it all lined up for hairpin number 1. Now, since it made a little bit of drizzle this morning, we've actually now got some clear rubber down. You can see the lines into hairpin number 1 for our runners. Got our Bambinos here for the first of 7 finals here today then at Teesside Autodrome. We'll start with Bambino, then we have Cadets, Senior, Rotax, Mini Max, Junior Max, Micro Max, and then rounding it off with Senior Pro Kart as well. Parent helpers making their way off the track here. And then our start line marshal making his way to the front. Harris Barber as the Soul Eye Army is just keeping that kart going.
We've got dogs, David.
We've got Dags.
Not quite picked him up on camera yet, but I'm sure Adam's going to keep an eye out now. And we'll see if we can get some doggies on the stream.
It does boost the subscriber numbers.
It certainly does.
We're away and racing then in the first final of 2023. Barber leading away as you'd expect. Great start from Freddie Blackshaw though, off the outside. Berth in P2. He's managed to slot across in front of Sebastian Crawford. Crawford though trying to sweep back round the outside of Blackshaw and does so. Great drive from Sebastian Crawford. Now he's got to try and set off once again after Sebastian McCarthy in the battle for the lead. He managed to reel him in the last one. McCarthy with a big strong look over the shoulder as they go down the back straight for the first time. 10 minutes now rather than 8 plus 1 lap in this first final of the season for Coma Bambino.
Yes, indeed. Been looking forward to all our finals all day for obvious reasons. That this is where the trophies get handed out. And we've got the 11 there of Joshua Tode overtaking the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. So that is now going to be for, I believe, 3rd place.
Yeah, great move there by Adote. He will come through crossing the line. Fourth overall, 3rd in class though. So you were right, Tom. If we only take our Coma C50s into account for that one. He's now through on Blackshaw. Looking back towards that lead battle though, Tom. Crawford reeling in Sebastian McCarthy. Just got to find a way through. Couldn't do it in heat number 3. And now, because McCarthy doing that Bambino line, he's obviously been watching the stream back from last season and the year before, getting to the inside early, down that back straight and closing off the overtaking opportunity.
Yes, indeed. And we've seen this now in the previous heat, and now we're seeing it again in this one. Oh, a little wave. Hello.
Here we go then. Crawford's got alongside. Can he get the power down? Side by side over start finish. It's going to be a shorter run for McCarthy, and he does indeed hold on.
That's what we like to call the Oman line now, isn't it? Out of hairpin 4, side by side, round the outside, but can't get the move done.
Yeah, I mean, he did it a few times, didn't he? There's some lap traffic in front.
He took a win doing that.
He did, didn't he?
But yeah, it was that was Austin Oman's perennial line around here in the Bambinos. So it wasn't always unsuccessful by any means. Oh, look at that chop across there from McCarthy. Aggressive move to the inside to cover that line off and stop Crawford getting the run down the back straight. Although, didn't stop him having a look up the inside into hairpin 3. Right round the outside of hairpin 4, and still no overtake for Crawford.
No, McCarthy, the sticker kit now is full on navy blue. It was a much brighter blue last year, and he was an easier spot against the black background of Crawford. Now it's from the distance, certainly out the combox window when we try and pick up if they're not on screen, as we see Noah Wicklow in the 53 trying to hunt down Freddie Blackshaw for 5th and 6th. That's 4th and 5th respectively in class. Yeah, not as easy to pick McCarthy out against Crawford in the distance out of the commentary box window as we're on the start line looking back towards the exit of hairpin number 4.
Yeah, big shout out to Joshua Tode as well, who's in 4th place at the moment and holding well in front of the much more experienced around this circuit in particular, Freddie Blackshaw. And then you've got Noah Wicklow as well. As this group of 3 battle over 4th on the road. But Tode, first time here.
Yeah, he's done the Winter Series with us, Tom. The kart for Joshua
in the owner driver sprint series.
In the sprint series here in the summer. So Adote in that number 11 machine, a machine that we are very familiar with, of course. Buddy Hugo's kart from last season.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, being
okay.
now
Repurposed.
now at the hands of Joshua Adote.
Brilliant. Good to see.
He's currently taking it to third place. Change.
Circular economy. See all the buzzwords at the moment.
Yes, change for the lead, Tom. Oh, and you know what? It was short-lived though. Crawford into the back of the 20 of Verity Crawford in ninth place, and Sebastian Crawford, who was leading, fails to negotiate the lap traffic, and he's now outside the podium places. McCarthy leading then. Adote up into second place. Third's going to be Freddie Blackshaw as they make their way through. And then it's Noah Wicklow in front of Sebastian Crawford. So Crawford's going to have to do all the hard work again after finally finding a way past Sebastian McCarthy. There he is in the black cart. Now he's got to try and make his way through the traffic. He's going to do the same on Wicklow. Wicklow comes to the inside, trying to defend off, but already Crawford was through. You'll see him dropping down in terms of timing on the left. Now into fourth place in class, fifth overall.
He's got to make 2 more overtakes and catch 4 seconds up onto the back of, or 4.5 seconds up to catch Sebastian McCarthy in 4.5 minutes plus a lap.
It's a big ask. He's got to get through this traffic quickly in front of him, though, with Adote now up into second place. Blackshaw in third. How close is Sebastian Crawford going to be? You see, they're not migrating to the inside quite as early, which is going to give Crawford an opportunity, Tom. By then, though, it may well be that McCarthy's too far down the road because he might have to wait for the next time round. Let's have a quick look where Crawford tries the move this time. Wider to try and maintain the speed. Once again, he's going to try and get that cutback move that worked for him so well last time, and he is going to go down the inside of Blackshaw. Gets the move done, does he? Blackshaw, not enough to get it done, and through comes Crawford now onto the back of Adote, but he's up into third place. So back in the podium places at the very least for Sebastian Crawford.
Crawford meaning business now. 2 overtakes in 2 laps, and we're going to have another one here, I think. Are we through hairpin 1? No.
I think it's going to be a back straight job unless Adote can close the door early. I think Crawford's going to try and get to the inside, which is what he'd done on the previous lap. Adote's going to come across to defend to the inside. Crawford's there. So head down towards. I was waiting for this camera shot to see how close he was, if he was alongside. He's not. And Joshua Adote holds on to second place in class, third overall.
That gap's still only 4 seconds, though, to Crawford. So Crawford is quick, putting a personal best lap on the previous lap as well, of 59.2. So it was best part of a second faster.
Alongside.
They go side by side. Oh, a little bit of contact.
Yeah, Adote's going to keep his foot in, though. Lots of traffic for them to navigate as they make their way into the D chicane. Cleanly through this time for second and third.
That could well put paid to Sebastian Crawford's attempt to catch back up with McCarthy. Still got to find a way past Adote anyway. Sorry, Adote.
Now let's see whether he can get to the inside as they go down the back straight. I think Adote's closed the door. There was a little bit of contact between the two of them there as the door was closed onto the nose.
I think Crawford just needs to hold a line on the inside, because I don't think that Adote is fully white lining it. There's still a gap there.
There's still a gap. I think
Crawford cuts back to the outside too early.
If he puts the nose down there, I think he's got the run, hasn't he? And he's going to try it again here. He's just not quite got the power to do to Adote what he did to Blackshaw and Wicklow on a few laps prior. 1 minute and 47 now remaining, plus 1 lap in this final 4-hour. Bambinos, Harris Barber out at the front. Should come through the entire field again, Tom, you'd expect, given that he's now got 2 extra minutes effectively to come through, and he did it previously.
Should be fairly comfortable, shouldn't it?
Yeah, he got through right at the line, didn't he, last time with Sebastian McCarthy and Seb Crawford. So at least this time he should be able to get through. Crawford once again, and Freddie Blackshaw's come right back into this one, Tom.
Certainly has, and Harris Barber's coming to play with 3 of them as well. He's going to go right round the outside of all 3.
It must be
by the time they
get
to hairpin 3. Yeah, it must be.
Gets it stopped as well there. He's using it all the way around the outside to get round.
It's like he's powered by Red Bull, isn't
really
it?
Respectful,
the Max
though,
Verstappen
of Barber.
Red Bull.
Yeah, really respectful of Barber, though, not to get involved in this great battle going on
for second place in class by just sweeping all the way around the outside, gave them plenty of room, didn't chop right across. Now they've got to try and get through some more traffic. They do so nice and cleanly as the battle rages on for 2 final steps on the podium between 3 drivers in Adote, Crawford and Blackshaw. At the moment, the win looking fairly comfortable for Sebastian McCarthy out at the front.
We're going to wait for this chop.
The move's there,
Crawford.
Tom.
Look, he's done it again. He could have just held it on the inside.
Frustrating you, this, isn't it, Tom?
It is, because he either needs to push Adote if he can't get past, or
stick to the white line.
Yeah, because all it's doing is scrubbing speed when he does that chop, because he does it so aggressively when he chops left.
I think that for me is what's allowing
Blackshaw
right back into this.
What he should actually be doing is doing it the opposite way around. Stay right and then chop to the inside.
Yeah,
fake him out.
Last lap board is out then, Tom, for Barber and McCarthy in their classes lead respectively. Ayami and Coma C50. So one final opportunity here for Crawford to try and find a way through. But in more so, Tom, Freddie Blackshaw's right on the back here as well.
He is.
Could potentially look to be putting a move in. There's your race leader down the back straight. Let's try and keep an eye out at the commentary box window, Tom, of this battle that's going on this time. Crawford is to the inside. Adote's got a little bit more down the back straight, and Crawford isn't able to draw alongside.
Through hairpin 4 for the final time goes Harris Barber, the only Ayami Bambino here today, but will be winning overall. Taking the checker flag, it is Harris Barber.
He's been faultless all day, Tom,
Absolutely
hasn't he? Really,
yeah.
You know, finding his way through traffic cleanly as well. Sebastian McCarthy will take victory in Coma C50. It's still going on behind, though, with Adote for second place, Crawford in third in front of Blackshaw, and then Noah Wicklow crossing the line, 5th in class, 6th overall. We then await some of our newer names here at Teesside Autodrome. Great to see Ethan Pearson, Abel Hutton, Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock with us this weekend. Pearson's coming through over the line. Pearson's already got his hand up over the line. He's seen the checkered flag and crosses the line in 7th place, 6th in class for Ethan Pearson. Abel Hutton as well brings the number 17 machine over the line in a few moments, as does Verity Crawford. As they take their checkered flag, and we await Oliver Bullock as well. He's coming through. I'm really, really impressed with Bullock, Tom. Everybody starts somewhere. The pace might not be there, but he's been smooth. He's been consistent. His lines have been predictable. He's been, he's not veered out of the way of anybody.
No,
he's stayed where he is and let everybody else go round him.
He's been very aware of his surroundings. Yeah, I would go with that, absolutely. And what I was going to say is, even for our new starters here, it's been great to see that everybody has completed every race. Yeah, we've had no issues at all. They've all completed every race. So, yeah, really good to see. And we hope and wish them well with the rest of their karting careers. So we will move on. That brings to an end our first final of the day. That's Bambino C50 and Ayami Bambino's. Job done for them for the day. We will move on to Honda Cadets for their final. So Honda Cadets will be your next race up, as we saw from the Sting, and we've got them heading out onto track already. So run you through the final. So, the grid. Joshua Sullivan goes off pole position, courtesy of 2 wins. Thomas Potter has taken the other win here today and goes off P2. Edward Rye and Mason Dinsdale are 3rd and 4th. Reece Cranston in 5th with William Howard in 6th. 7th is for Samuel Yeadon, then Matty Prinku-Wright, Jacob Cartilage and Luca Batuev rounds out your top 10. Then it's Toby Turner and Red Lind. Joey Swan and Ashton Carmichael. Then row 8 is Thomas Harper and Layla Berryman. Row 9, Morgan Cooney and Riley Blakemore. And then we have William Collinson, Ollie Carter, Harry Scrafton, and Jake Walker. So already making their way through our front runners, certainly in terms of grid order. Gridding up quite quickly here today as well.
Yeah, it's nice they stop them, sending them forward 2 by 2. It really helps grid up quickly, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And then the final few runners are always going to take a little bit longer because they have to effectively sweep themselves round, and some of them have to, if they're on the inside, they have to loop almost all the way round to get back into position. But it's really,
go
really
left to go right.
Yeah. But been really impressed, Tom, with some of our newer arrivals here, Tom, and also some others that are sort of stepping up in position. Luka Batiev, his first outing in an outdoor kart, I believe, Tom, has been really, really impressive for me. Qualified in 5th in the wet yesterday, and obviously doesn't rain indoor, does it? So
no.
Exactly, so really, really impressive for him. Edward Rye really coming to the fore as well in the number 66 machine. He goes off P3 with Mason Dinsdale for company. Reese Cranston as well inside the top 5 here at Teesside. Could have potentially been even higher in terms of qualifying position yesterday if he'd completed the session, but had an off that meant he missed the final 4 minutes. So everybody is now into position. Jake Walker right at the back, having had some issues earlier on. Just having a quick look at the comments as well with Kaya Sagic, an excellent job, Sophie Pordy. Josh Hushker, a driver we've seen here before now, racing in Micromax, saying good luck to Joshua Sullivan. And Bryce Madison saying Nathan will win Senior Road Tax. Trust me, well, we'll find out in about 10 minutes' time when this race comes to a close in Honda Cadet, because we go straight into Senior Road Tax for final 3 of 7 here at Teesside Autodrome. Start line marshal picks up the green flag, rises it up in the air. It drops. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Potter. He's going to drop straight in that gap once again, and he's going to sweep all the way across and get to the inside of Sullivan into the first corner. Potter then leads from Sullivan. They're all a little bit squirmy as they make their way through. Everybody's round the national loop. Potter leading from Sullivan. Sullivan trying to create a gap down the inside. Squeezes his way through into hairpin number 1. Potter then tight and will come under pressure as they head down the back straight from Edward Rye. The rest of the field, though, nice and cleanly through. Rye coming to the inside. Don't think he's close enough on Potter, though, Tom, to come through. Dinsdale then holding off Cranston with William Howard and Matty Prinku right 7th. Looks like that's Jacob Cartledge in 8th, but he's going to hand that one over straight away to Samuel Yeadon by the look of it, with a good move down the inside. So in fact, it's Toby Turner rather than and then Yeadon takes a chunk of curb on the inside. They come over the line for the first time, and I'm going to take a breath and let Tom take you through the top 10.
So it's Sullivan from Potter, from Rye, Dinsdale, Cranston, Howard, Prinku, Wright, Turner, Yeadon and Batuev. Your top 10. Batuev still showing well inside the top 10 here in the final. It is Sullivan has not managed to pull out any kind of gap on Potter. Edward Rye was very close at this point on the previous lap, but has now dropped slightly off the back of Potter. Will need to tuck into the slipstream. We've got a warning gone out for the leader, Joshua Sullivan. Not sure what that was for, but we've got a black and white flag.
I think it was for the move on Thomas Potter into the first hairpin on the opening lap. It was sort of half a gap there, and Sullivan sort of made it a full gap by putting the kart to the inside there. Get the feeling it's for that, because after that, there was nobody else anywhere near him in terms of track position for him to make contact with. Not caught up with any sort of lap traffic yet. But the leading duo starting to break away from Edward Rye, who is coming under pressure there from the orange helmeted Mason Dinsdale. Reese Cranston in 5th place. William Howard unable to make his way through on Cranston in front. Matty Prinku right. Toby Turner running well in 8th place. He's just off the back of this one. Keep an eye out for a bright yellow helmet as Dinsdale looks to come to the inside of Edward Rye. Couldn't quite get down there. William Howard now trying a move down the inside of Reese Cranston. Cranston gets the kart stopped, though, round hairpin number 3. Howard unable to get close enough and then has to slot back in. We've got some lap traffic in front as Sullivan and Potter sweep round the outside. The rest of the field are going to do the same as well as they head towards the first, and that's going to split the second place battle, Tom, with Ryan Dinsdale. We've got a spinner in the middle of the pack, which has caused Tom to take a massive...
That was Harry Scrafton, yeah, who was part of the lap traffic. went round the national loop and had karts either side and decided to bail out, I think, and not quite got that one right. But a good showing from Scrafton nonetheless, and carries on. That's the important thing. Carries on.
Yeah, so the leaders starting to make their way through lap traffic. This race longer than the previous ones. It was 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats. We're up to 10 plus 1 for the final. Through they come. Potter with the fastest lap on the previous lap. And again this time, although Sullivan did go quicker briefly, then it was Potter. Very, very little between them, Tom. Just over a 100th of a second. More lap traffic in front, though, Tom, for our leaders. And this battle for second place as well, although managed to easily negotiate that one. William Collinson keeping a firm line to the inside. Potter, though, now, Tom, right on the back of Sullivan down the back straight. Sullivan asking Potter to push him along. Although, to be fair, they have got a gap of 2.2. Don't need to start battling too early, but the pace between the two of them has been good enough to pull away at a decent rate from the rest of the field, because Rye is having to defend from Dinsdale. 22. Technical defect for Luka Batiev is going to bring his race day to an early close here at Teesside Autodrome. I'm going to try and keep an eye out on what it is, Tom, while I let you take the lead on this for the time being.
Yeah, so it looks like Potter is just holding station at the moment and working with Sullivan for the time being. We'll see whether he sends a move on this lap or not. Sticks to the outside. Sullivan feeling the need to go slightly defensive. Moved about half a kart width offline to the inside to just put Potter off the idea of making a move there. But Edward Rice seems to have settled for third in this one and is trying to hold on to a trophy and defending hard from Mason Dinsdale.
Not sure what the issue with Batiev is, Tom. The kart looks in thing, but it could well be if the chain guard's missing or something like that. I'll keep an eye out because he has got to come past the combox to come back in.
Cover or something.
Yeah,
like
I'll keep an eye out. We'll see. I think he's coming into the pit lane next time round.
So it is as you were. Sullivan now with the fastest lap of the race, although it doesn't really look like he's managed to gap Potter at all on that lap. In fact, there was a difference of a 1/10 of a second, but as I say, it doesn't look like that on circuit at the moment. Edward Rye now actually 3/10 clear of Mason Dinsdale, which isn't a lot, but not feeling the need to go quite so defensive as he was over the previous couple of laps. It's definitely eyes on a trophy as Potter moves on the inside of Sullivan, but cannot get the move completed, as I was saying. So Edward Rye has decided that he wants that third place trophy, and rather than chasing down Potter and Sullivan, has decided to settle for that, and he's going to fight it with all that he's got from Dinsdale and Cranston, Howard et al.
Still 4 minutes remaining in this one. The pace at the front frantic. 3 seconds they've managed to pull out from the rest of the pack. As you say, Rye's got a bit of a gap to Dinsdale that he doesn't really need to defend it too much. Will Howard still can't find a way past Reese Cranston. And they're bringing Matty Prinku right on as well, Tom. Been really impressed with the 1-2-3 driver this weekend in 7th place. Sullivan tighter into South Bank. Potter taking the wide exit to go into a tighter line into hairpin 3. And Thomas Potter will lead this final with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, Sullivan fighting back on the exit, though. Couldn't quite get the drive to get his nose alongside, but pushes Potter right the way through into the D chicane and exit.
Lap traffic, Tom, in front of them once again as they're going to meet that in the middle of the chicane.
Oh,
and they're going to find a way
close,
through. Yeah, hard on the brakes between the two of them as they trying to find a way through. They both got a little bit squirrely. Both got away with it, though.
I think both of them were lucky that they could that Sullivan actually saw the lap traffic, because if it had been blocked off, he'd have just fired Potter straight through because he wouldn't have known to brake.
Yeah, Potter then goes goes defensive into the into South Bank,
and it's a replay of the previous lap.
Exactly.
But the positions are now reversed.
Just take the colours off one kart and dump them on the other, and vice versa. And we are back to as we were. Sullivan still holding the fastest lap. They're going to meet some more lap traffic though, Tom, in the D chicane here. They're going to come up on William Collinson all the way around the outside. Collinson once again, another driver, Tom, showing huge composure, keeping that line consistent as the faster runners make their way through.
Correct. Very predictable from Collinson, makes it easier on the people coming through.
Down the back straight, though, Tom, here we're going to see once again is I think Potter's got a little bit more out of hairpin 2 and closes up down that back straight. We know he's obviously got that additional help of the wind you were talking about earlier to get in that slipstream with that headwind.
What I would say as well is that lap traffic from Collinson on the coming through hairpin 1 and 2, that's now opened a gap between Dinsdale and Rye that wasn't anything like as much as it is now.
No, Rye looking very comfortable now in 3rd place. Still 1 minute and 45 remaining. Honda's running at around about a 48-second lap. There's your fastest lap from Edward Rye.
And now that he's not defending, can open the taps a bit, and away he goes. A name we haven't really mentioned so far today, Thomas Harper, creeping into the top 10.
Yeah, qualified well yesterday in 7th place, had the issue in heat number 1. He was stuck up in the gravel with Riley Blakemore on the halfway round, and that dropped him right down the order. Had to come through the order then in heats 2 and 3 and appears inside the top 10 now, just behind Samuel Yeadon.
Yes, a good showing from Thomas Harper there in 10th place. Still 4 seconds off Samuel Yeadon in 9th, but like I say, you never know. With a minute and 1 lap to go, there could be collisions, incidents, contact, anything like that, and Harper could still move up. Edward Rice still with the fastest lap of the race, although Potter puts in a personal best, but it's only, well, 0.03 of a second quicker than Sullivan, and that's with a slipstream. So Sullivan with good pace. What's Potter going to get in terms of slipstream down the back straight this time? We've seen him use that well. Is Sullivan going to defend? Doesn't feel the need to.
We're going to get 2 more laps in after this one, Tom. They've still got 30 seconds. They're going to get round before the last lap board comes out. 2.5 laps remaining, roughly 2.25 maybe in this one. So still not enough. 17 seconds, so they're going to have 2 laps here as Potter once again draws alongside Sullivan as they come through. 48.5 for both of them. Potter a little bit quicker, sets a personal best in 2nd place. Nose to tail between the 2 leaders. Edward Wright setting the fastest lap and has brought the gap down now to 2.5 seconds.
I was just about to say Sullivan looks a lot more composed in the lead this time around, but then he had a look through the national loop that cost him a little bit of time, and then a look through hairpin 1 as well that cost him a little bit of time as well, and that's Potter right back on the tail again as they head through South Bank, sweeping through. Potter carrying a lot more speed.
Sullivan's going defensive now, Tom. You could say that, you see there by the way he swept round the South Bank corner and then to the outside. Once again, another quick look to the side. Last lap board is out. Sullivan with 1 final victory here at Teesside. Potter with many final victories here at Teesside. Fastest lap of the race, though, from Joshua Sullivan that time round. Only 200ths of a second quicker than Thomas Potter. The leaders head down towards hairpin 1. For the final time. Sullivan tight and defensive. Same this side. He's going to force Potter wide on the way out of the corner. Down the back straight. Can Potter get the run down there? You know he's got the move. The later we go into this lap, the harder it's going to be for Sullivan to get back through if Potter gets the move down the inside. Round South Bank. Half a lap to go. And Sullivan takes to the grass on the inside. Very tight. 1 more corner. Lap traffic there as well. Can Potter send a move down the inside? Sullivan might have been able to ride this one out as they come through. He ended 2022 by winning a final. He's going to start 23 in the same fashion. Holds off Thomas Potter in a race-long battle. Edward Rye takes his first trip to the Honda Cadet podium in 3rd place. A superb day for him in 3rd. Dinsdale in 4th, having qualified on pole. A real breakout weekend for me, Tom, for Mason Dinsdale, proving very least, if only to himself, that he can compete right at the front in Honda Cadet.
100%.
Rest of the field streaming through. Cranston in 5th, Howard, Princu Wright, Cartledge, Harper and Yeadon round out your top 10 in front of Swan, Turner, Carmichael, Blakemore, Carter, Berryman, Walker, Lind, Cooney, Collinson, Scrafton and then Batuev, who had to come into the pit lane on lap number 6 with a mechanical defect.
I think we lost somebody towards the end of that race because Harper's now up in 9th with Yeadon in 10th. It might have been a change of position between Harper and Yeadon. But yes, that brings to an end your Honda Cadet final. Congratulations once again to the fist-pumping Joshua Sullivan.
They're not small, Tom, but they're not Bambinos.
And very happy with himself, and rightly so, Joshua Sullivan. Thomas Potter Looks a little bit disappointed with himself. I'm not sure why. He gave him a very, very good account of himself there. Held the lead for a few times during that race as well. So good showing from Potter. And then again, first podium for Edward Rye. So really, really well done to Edward Rye as they come through the pit lane for the final time. That brings to an end our Honda Cadet final, and we will move on very swiftly to Senior Rotax. So our sprint final for Senior Rotax, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines and NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power, and of course brought to you from Alpha Live. Pole position goes to Shane Collinson, Nathan Jensen in second with Alfie Wallbank in third, Martin Fisher in fourth, Kieran Savage in fifth, and Arthur Lowthian in sixth. Alexander Walton in seventh, Andy Collinson in eighth. There will be no Ashley Savage. Paul Swan potentially in P10, but we shall wait and see whether Paul Swan is rolling up on the grid, and Andy Hull we don't think will be or in P11 either.
No, we've unfortunately...
It's been atrocious today,
It has been
it?
atrocious.
Not atrocious.
Not nutritious, which my
or
lunch
atrocious.
was.
It's been a difficult and taxing day. We would like to thank very much everybody who has clicked subscribe today to the Alpha Live channel. That has ticked us over 30,000 subscribers, which is quite a lot. That's a large football stadium kind of capacity of subscribers we've now got.
We could fill the Riverside.
Fill the Riverside. Yeah, I wonder what the capacity is of the Riverside, actually.
I'll check.
David's going to Google. So we're on the rolling up lap for Senior Rotax. This will be your third final of the day. So I make adjustments to me timing.
34,742.
So we're almost there. Big push next month.
We'll fill it before the end of the season.
Absolutely, yeah. I reckon big push next month.
Field
and we
spread
can get
here,
that.
Tom, is quite big. So unless our leader Shane Collinson can slow this one down, we may well be. I think Kieran Savage is just holding back at the moment. He's going to let them run through, but the
might be having a little bit of car trouble.
Slowing them down, and away we go. And he is on the power, and he's going to carry on. I thought he was coming into the pits. I don't think he knew what he was doing, and he is rolling to a halt on the outside, and he's going to park it in the old pit lane here at Teesside Autodrome. I think that's where they're pretty much set up for their...
Oh, so we have got Andy Hull.
We have. Great to see see him back, having missed heat number 3.
So Andy Hull is back out there. So it is Collinson, Shane, Jensen. Looks like Wallbank in third. And then Fisher, Lowthian, Walton. We're missing a Collinson.
Oh,
we're missing Andy Collinson.
We're missing an Andy Collinson, which is a great shame because we know he's got the...
Missed it on the rolling up lap, but yeah, definitely not there.
At the front.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate.
So now it's down to Nathan Jensen to try and take the challenge to Shane Collinson. And do you know what I can see for the first time today, Tom? It's sunshine.
Sunshine?
Jensen then at the moment 3/10 or so off as they came through, but looks to be a little bit closer as they begin lap number 2, gap down to 0.261. Nathan Jensen, we spoke about him earlier, didn't we, Tom, about how he's really started to gel with this senior Rotax power compared to how he was in the junior. It just seems to be a lot more to his liking.
Well, I said he'd been unleashed earlier, and you pulled me up on it.
Yeah, because you were trying to get your joke in for 10 seconds while
I was talking. It wasn't a joke. It was just it was the truth. He's had that restrictor taken out, and now he's off the chain, isn't he?
Does seem to be it's strange, isn't it? Because you think, it's obviously harder to transition to the faster car, but if his driving style suits, being able to throw it in and just have a little bit more response with the kart and the power, then it's going to be a great benefit to him to go to a more powerful machine.
And
he might just
immediately pumps in the fastest lap of the race. It's like it could hear us.
Not too far. It's only 0.6 off lap record pace, that as well, Tom. These sort of weather conditions now, if only we'd had a little bit of temperature in the track throughout the day, because it's been cold and breezy. But as long as if you can get a bit of sun on, that track temperature brings the tarmac temp up, starts softening up that rubber that's already been laid down by other karts and car testing as well here at Teesside. Makes the track super, super grippy.
Well, you can see the lines that they leave through the national loop now, because we've got this new camera angle. You can see the dark lines that are being left by the rubber as they slide through the exit there, and it's really, really grippy on that part of the circuit now, giving them drive off of the corner, whereas before they were sliding. They're now driving off that corner and giving them an extra couple of miles an hour into hairpin number 1. But it is still as you were. So it's Shane Collinson from Nathan Jensen, Alfie Wallbank, Martin Fisher, Arthur Lowthian, Alexander Walton, and then we have Andy Hull in 7th. Of course, we've had a retirement from this one, which was Kieran Savage, who didn't take the start as such. Well, did take the start, but then pulled immediately into the pits. And we have no Ashley Savage either, and also Paul Swan has not taken the start.
Yeah, Swan, when I went out, we bought the lunch break early, and he'd just been involved in that incident. I asked him how he was feeling. He was already out of his race suit then. He said it was just a little bit of a...
that was down to the incident, wasn't
it? It was a little bit of discomfort as we see Arthur Lowthian putting a move down the inside of Martin Fisher. So for Swan, I think it's just a little bit of discomfort, not really willing to put the body on the line when you've got to be up for work in the morning. And also, whilst he's also got to run Joey's kart as well down there, has been helping out with William Collinson, whose kart you'll be familiar with the colours, because that's Holly Swan's cadet from last season.
Yes.
So he's been, obviously we've got Collinson.
I did spot
the
Swan colour scheme on that one.
Yeah. Yes, obviously Joey and Holly ran the same colours, the same sticker kit layout, but Holly's was pink and Joey's was orange to match their helmet colours.
Yeah.
So that one now in the hands of William Collinson as he begins his racing career at the hands of now the number 74 machine, which is the same number, of course, that his dad races in senior road tax, although him not out at the moment on track. Didn't take his start.
But they all run number 95, don't they?
The Swans do.
And it's in the same font as Lightning McQueen, and which is the same number as Lightning McQueen as well.
Well, Holly moved actually last year, didn't she? She moved up to 195 when Joey moved into cadets as well. So when they were racing against each other, she added a 1 at the start. She's back to running the 95 now that she's in the Minimax class.
And here we have on screen the 59 of Martin Fisher, which is no relation in any way whatsoever.
No, because they don't even have the same surname, Tom.
No, exactly. No. It was just a segue into numbers I was going for there.
I was thinking very little gets past you here, Tom.
No flies on me, kid. Anyway, Shane Collinson still at the front of this one, now out to a second in front of Nathan Jensen. Alfie Warbank still holding comfortably P3 as we look at the battle for 4th on the road, although not much of a battle anymore, as it looks like Martin Fisher may have a problem. Was very slow into South Bank and is still going slowly now.
Yes.
Not slow, but
no, he's still on
on pace.
He's still sort of on the racing line, not pulling out of the way slow, but seems to be falling away from those in front. Nathan Jensen, Tom, has been reeled in here now by Alfie Warbank at the rate of around about half a second. And Jensen in this race 2 minutes longer, still down to 5, still got 5 minutes to go. But looks like Alfie Warbank's played the long game in terms of tyre pressures. The two Esprit machines nose to tail. Jensen currently holding off Warbank. Warbank has a little nudge into the rear of Jensen.
Just letting him know he's there. This is the battle for second place now, and looks to be warming up nicely as we come into the second half of this race. Jensen has looked very, very quick all day. And Wallbank has also been there or thereabouts in terms of pace. But not quite showing as well as he has done, or he is doing right now. So saving his best for the final here, Alfie Wallbank. Lothian now half a second clear of Alexander Walton, who's having a good final as well.
Yeah, finding that pace throughout the day. Set a personal best on his previous lap with a 42.092. It's only 0.3 off what the front runners did on the previous lap. Looks to be sticking somewhat with Arthur Lothian in front. So good to see Alexander Walton in the number 13. Looks like that's an MS kart as well, Tom, in the senior. Because I think he could be running as part of the Teesside Karting Academy down there. I saw they put a picture up this morning running a number of karts. So,
whoa! Wow, what a save! That is save of the day from Alfie Wallbank. He's not only done that, he's overtaken Nathan Jensen.
So Jensen looks like he's had an off.
What happened there?
An off as well. we might have to see that one again, Tom, just to fathom what
I can't
happened.
figure out what happened there. Jensen had...
Here we go. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Here we go.
Jensen in the lead. So Jensen's gone
so
a little...
Wallbank's gone fully sideways. And
yeah.
Something's happened to Jensen somewhere.
And then there he is.
He appears in third place.
And that's Wallbank off again, Tom, on the grass.
And bangs the steering wheel as well, because he knows that was almost a guaranteed second place.
Yeah, he's going to drop then down to third. Looked like that was on the outside of hairpin 1.
So we were watching a replay of that and missed Wallbank's second excursion, but he had 2 goes at spinning.
Yeah, Walton's closed up here on the back of Lothian, Tom, by the look of things as they come through. Alfie Wallbank is outside. He's not just dropped out of third, he's dropped down to 5th place here, Tom. Lothian then up into third with Alexander Walton in 4th place.
I can't even see where Wallbank is now. He's really dropping down the order.
He's making his way round hairpin 2.
I mean, he was 6 seconds behind.
The pair in front are already around South Bank, so he's going to need to make a second lap up here by the look of things.
At least. And that's not really doable based on his pace throughout the rest of this final so far. Nathan Jensen now is only 2 and a bit seconds clear of Arthur Lothian, who's starting to march on a little bit. Was 3.5 tenths quicker than Nathan Jensen on the previous lap. Alfie Wallbank only able to match what Lothian's doing. So Lothian is now second quickest on circuit at the moment. In fact, quickest on circuit on the previous lap round. Quicker than even Shane Collinson.
Collinson, though, with a very, very comfortable gap, could just be in management mode now. I think he really is, Tom. I've just heard his kart go through the D chicane in front of the commentary box, and it's almost like he's lifting a few kart lengths earlier, not getting as hard on the brakes or anything like that for Collinson at the front of this one. Did open up a big gap though of almost a second still to Nathan Jensen. This one's not over for second place here, Tom, because Lothian took 1.5 seconds out of Jensen on that previous lap. There's Jensen in front.
Yeah, you can see it visibly getting closer and closer. And
he's
Wallbank's dropped another place. He's dropped behind Martin Fisher now.
He's bringing Walton along with for second place. And Wallbank is out of the race now, Tom, with the car parked on the outside of hairpin 1, and Alfie is in Marshall Post 1.
So, very odd situation for these 2x3 karts, and Jensen is about to get overtaken by Lothian here as well. So something's gone very wrong here for these X3 karts.
Well, they had
the final.
They both had that half spin, didn't they, down at hairpin 3, in which Wallbank swept round the outside. Then he was on the grass, but before that, Jensen was already heading backwards in terms of just seemed to have early race pace, but not in the second.
you know, they're going to get an 18-lap final here.
Oh, there goes Loudian.
Jensen leaves the door open. Loudian down the inside, as is Walton. And Nathan Jensen there, Tom, just didn't. It looked like it wasn't worth defending because he's not got the power, and he's coming into the pits there. He had no power down the straight there, Tom. It was almost Alonso at Suzuka, wasn't it? No power GP2.
I don't know what's happened there, but that's both those karts out in the final.
So Arthur
from
Loudian,
very strong positions as well.
Yeah, they look comfortable in second and third respectively. Arthur Loudian now then is heading towards a podium, as will be Alexander Walton in his first outing. We've not got too many left, Tom. We spoke about attrition prior to that. The final has been very, very similar as well. Shane Collinson out at the front in a comfortable gap of 8.2 seconds now from Arthur Loudian. Last lap board on the overhead gantry. So he's got a comfortable run now. Doesn't need to get caught up by the lap traffic. In fact, says thank you as well to Andy Hull there on the outside as he finds his way through on the back straight.
So it seems fairly comfortable now for Shane Collinson as he rounds hairpin 4 for the final time. Doesn't quite tell the story of this final, but it will be congratulations and the checker flag to Shane Collinson, taking victory here in your senior road tax final. Arthur Loudian will come across the line and take second place from Alexander Walton, making debut here in the senior road tax class at Teesside Autodrome Sprint Series, and walking away with a third place trophy on debut. Congratulations there. Martin Fisher will come across the line in fourth, with Nathan Jensen showing as fifth. Andy Hull and Alfie Warburton. So Nathan Jensen must have gone back out then.
No, I think he was just up in terms of laps and then came in just before the end. So the checkered flag is out, but either way, Jensen in fifth, Hull sixth, Warbank in seventh. We have going to have maybe a little bit of a clear-up operation here. We've still got Warbank's car off on the outside of hairpin number one. Now, whether he can drive that back, whether he just took it off the track, Tom, because it was it's not doing anything, and he may well, even here, Tom, get the opportunity to do what they only do in BPEC every now and again, and that is go the wrong way round the track here at Teesside. At least for a little bit, they've created him a bit of a gap to cut through there onto the start-finish straight. Next final, though, is almost up on us here at Teesside Autodrome. It's time for Minimax.
So Minimax already heading their way round onto the back straight, so we will try and get you through the grid as quickly as possible. It is going to be Ben Robinson taking pole position from Amy Peacock and Alfie McBain. Then Alex Lynn, Sebastian Benson and Charlie Eyeball. Then it will be Ben Adrian, Riley Sims, Ezard and Mason Webster. Your 9 runners here in the Mini/Intermax final.
You may be wondering why Ben Adrian, having won lots of races, isn't at the front, and that's because of a failure of scrutineering in heat number 3 meant he amassed no points, and that is why he is off the back once again, as he was in heat number 1. We're away and racing and now keep an eye out on the O plate. He's got to get round the first corner and then pick them off. Alfie McBain goes wide again into the first corner, but sweeps round the outside with a huge amount of grip and finds his way through. Oh, and we've got a false start, Tom. I don't know why I'm getting so excited.
Oh, and you know, that's really frustrating because but Mason Webster had made up about 6 places.
Yeah, but Alfie McBain now, who the way he went round the outside, that's what caught me out. I saw a green drop, but it was the green with the yellow chevron on it, which is the false start flag. However, I got a bit giddy when I saw McBain go round the outside of the entire field into the first corner. I thought,
I was the same with
racing.
I was the same with Webster. I thought, Webster's already up to like 4th. Anyway,
let's go again. I'm going to let you take this one because I've already got one wrong. It's your turn now.
So it's going to be Robinson from Peacock as they go side by side over the line. Green flag is down and we are away and racing here in the Minimax final. Oh, they all go onwards and Peacock is round again and off she goes at the exit of turn 1.
I want to see that again, Tom, because remember in heat,
I think Robinson went wide as well.
In heat 3, Peacock snatched the break and went round. She got a great start. Any contact is what we're looking for here. Not sure there was again. No. I just think she's gone in too deep, hard on the brakes. It's a lot different, you see, for they're carrying loads more speed into that first corner than they normally do, because normally they're going through that D-chicane. At the front, though, Robinson leads with Ben Adrian already up into second place, finding a way past Alex Lynn, who's got Alfie McBain right on his rear bumper. Charlie Eibel in P5, then it's Sebastian Benson, then it's the two 950s of Riley Sims-Ezard and Mason Webster, and then the recovering Amy Peacock coming over the start-finish line now, some 8 seconds behind our race leader. Ben Adrian sends it down the inside of Ben Robinson. Great move from Adrian. He's up from 7th into the lead as they head down the back straight for the second time.
And it's as you were for Ben Adrian now. He's been at the front all day in this class and picked them off one by one now through the final very, very quickly on the opening 2 laps. On the opening lap. And by the middle of lap 2 is in the lead. Ben Adrian will be in second place. Then it's Alex Lynn, Alfie McBain, Charlie Eibel, Sebastian Benson, Riley Sims-Ezard, Mason Webster, and Amy Peacock recovering, but recovering well because she is quicker than Ben Adrian at the front of this, or was certainly by the end of lap 2, but has now dropped down to 10 seconds behind. So we'll keep an eye on Amy Peacock's progress and whether she can make up some places. Potentially Webster and Sims-Ezard on her radar if she can come back through. But it is as you were at the front. Ben Adrian now moving clear by what was 0.4 over the line on the previous lap. I think it's going to be closer to a second this time around.
Sorry, I needed a drink there, Tom. I'd gone all dry from excitement and I had to go and get one.
You're fine.
Robinson still within a second now of Ben Adrian. The battle here, Tom, is the third place one, the final step on the podium between Alex Lynn and Alfie McBain. And then there's a good one going on behind, which we can see on screen at the minute, between Charlie Eibel, who won some races in Cadet Club last year and ended up in third place in that championship. He's moved up into 22 Spec Mini this year. He's currently battling out with Sebastian Benson for 5th place.
You're looking good here for Benson. A decent showing so far.
Yeah,
nice looking kart that as well. I know it's a Lando kart,
standard Norris colours.
Yeah, colours, but it is nice looking. Probably lasts a lot longer than those Lando karts as well. They're I think they're made out of cheese.
The Lando cars that he's racing at the minute, or the karts?
The karts with a T. They, yeah, I've not seen one last a full season yet. I don't think they tend to they seem to have a bit of a habit of bending.
Oh, well, it is normally a side effect of crashing them.
Yes, well that doesn't help, does it?
No. Ben Adrian then still leading the gap out to 1.4, with Alex Lynn being reeled in now by Alfie McBain in third place. So as we see Riley Sims-Ezard sweeping through. He's leading the Mini 950 class in 7th place. Amy Peacock right behind. This is the battle that I'm interested in here now, Tom. It's the battle for third place between Alex Lynn and Alfie McBain. Down the back straight they go. Lynn and McBain, both of them sort of leading forward, willing the car on down the back straight. Still 5.5 minutes remaining or so, plus that important one lap at the end. Alfie McBain, who's already scored a podium in this class here at the O Plate, having finished in third place in his first outing, took the brave gamble at the end of the day, Tom, to stick wet tyres on, and it got quite cold to the end of the day, and just bolted off at the front and had enough to hold on from the rest of the field.
Look at how much grip Alex Lynn's got going through that national loop. You can see the front wheel pawing the air
Yeah, and then he closes the door on Alfie McBain. McBain later on the brakes trying to get to the inside of Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn then closing the door. So they head down that back straight.
Let's see if we can see it on the next lap when Alex Lynn heads through the national loop. You'll see that inside front wheel lifting up in the air as the chassis flexes and the grip. Oh, and there's contact there between Alfie McBain, who muscles his way through on Alex Lynn.
Yeah, robust overtake. Now Alex Lynn has got to try and see if he's got anything left in the locker to catch up. You're right there, Tom. There's that, the grip through there for Alex Lynn. It's on rails, isn't it? Is there anything that he can do now to get back down the inside of Alfie McBain? And pretty much as well, strong arms his way into the position as well, similar to what McBain did to him on the previous lap, but it's cost Alex Lynn around about 4 or 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, we'll try and use the slipstream now to close back up on Alfie McBain. We'll keep an eye on what's happening with that. I'm keeping an eye on Amy Peacock's march through the field. The gap has gone out to 11.5 seconds, so she's not keeping up with Ben Adrian, but has managed to overtake Mason Webster and Riley Sims-Ezard and Charlie Eyeball as well. Got another 2 seconds to catch up on Sebastian Benson. We'll see whether that's possible.
Yeah, now
I think it is, because it's down to 1.2 seconds already.
Yeah, I think you could be right there, Tom, because the pace is there. Another case for Amy Peacock of what could have been, because she's had some really, really strong pace. Not quite had the rub of the green, getting it round the first corner in both Heat 3 and the final. Alex Lynn closing back in here, Tom, on Alfie McBain, having had that overtake on him and then losing time trying to send the move back on Alfie McBain. Or they'll just take a huge chunk of curb on the inside, bounces it over. There's not a lot of grip on the inside of the curbs here, particularly the big dogtooth ones on the inside of hairpin 3 and hairpin 2 as well. Another fastest lap for Ben Adrian, 43.4 for him. Opens up the gap by another half a second back to Ben Robinson.
Yeah, so it's 3.4 now is that gap between Adrian and Robinson. McBain a further 3 seconds back from Robinson, and then you've got Lynn, as we said, right there. Benson 5 seconds back, but Peacock's only half a second off that now, so Peacock could well come through. And in fact, I can see out the commentary box, Peacock has overtaken Sebastian Benson now, so that's Peacock up to P5, but 5 seconds to go to catch up with Alex Lynn with only 2.5 minutes plus a lap.
It's going to be special. If Peacock can do that, it's special.
She's 7/10 of a second quicker than Alex Lynn on that previous lap, but she's got to go.
It's got to be over a second, a lap,
well over a second, yeah.
Not out of it if Alex Lynn and Alfie McBain maybe squabble like they did a few laps ago, although it does seem at the moment like Alfie McBain has managed to open up enough of a gap to not have to defend too much from Alex Lynn. Here is Amy Peacock then on the screen. She's making her way into the corner. We just saw the 2 previous karts on. We'll keep you updated on the delta time between her and Alex Lynn and Alfie McBain in front, so at the very least to see what she's like against Lynn.
Well, Lynn put in a personal best on that previous lap,
and Peacock was
only a 10th quicker. Yeah. So that looks like it as far as Peacock's progress through the field. It looks like she will, if things stay the same, finish P5. Ben Adrian looking comfortable still in first place, has got the fastest lap of the race, which was set 2 laps ago on lap 9 of a 43.446, and goes quicker again with a 43.441. What's the lap record here, David?
It's a 42.5.
Okay, so we're within a second of lap record.
42.542 set by Joseph Yao.
We could do with the sun coming back out again to see some really quick times once again.
I think you need that prolonged bit of sun in order to turn the track into effectively a bit of glue.
Yes.
Some sticky tyre rubber, so to speak.
Just
you need
warm it
that. You need that temperature, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it has been really, really cold here today.
I don't think the rain yesterday and overnight will have helped either, because that brings the oils and stuff out of the tarmac. Still, Ben Adrian pumping in fastest laps, some half a second quicker than anybody else. Consistent as well, Tom. If you look at his best lap of 43.411, his last one was a 419.
Yeah.
So
really, really consistent from Ben Adrian. There he is on the screen. This will be his penultimate lap around this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit as he draws alongside the two of Mason Webster.
We've got the entire length of the back straight now as a gap, and he will come across the line and take the last lap board this time. Willie?
I think he will.
Time has run out. Yes, the last lap board is going out now for Ben Adrian. And we've got Robinson in second, McBain third, Lynn fourth, Peacock still fifth, and then Benson sixth, Ibor seventh, Sims Ezard eighth, and now one lap down Mason Webster. So it's been, apart from the sort of McBain and Lynn battle, it's been a fairly sedate affair, this one, really, hasn't it? It's been pretty chilled out.
Well,
A to B.
Well, it was after the first corner, wasn't it? The first
Yes.
corner really sorted it all out for us with Peacock, who went off the front row, spinning out. Ben Adrian, though, managed to find his way through the field and will be finding himself on a trip to the top step of the podium. He takes victory in Minimax by a comfortable gap of over 6 seconds. Ben Robinson, for the first time in Mini, will go to the podium in P2. Alfie McBain holds off Alex Lynn, nose to tail throughout the race, third and fourth respectively, with Amy Peacock in P5. Closing the gap towards the end, but not quite enough. It was down to just over 3 seconds, with then Sebastian Benson, Charlie Eibel, and Riley Sims Ezard, our winner in Mini 950.
And that brings to an end our Minimax final. We have 3 more races to go here, just 3 more races today, unfortunately. But we have Junior Rotax, Micromax, and then our Senior Pro Karts will be your final race of the day. As we said, that brings to an end Minimax and Intermax, so we will move on to Junior Rotax for their final. So we have a grid for your Junior Rotax final, and pole position goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley. Second place for Melissa Adrian and Monroe Renard in third. Oscar Ward takes fourth place with James Philip Byrne in fifth and Addison Smith in sixth place. Seventh for Max Wilkinson, with eighth for Sam Robson, ninth for Luke Walton, and 10th goes to Joseph Yao. Just the 10 runners here in Junior Max. We are already heading round hairpin 3 on the rolling up lap. All sorted out nice and early for the grid, although we've got somebody pulling off already on the exit of hairpin 3.
Looks like they're back going again, though, Tom. I'll keep an eye out. I think it's the 11 of Wilkinson.
It is.
Through we come, though. Green is down. We're away and racing. Good start. Addison Smith on the outside, trying to push his way all the way through on the back of Oscar Ward, and he's swept through up into fourth place. Monroe Renard is up from third into second. Then it's Melissa Adrian. James Philip Byrne in fifth place in front of Joseph Yao. Then it's Oscar Ward and Sam Robson, Max Wilkinson, and then the quick look, I think it's Luke Walton then in the final position at the moment. The battle for second place going on here, Tom, making it comfortable, I think, at the moment for Fox-Whiteley, just to open up that little bit of a gap early doors. Melissa Adrian, though, up into second place. Monroe Renard in third. Addison Smith, after that good start, 6th to 4th at the first corner, crosses the line just behind Renard. Then it's James Philip Byrne, Joseph Yao, Oscar Ward, Sam Robson, Max Wilkinson, and Luke Walton. Your 10 runners in Junior Max.
Yeah, so we've seen. Oh, hang on, there we go. That's Addison Smith overtaking James Philip Byrne. Sorry, Monroe Renard. That was for third place. So Smith moving through now into third. We've also got behind, we've got Joseph Yao has moved past James Philip Byrne. So all changed through this one as we speak at the moment. Fox Whiteley with a comfortable gap already at the front, although Melissa Adrian did close in on that last lap. She's put in the fastest lap of the race, but only half a tenth quicker than Jared Fox Whiteley.
Needs to stay within that half a second, though. And I think they've found something with Melissa Adrian, Tom, where in the second half of the race, we saw it earlier with some fast times in the second half. I saw it last weekend. She could come really, really good in the second phase of this race, and then Fox Whiteley's going to have something to worry about.
It's about having the mental capacity and the physical capacity to be able to still push as hard as you can on the first lap when you're on the 10th, 11th or 12th lap.
It's the tyres as well, Tom, massively. As Fox Whiteley responds with the fastest lap, the 42.4 for him, but it's the tyres as well. We're going to have a 16 or 17 lap race here, Tom, on tyres that normally have an optimum working window of around about 7 laps.
Yeah.
7 to 10 laps. So is it a case of, do you go early? Do you go long? Do you go for one of the two, knowing that it's going to come good, and then just try and go easy on the tyres by not throwing the kart into the corner or anything like that into the first part, just being a little bit more gentle on them, not putting as much heat through them, making them last a little bit longer.
Bit of a softly approach.
Yeah, Adrian now responding. This is like a game of tennis with the fastest laps back and forth between Fox Whiteley and Melissa Adrian. She's down in the 42.4s. The gap back down to just a fraction of the 7/10. Addison Smith now up into third place in front of Monroe Renard. The 11 of Wilkinson is off onto the grass. That is halfway round the national loop.
And you can see just how warm the tyres get as you saw the steam coming off the grass as soon as it was touching the tyres. So you can see really how hard these tyres work and the temperature range that they get into.
The rabbits will be having their grass well done.
boiled grass. Fastest lap of the race went initially to Fox Whiteley, immediately eclipsed by Melissa Adrian, who brings the gap down to just over half a second. I think she's got another maybe 800ths, half a tenth, something like that, and then she'll really start picking up the slipstream from Fox Whiteley. Wind has calmed down a lot here.
Great move down the inside. Sorry, Tom, by Oscar War. He finds a way past James Philip Byrne up into 6th place. Great late move, War, who got forced wide on the opening lap and had to slot back in a little bit further down than where he started this race. Now starting to try and make his way through. He's up into 5th place. Does have 1.5 seconds or so to catch up to Joseph Yao in front. Another fastest lap, Tom, and another gap closed by Melissa Adrian.
Yeah, she's really going to be in the slipstream now. But as we said, or as I said before, the wind has really calmed down here over the last sort of half hour or so. That slipstream is going to be nowhere near as powerful as it was about an hour ago. But Melissa Adrian still continues her march towards Jared Fox Whiteley. Doesn't need as much of a slipstream by the looks of it at the moment. He's closing right in. She's got the hooks on the rear bumper of Jared Fox Whiteley and is starting to reel him in. Addison Smith, 3rd place. Monroe Renard in 4th with Joseph Yao 5th. Oscar War 6th. James Philip Byrne in 7th. Then Robson 8th. Walton 9th. And Wilkinson, after his excursion, is in 10th.
This battle now, Tom, split by 3.5 tenths as they came over the line last time between Fox Whiteley and Melissa Adrian. Wonder how much Fox Whiteley knows about Adrian being behind him. Hasn't had a look back at all in this one. Melissa Adrian, you can almost feel a kart though being close to you, can't you? When it's there. Over the line they come this time, down to just a fraction over 2 tenths, and another fastest lap by Melissa Adrian.
Yeah, really showing well here, Melissa Adrian, and applying some pressure to Fox Whiteley, who we've seen so many times over the last few years. As soon as he hits the front, he's just able to just pull away and not feel much in the way of pressure, and he's really starting to feel it now. Has a big look behind at Melissa Adrian. See if there's another one coming through hairpin 3 and 4.
The first time there, he'd had a real look over his shoulder. Still around about half race distance here, Tom.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
Fox Whiteley with a personal best, a fraction quicker than Adrian on that last lap, but she's still there, right on the rear bumper of the 22, through the chicanes, heading towards hairpin 1, still 5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go in this final. We've had almost 7 minutes, so we're pretty much half race distance now with that 1 lap being added, and Melissa Adrian close enough to have a nibble down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley into hairpin 3. The door firmly closed by the 22. Adrian has to back out. This one, though, just about to get going in terms of a attack from Melissa Adrian over the start finish. Still less than 2 tenths between them.
Yeah, it's really starting to close up now, isn't it? Adrian really fancied a look down that hairpin 3, but it was only a half look. There wasn't really much of an opening there. See what she's got down the back straight this time as Fox Whiteley takes a wider sweep out of hairpin 1 and then chops across for the entry to 2. Melissa Adrian with a slightly tighter exit of 1. She compromises the exit of hairpin 1 to give her a straight line through hairpin 2. So just slightly differing lines from the two drivers, giving us a net, you know, almost identical lap time each time round.
Yeah, there's been hardly anything between them. It's been like half a tenth either way, hasn't it, between them, lap on lap. It looks at the minute like Fox Whiteley's a little bit more comfortable.
See if they do it again here. So Fox Whiteley will move slightly further to the right, and there you go. That's exactly it. So, but he gets a slide as he comes out of hairpin 1 and uses that to then get across to the left-hand side to give him the entry into 2. Adrian just fully compromising the exit of 1, straight lining it between 1 and 2. And again, doing the same there. Fox Whiteley using all of or as much of the road as possible.
That's going to be obviously sliding his tyres more across the track as well, though, isn't it? Potentially taking a little bit more out of them.
That's correct,
than
yes.
What Melissa Adrian is.
Well, we're taking more out of the rears.
Yeah.
But Adrian could be taking more out of the front by doing her line.
Really do like that new camera position that we've got there, Tom. Just showing the sort of the deviation through that chicane as there's some lap traffic for the leaders to navigate through. Fox Whiteley and Adrian do the same. Luke Walton, who had a bit of a off earlier on, as did Max Wilkinson as well, which has dropped them further down the field than they'd have hoped.
Smith looking comfortable now, a full second and almost a second and a quarter clear of Monroe Renard in 3rd place. Joseph Yao almost 2 seconds back from that, and then Oscar War another second back from that. So, you know, apart from these two at the front, your top 6 are fairly evenly spread. Adrian again pulling right up to the rear of Jared Fox Whiteley.
How much do you think she's got left in the tank here, Tom? The straight line speed out of hairpin 2 seems to be quite good for Melissa Adrian.
As you said, though, it's not just what you've got left in terms of tyres or grip, or it's your physical and your mental strength as well. We're just starting lap 15. Yeah, you've still got 2 minutes plus a lap to go.
Well, you see the head there, Tom, don't you? You know, as they go around the national loop corner,
is the neck?
It's falling off to the left-hand side for both Fox Whiteley and Melissa Adrian. This track very much right-handers, of course. National loop, South Bank corner as well, with 2 other right-hand hairpins. Not so much round South Bank, it's a much longer loop, but the national loop where you really are holding on, you know, you can see, just watch the necks in around about 10 seconds time as they come through and round that national loop. It's almost like they're rolling off the shoulders.
Yeah, you can really see it there with Melissa Adrian as well, but still holding on very well onto the back of Jared Fox Whiteley. Still, apart from that half attempt into hairpin 3, has not really had much of a go at attacking. Might be saving herself, but I don't know whether you can play that kind of game with Jared Fox Whiteley, to be honest with you.
Don't know here. Still holding the fastest lap, Melissa Adrian. Last lap, there were 2 tenths off the quickest. as they go deeper into the race, sort of the performance plateaus of the tyres after they've hit that optimal, which we often find around that lap 8 to 10 mark, and it's pretty much where we were at with Melissa Adrian lap 8, Jared Fox-Whiteley lap 9 for their fastest laps respectively, and pretty much everybody else in that 7 to 10 sort of region.
I can almost feel Melissa Adrian's neck from here. It's like I can feel the pain that she's got shooting through that as she comes through the national loop. It's tough. It is really tough out there with the amount of laps that they're doing in these karts. They're not used to it. And like you said, the tyres aren't used to going for this long either.
Yeah, it's going to be an 18-lap final this, Tom. They're racing to the line here for the last lap board. 3, 2, 1, final lap now as they commence lap number 18 here at Teesside Autodrome. It's going to be a really long final. And I think if anything, it's going to be adrenaline getting Melissa Adrian's neck through this one. You see that once they're almost rolling off Fox-Whiteley, very tight into hairpin 1, Tom. Did you think Adrian was a little bit closer, went defensive? How much speed has that scrubbed off as they head down the back straight? Adrian into the slipstream. One final opportunity into 3 and 4 for Melissa Adrian. If it's not down the inside into 3, it might be a straight line job down into 4.
Yeah, here we go. One more corner to go, and it looks like that's it. It's going to go the way of Jared Fox-Whiteley, taking victory here in the Junior Road Tax Final. Followed home by Melissa Adrian, hounded all the way. It is going to be Addison Smith in 3rd place with Monroe Renard in 4th. Oscar Waugh taking 5th place on the final lap. What's happened to Joseph Yao?
And a quick look, Tom, because James
Philip Byrne has come across the line in 6th, so something's happened to Joseph Yao on the final lap.
He stood on the back straight, Tom. The kart looks like it's come to a halt as we were watching the leaders come through on the camera.
Joseph Yao, Sam Robson comes across the line in 7th place, and then Max Wilkinson in 8th, and it will be Luke Walton will actually be scored in 10th, believe it or not, because of finishing a lap down. So despite not finishing at all, Joseph Yao is going to take 9th place.
Yep, stood there at the moment on the back straight is Joseph Yao at the moment. We missed that as we were watching the leaders come through. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, in a few moments' time on this camera, will be making his way towards the weighbridge. What you will also see is they'll be checking to make sure that nobody's got a front fairing penalty, so they're just having a quick look as well. There, though, is your race winner on the screen, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Having a quick look to the left of the driver, right on our camera, is the weighbridge digital readout. So they're just making sure that the top 3 are on weight. So it's Fox-Whiteley, Adrian, and Addison Smith. Then your top 3 as Joseph Yao is loaded onto the quad in the bus stop on the back straight. 2 more finals, Tom. The penultimate one almost upon us now. It's time for Micromax.
So your grid for Micromax, just 2 more races to go here today. It's going to be headed off by Max Gilman. We've got Ethan McClelland in 2nd with Caden Simpson in 3rd, Edward Rye in 4th, and Grayson Crawford. Your 5 runners. So we're just waiting on the track to be fully clear before we send them out. Almost there. And here they come.
So I was about to say, I could hear them.
That's my Micromax impression.
It is so low, isn't it, for a Rotax engine? Bearing in mind, it's the same actual sort of base unit as a senior Rotax, and when they come past, they're screaming, aren't they?
Yes. The smell's the same, though.
You mean it's nice?
I love it. Yeah. Best smell in the world. Nothing quite like the smell of 2-stroke in the morning.
Some people have coffee in their kitchen. Tom's just got a Coma C50 Bambino engine running.
What do you think powers my coffee machine?
I'd love an X30. Get it warmed up.
Yeah. You know, it'd be made really quick, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oil out, coffee in. Here we go then in our Micromax final. Gilman will lead them over the line. McClelland alongside Caden Simpson, though, pushing Max Gilman up towards that first corner. And that's allowed him through into second place. Nowhere for Ethan McClelland to turn in. Caden Simpson and up into second. McClelland third. Edward Rye and Grayson Crawford, your runners in Micromax here. Gilman with a look over the shoulder already as they head down that back straight. Starting to make their way towards the South Bank corner for the first time. And then Simpson once again, Tom, sliding wide round the South Bank corner. That's allowed Ethan McClelland to come through. And once again, Caden Simpson suffering massively from understeer in that 77 kart.
I'm just having to quickly read through the live chat comments while while we were starting this race. We've had some good support coming in for Charlie Eyeball, and we've also had good luck to Alex Lynn from all of the Goffs watching at home as well. That was from a previous race. And then we've got a final coming up with Sophie Pawsey in it, and we've got good luck to Sophie from Catherine Donachie as well. So heading round, it is Max Gilman, as has been the case throughout the day so far. Max Gilman is at the front of this race, putting in fastest lap of the race. Here he goes on lap 2 with the fastest lap of the race.
The mystique's gone now.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still loving it. I like it. I like it. It is Ethan McClelland in second. Caden Simpson, you can see on screen, in third place. And Edward Rye pulling double duty today in Micromax and also in Honda Cadet. Taking a podium in Honda Cadet. So could well, if he can get past Caden Simpson, be on for 2 podiums here today for Edward Rye. Grayson Crawford in 5th place.
Simpson all over the back of Ethan McClelland. It seems once he's in there and he's got something to follow, his line is really, really good. But once he's at the front, he suffers quite a lot from the understeer in that car. He's been struggling throughout the day as Gilman comes through. Fastest lap once again.
Do you think it's a bit of a dog and hare thing with Caden Simpson?
Sort of neat.
He needs something to
chase.
chase.
You see that with a lot of drivers. I'm not saying for 1 minute it's Simpson because he's scored podiums here before, but they sort of, we see drivers, they go really quick when they're chasing somebody, and when they've got nobody to chase, they slow down a little bit.
I'm very much in that camp.
You're the dog, not the hare.
Yes, in many ways, many ways. Yes, but Rye is now putting some serious pressure on Simpson. Simpson has dropped back off from McClelland. He was really putting McClelland under pressure, but now feeling that pressure himself from Edward Rye, who is spying a second podium here today. Max Gilman has once again put in the fastest lap of the race. But everybody put in personal best that time around. So engines and tyres starting to come up to temperature. Rye making a move up the inside. Oh, hairpin 2 and goes across the front. Goes across the front of Caden Simpson. And how Edward Rye didn't spin, I will never know.
Well, we might have to watch that again to find out, Tom, because Edward Rye still there.
I was expecting him to be like over the top of the barriers and all sorts, the way he went across the front of Caden Simpson. And then the next shot we saw, he was 6 kart lengths back and going in the right direction. It's blown my mind.
Still going though, and not too far back either. Only half a second off the back of Simpson. So
Edward Rye, defier of laws of physics, is somehow managing to still be in 4th place as Max Gilman puts in fastest lap of the race.
Also defying the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Here now, it's whether Rye can close back in on Simpson. Simpson much wider again into the South Bank corner this time.
I'm standing here mouth agape. I can't understand how Edward Rye is where he is and isn't in the barriers going down the back straight. But anyway, Edward Rye continues and is now almost back where he was on the tail of Caden Simpson, certainly closing right back in again, using that slipstream to good effect, and will hope for a much cleaner overtake this time.
Not quite close enough. Think you might need at least a good complex through 1 and 2 just to get that run down the back straight.
I don't think it held up Simpson too much in terms of the overall position that he was behind Ethan McClelland. So really the only person who suffered from that was Edward Rye, but it was a victim of his own making, really, by trying to chop across the front. Going to try the cut back here through hairpin 4, gets alongside Caden Simpson.
It's a long way round there, and he's going to have to slot back in as they come over start finish.
Yeah, cut back in a little bit too sharply then as well. I think he could have let it flow a little bit better around the outside, but decided to do that chop back.
Newsflash.
Oh, is it Max Gilman putting in the fastest lap of the race?
It is, Tom.
Oh. Okay.
It's not even breaking news anymore. 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 50 plus 1 lap remaining.
All right, again alongside, but having to tuck back in. Simpson with a better run out of hairpin 2. And holding position. So they're only 1.1 seconds off the back of Ethan McClelland now. I think if they start to work together, they could start to bring that gap down. And in fact, they were 0.3 quicker than McClelland on that lap. So it's whether this becomes a 3-kart train and what Edward Rye has still got in terms of fight left for Caden Simpson and potentially Ethan McClelland as well.
Pushing down the back straight. Simpson asking Rye to push him on.
And rightly so as well.
They think they've got enough pace because there Rye came out the slipstream wanting to sort of, not to do the half and overtake, then slotted back in, wanting that push down that back straight. They might still have plenty of time as well, Tom, with 2:45 plus 1 lap remaining.
Oh, breaking news, David.
Oh, what is it, Tom?
It's Max Gilman's putting the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, that's a turn up to the book.
We're going to keep this going, aren't we? This is going to run all season long. If Max Gilman keeps turning up, we're going to keep doing this. Anyway, they are closing in once again on the back of Ethan McClelland. It was only half a tenth that time around, but it looks a lot closer this time. A lot closer.
Yeah, they're pushing along there,
It
aren't
was
they?
3/4 of a second over the line. It's certainly not that now. It's about a kart length.
Going to have a real opportunity here for both Simpson and Rye to get on the podium rather than just being the two of them battling it out for 3rd place.
Yeah, not just the podium, but 2nd place.
Now they're right in the mix, although Rye gets a good run on Simpson out the final fun. McClelland looks strong, Tom, out of hairpin 4. So I don't think they're going to have a run to the line on him. They're going to have to get the job done early.
Gap him,
to get through, because they seem to be a lot closer. And down the inside goes Caden Simpson into hairpin 1, gets it stopped as well. Will McClelland get the cutback into hairpin 2 and come to the inside? Simpson immediately defends too much, scrubs off all the speed and just allows Ethan McClelland to sweep all the way round the outside and retake 2nd place.
And I'm surprised that Edward Rye didn't take better advantage of that as well. He didn't quite scrub off as much speed as Simpson, but wasn't able to tuck in behind Ethan McClelland and get pulled through either.
No, now through that dog leg once again. This is where McClelland opens up the gap, and now we'll see Simpson and Rye close it back up round the national loop and through the chicanes.
Would you like some breaking news, David?
I would, Tom.
It's Max Gilman has not put in a fastest lap of the race.
Overrated. I love Max. He's a great little driver.
Clearly it's out of fashion now.
Yeah, he's bored, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's bored of these fastest laps.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Anyway, we resume the battle for second place here. It is Ethan McClellan from Caden Simpson from Edward Rye. Grayson Crawford still there in 5th place, but it is a lonely 5th place at the moment. This is the closest battle, or was, and on circuit we look at Max Gilman,
back.
who has relieved his boredom. He had a little rest for a lap, didn't he? Just a breather. And then goes back and puts in another fastest lap of the race.
I almost forgot he was here because he didn't put in a fastest lap in the previous lap. So,
I mean, he's got a 14-second gap in front, and he's still head down behind the wheel, down the back straight, pushing hard. Yeah, I do like to see that though. You know, he's not giving up, not just going, oh well, it's a Sunday drive now. Still pushing on.
Last lap board, though, for him this time. Final lap for Max Gilman. There's still a battle going on for second place, which now sees Caden Simpson through on Ethan McClellan in the run round the South Bank corner. McClellan's trying to get back alongside as we stick with Gilman, but Caden Simpson will come over the line in second place.
It's a good overtaking move there for Caden Simpson as Max Gilman has put in the fastest lap of the race. Again. And goes to 16.3 seconds clear.
He's going to have one final opportunity, Tom, to see if he can wrestle that fastest lap away
he
from
might
himself.
Even get a bit of a slipstream here from some lapped traffic in the form of Grayson Crawford. Or is Grayson Crawford going to get lapped?
Gilman using the slipstream. He's going to have to go around the outside, so might not pick up the fastest lap this time and doesn't, but still a convincing victory for Max Gilman in the 50. The gap's some 16, 17 seconds as the field behind continue to battle it out as they run to the line. Simpson and McClellan. McClellan drops a wheel off the grass. Can that give Rye a run to the line? It can't. Caden Simpson in second place from Ethan McClellan and Edward Rye, 0.4 of a second, splitting second down into 4th place, some 17.5 seconds behind your leader, Max Gilman, who is making his way round hairpins 3 and 4, bringing the kart home into victory lane. It's been a clean sweep of a weekend for Max Gilman, 3 heats and the final here in Micromax. Multiple fastest laps as well for the driver of the 50 in the Strawberry Racing Machine. He's going to drive his car onto the weighbridge here. Turns his kart off. He's going to get out and push it onto the weighbridge. The rest of the field make their way back into pit lane. That means it's time to move on then to our final race of the day. It's Senior Pro Kart for their final. They're making their way out now. So we're just awaiting the grid then for seniors as they make their way round. Hopefully we can get through at least the first half. We can get the grid up on the screen. It will be Lucas and Volkus on the front row with Shields and Lennon French by the look of it on row number 2. So then it's going to be Christian Oblag and Simon Dougherty on row 3. Looks like we've got Brandon Truman Reddish there as well with David Brown. And then the top 10 looking like it's completed by Jess Alexander and then Caitlin Frame. Not going to get the grid up, unfortunately, in time to run through all of it. But here we go then. Focus on pole with Lucas alongside. Focus slowing the pace down as we are away and racing. The green flag goes. Shields now to the inside of Connor Lucas, and Max Shields from 3rd place slots in between Josh Focus and Connor Lucas.
That inside line definitely got a better run, and Alexander already looks like she's up into 7th or 8th place at the moment, so had a good run through the national loop.
Yeah, 8th place at the moment, currently behind Simon Dougherty, but then Dougherty's tight round hairpin 2. We've got a spin at hairpin 2, and that is...
We've got 4 off.
Yeah, we've got a couple over. Marty Gilfillan with a bit of a spin. Then it looks like Anthony Eckes had a bit of an excursion, as has the 57 as well
There's
as
something
Sean
on the
Feared.
outside of hairpin 2 as well that's
Yeah.
on the track. Not sure what that is.
It's offline, but it looks like it's
An exhaust cover or
yeah,
something
could-
like that.
could
Is
well be.
air filter cover, and the marshal I think is heading over now.
Yeah, so Volkers leading from Lucas. Then it's Max Shields and Lennon French. With Christian Oblak and David Brown, Jess Alexander, Simon Doughty, Brandon Truman Reddish, and Caitlin Frame. Your top 10. The part, whatever it was, Tom, has been retrieved. As we've got Fian coming into the pit lane with what looks like the airbox cover missing on the 57 left side. Could be that.
Well, I'm sure you'll be able to pick it up from race control at the end of the day. So it is Volkers leading now over the line, pushing hard as well. We saw him down the back straight, head down behind the wheel. Connor Lucas in second with Max Shields in third, French in fourth, Oblak fifth, Alexander recovering well through to sixth place already. David Brown, Simon Doughty, Brandon Truman Reddish, and Caitlin Frame rounding out your top 10. First time I think in the day that we've seen Caitlin Frame inside the top 10. So she's going well. Your top novice runner is Liam Gallop in 14th place, and your junior runner is Catherine Potter in 29th at the moment. Sophie Pawsey, who has won all 3 heats in the junior class, is in 32nd.
Yeah, she could have been involved from in that opening lap. Gilfillan and Austin
Very true.
looked like they were involved in it as well in the,
Very
in
true.
the 59 and the 75. So
Fastest lap for Connor Lucas, starting to reel back in Josh Volkers. The gap still well within the slipstream as Alexander looks on the inside of Christian Oblak. That's for 5th place. Alexander moving through now and starting to work on good friend Lennon French.
yeah, run down the back straight now.
Been doing a lot of mentoring over the years with French. We've got a black and white flag going out for the 25 of Lee Austin.
That's a technical defect, Tom, rather than the warning
Oh, sorry,
flag.
black and red
Yeah.
flag. The meatball flag has gone out. Sorry, my apologies. But yes, Alexander's been mentoring Lennon French throughout the last couple of years, and is about to potentially move through and overtake the master and the protege. About to swap positions potentially. Lennon French doing a good job to hold off and indeed be up in 4th place overall. It's probably the best showing we've seen so far in senior pro karts for Lennon French. There goes Alexander up the inside of hairpin 2 and takes that 4th place away, and will begin to charge down Max Shields. Says to Lennon French, let's go, let's work together, and they start doing that immediately and bringing Christian Oblak along as well.
Yeah, French looked like he was the one instigating that push on. I think he needs to try and break away from Christian Oblak.
There were 3 wide into South Bank corner as well. I could see through the window towards the back of the field. We've got, I'll tell you who's not out of this at all so far, is Max Shields.
No, certainly not. Running in 3rd place overall. Contact warning for Alfie Kigg in the 44.
We're looking at this battle for 4th place, which now sees Alexander gapping French. But French not able to move away from Oblak. Oblak making his debut in senior pro karts here at Teesside Autodrome Sprint. Has been running very well in junior pro karts over the last few years, but making the step up and showing very well with a 6th place overall.
Fastest lap then from Connor Lucas this time, 0.3 quicker than Josh Volkers, and is now right on the back of the 43. The 43 leading the O-plate, nose to tail pretty much for our leading duo now as the rest of the field streams through. So the 18 there of Caitlin Frame in 10th place. Volkers desperately getting his head down behind the steering wheel to try and reduce the impact of the air hitting him, slowing him down. Connor Lucas doing a slightly different way, because we've seen it before, Tom, where he shifts himself in the seat, moves the bum forward and the body down. The knees go up, but it makes it a little bit cleaner for him in terms of the air going through. Fastest lap this time between the two of them was Josh Folkers. Technical defect flag still being shown for the 25 of Austin. Think he should come in this lap. I think he saw it on the last one. He will come through back into pit lane this time, I think.
Max Shields only a second behind these two as well. So if they do start fighting, especially with a couple of laps to go, Shields is going to be right there. and they know that as they simultaneously look behind. Folkers and Lucas look behind at exactly the same time. Both of them see Shields there, and they know that they're going to have to work together to build a gap, and then they can start to fight it out between them, because they know already that if they do start fighting, Shields could well be on for an overall win.
Yes, been in the D chicane from James Kay, but he's moving in enough time that the yellow flag isn't out for our leading duo as they make their way round the national loop.
Arm out there for Luke. Oh, that was just thanking Leon Wilson for having some awareness of what's around. Jess Alexander 3.2 seconds off the lead, but a good 2.2 behind Max Shields now, and not seeming to make much of an inroad either.
No, in fact, they were almost identical on lap time on the previous lap, weren't they?
A thousand
to the second between the two lap times, third and fourth, Max Shields and Jess Alexander. Lap traffic in front, though, now, Tom, and as you rightly say, a little bit of
there's a bit of rain in the air. Yeah. A little bit of rain in the air, nothing major yet, but it's going to be that psychological rain of how fast do you push into the next corner. Well, speaking of pushing into the next corner, Connor Lucas absolutely sideways into hairpin one.
Chuck it in and hope it sticks.
I think it was chuck it in and hope he doesn't plough into the back of Falcus, to be honest with you.
Folkers there, Tom, understeering slightly wide into the south bank corner. Still 4 minutes to go. It wouldn't make any difference anyway. Yeah, you can tell
now. The rain is coming down. This is going to really spice things up.
We know how good Alexander is in the wet, Tom, as well. She's got 2.2 seconds to close in on Shields in front. What it will also mean, Tom, is we've got a number of novice runners out there that are not used to racing in this wet weather on slick tyres, because Pro Karts anyway wouldn't have had any wet, so it wouldn't have made any difference. But here we're going to see who is the wet weather master. We've got a driver off on the outside. I think that's the 215 machine at hairpin 1 on the grass of Matthew Hauschby. He's going to retire from his first final. Danny Bean's just come through very, very wide over start finish.
And the rain is really coming down now.
I think
not heavy, but it's...
I saw something bouncing down the track, and what it was part of a traffic cone.
We've got two off at hairpin 1.
Yep, through the tyres at hairpin 1, Tom.
They've gone a long way off.
Oh no, that's through the. That's at the dog leg. They've understeered. The tyres have come inwards here, so they're off.
Oh, so they come off on the exit hairpin 4.
They've come off at hairpin 4, and then it looks like they've either understeered wide or just made contact with each other. Looks like one of them could be Harry Roddice.
Falcus has just gone straight on over the D chicane. He skipped across that curb, still managed to hold the lead. Alexander's been dropped by the front three, but Max Shields is still there, only a second back. Really good pace for Max Shields.
What's happened here, Tom, is because the incident on the outside of the chicane there, we've got a yellow flag out as well at hairpin 1, because the supplementary tyre wall, the second one, is in pieces at the moment. We've got a couple of karts off, so pretty much at the moment, most of the track, with the exception of one or two corners, being covered under yellow flags. Hairpin 1 is available again as an overtake.
And Catherine Potter's just been lapped by the two leaders. Shields looks like he's dropped off a bit on this lap. In fact, he has, probably about a second or so slower on this lap. 0.8 of a second it was. And we're currently 5 seconds a lap off what we were doing before. So the pace really dropping now, although the rain looks to have abated ever so slightly.
Oh, Folkers wide at hairpin 1. Lucas puts the move down the inside. Then the switch back. They come. They're going to run side by side. Are they down the back straight? No. Connor Lucas is through and leads this final with 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining. Clears his visor and then understeers wide as you'd expect in the wet weather condition round the south bank corner. Lucas now leading from Folkers at the head of this senior pro kart field. As Tom says, the lap time's dropping by around about 5 seconds as the track dampens up.
Oh, they're side by side again through the dog leg. Lucas with the inside for the right-hander, and they go sideways through there, but not side by side. They do tuck in one behind the other. Whew, it's as you were, right? This has suddenly sparked into life, hasn't it?
You can see the line, Tom, all the way around the outside now of the national loop, trying to find that grip offline. As we've got Potter off at the D chicane.
Oh, Focus is through. Focus through at hairpin 1.
Retakes the lead.
Managed to find some grip on the inside as Lucas was washing out wide. And Focus just sailed straight through on the inside, nice and easy.
Here we go again then. In the junior ranks, Sophie Pawsey has managed to take the lead from Catherine Potter.
Yeah, I think that happened a few laps ago. Potter seems to be
as soon as it rained, really,
I think
wasn't
what
it?
happened was, I think there was a bit of a coming together somewhere in the midfield, and it all sort of scattered, and Pawsey managed to thread the needle and find her way through.
Connor Lucas then, Tom, another thumbs up as this time Focus goes wide. Lucas is going to try and take a much tighter line this time to see how that works for him. Was led for about a metre, but even in the midst of battle, in the wet, still got enough time to give a thumbs up to somebody who one of the slower runners who he's let through. It really is very, very respectful from the front. There's a nice little thumbs up, even though he's in the heat of battle with Josh Focus.
Connor Lucas in the he just took his hand off the wheel and could look behind him, like just chilling, second place, chucking it down with rain, slick tyres, fighting for the win.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, just calm.
Here we go then for the last lap here at Teesside Autodrome. The time elapses down to 0. Last lap for Josh Focus and Connor Lucas at the head of this senior pro kart class. In your club class, Max Shields leading in 3rd place overall. Your leading novice, Amy Frame, up into 13th, being hunted down, though, by Danny B. Not too much between them, I don't think, although looking at the time, I think this could be about 8 seconds, so I don't know what I'm talking about. And in junior pro kart, Sophie Pawsey leads, as now Focus and Lucas side by side down the back straight. Here we go. Lucas is back to the inside. Lucas is going to lead into South Bank corner. Focus trying to find the grip on the outside. Lucas is through, though, hard on the brakes into hairpin number 3. They're going to understeer because they've got no grip at all in these wet weather conditions. Can Focus get the switch back on Connor Lucas side by side? They're going to run to the line. Lucas is on the inside and he slides through to take victory from Josh Focus. Max Shields 3rd overall, and the winner in the club class, Jess Alexander 3rd in pro, 4th overall. Christian Oblag, Lennon French. That's going to complete your club podium here at Teesside Autodrome. We look then for Amy Frame to come through as our leader in our novice class. It's Brown in 7th, Truman Reddish, Dougherty, Grinsell, Caitlin Frame 11th, David Brewis. And coming through now will be Amy Frame to take the checkered flag and victory in front of Danny Bean in our novice class here. Has an emphatic sideways slide over start finish. 3rd in that one could well be Jacob Kadani, but we're still waiting for the 55 machine to come through.
Just coming through now, and it's going to be Jacob Cardani just in front of Alfie King and Oscar Buckley. And then your junior pro kart is going to go to Sophie Pawsey, followed by Catherine Potter and then Leon Wilson as well. So all action as always in senior pro kart here, the blue ribbon event, and that was a fantastic end to the day. Tricky weather conditions just throwing an extra bit of spice onto this race, and brilliant driving from all to keep it all in a straight line, bar the couple of exceptions who had an unfortunate incident with a couple of laps to go.
Always spices it up halfway through, doesn't it, Tom, when the rain comes and everyone's trying to find the grip and their interpretation of the grip levels.
However, what I would say is we only race on slick tyres in senior pro kart, so they're used to driving in these conditions. I think it would have made it, if it had happened in senior Rotax or junior Rotax even, it could have been a very different story.
It was more the change in condition halfway through the race, really. It's just, it saw some people being able to push on and come through. Some people drop back as the race continues to drizzle down here at Teesside Autodrome.
Well, that brings to an end our day here at Teesside. First round of the owner-driver sprint series, sponsored by NRG Cycles, NRG Global Power, and your Rotax classes brought to you from HRS Racing Engines. It's been a pleasure as always, David. I've loved being back here once again and a great opening to our 2023 campaign.
It's been a wonderful day. Our Pro Kart class coming in, then sponsored by MS Karts. It's been a great day here at Teesside. We'll welcome you back next month for round number 2 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. From Tom and myself, David Sullivan, it's been a great day, and we'll see you again on Alpha Live.